Finding a Memory, written by Chautona Havig, narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. Chapter 1. 2 decorated potted cypress trees stood on either side of the steps to the book barrow. A gull sat in front of one as if some kind of sentinel, and Mallory Barrows couldn't decide if she should leave him alone or throw a few broken cookie bits off into the distance for him to fight the other gulls for. Over the past 2 months, an influx of used books had been traded for credit or donated, and she had one more box to inventory before she closed out that set of books for the year. "I think I'll call you Henry," she informed the gull. "And Henry, no more used books until the new year. I don't have time for this stuff right now." She swept her arm across the empty parking lot and said, "The clogged lines of customers dying to buy every book before they're all sold out." Henry turned and waddled away. As far as Mallory knew, gulls were not supposed to waddle, but either Henry needed an etta added to his name and a nest to fill with eggs, or he'd been overindulging of late. He definitely waddled. 3 copies of that wimpy kid book, 2 of the unfortunate event ones, and a bunch of cloth-bound novels from the 30s and 40s that Mallory had never heard of. As she pulled out each one, she ignored the one book in the box she'd been most anxious to look at. Once she opened it, a name inside would mean the end of reading that one. A cool breeze hinted that Christmas really would be there in just 25 days. It might not be snow and ice, but cooling temperatures signaled an island winter just the same. "And I'll make me an amaretto hot chocolate to celebrate." A rare afternoon sale interrupted Mallory's plans, but eventually, with hot chocolate in hand, she stretched out in her lounge chair, sun to her back, and draped a light throw over her legs. The book lay closed in her lap, and Mallory stared at it over the top of her cocoa cup. My diary. The lock clasp had broken at some point. Avocado green with a golden Greek border, some of which had rubbed off in places, framed the words. A tingle in her fingers prompted her to open the padded cover. A few words in tiny letters on the inside cover caught her breath. "I'll love you always, Francis." Henry hopped over when she sighed and said, "How sweet." Mallory looked at him and said, "Words, not cookies. Go away." Henry went. After a sip of the still steaming chocolate, she flipped to the first page. "This diary belongs to..." Empty. Torn between relief and disappointment, Mallory turned to the first entry. "John gave me this diary for my sweet 16. I've never kept a diary before. I don't know how. He laughed when I said that and said he reckoned I'd learn. You'll need somewhere to write down how much you miss me while I'm over in Nam." I think he's full of himself. He is handsome, though, and he loves me. Mama says I'm too young to be serious about boys. What would she say if she knew I was engaged? By the time John gets home, I'll be done with school and no one can stop us from marrying then. My party was fine. I had a new dress that John says makes me look like Sophia Loren. I said that didn't make sense because she's got dark hair and mine's dirty blonde. Mama set out crab pots and made her famous crab cakes. We had fritters and lopes and a great big cake. There was even dancing. Some of the boys brought their guitars and Hank brought his fiddle. But then John brought out his record player and put on the Byrds and the Everly Brothers. He knows how much I love them. My favorite is "Oh, So Many Years," but he always sings "I Kissed You" to me. Maybe I shouldn't have let him kiss me so soon, but he's leaving, and we're getting married. That matters, don't it? All in all, I guess turning 16 was the best day of my life. So far. 16. Wow. When I was 16, marriage was the farthest thing from my mind. And now? Mallory nearly spilled her cocoa all over the diary. Instead, most landed on the throw. Before she knew what hit her, Benjamin Hornigold reached over for the throw and yanked it off her, which kept most of the chocolate off her jeans, too. "Oh, great Gatsby, look at that mess." "Hey, I'm sorry, Mallory. You looked right at me when you were talking. I didn't know I'd startle you." "I did? How did I possibly not notice the one guy I want to see?" "Mally Duck." It was the second time he'd called her that. The first, she'd pretended not to notice, but this time she grinned. "Are you saying I've developed a waddle? Maybe one like Henry?" "Henry? Who's he?" "And look how cute you are when you're trying not to be jealous. Things are getting interesting." She frowned. "And you're that is, getting, lazy with your speech. Mama would have fits." This time, Benjamin hunkered down to eye level and watched her. Really am sorry. Are you okay?" That was the problem. She was, but she wasn't. Instead of answering, she thrust out the diary. "Read that." "What is it?" "I found it in those boxes of books I've been sorting. I don't know where I got it, but from what I can tell, it's from the late 60s or early 70s. A diary. Look at it." He stood and stepped back. "Sorry. Not going to look at someone's private thoughts like that. Can't do it." "You think I shouldn't?" Benjamin offered a hand to help her up and kept hold of it when she stood before him. "I think you probably can't find the owner if you don't, but that doesn't make it right for everyone to be sticking their noses in it." Maybe it was too forward. Her mother would think so. But after 2 years on the islands, after 2 years of dancing around her feelings for him, Mallory couldn't help herself. With her thumb, she traced the little scar that ran down between his nose and lip. "You are a very good man, Benjamin Hornigold. Right up there with the best, like my daddy and Uncle Bud." Benjamin caught her hand in his and squeezed it. "If I can be half the man Bud Barrows was and half the husband my daddy was." "You'd be even more amazing than you already are." With the diary clutched to her chest, she turned and wrapped one of his arms around her. Benjamin took care of the other, and as far as Mallory was concerned, they could stand there like that all day. "Came for another book," he said after a few short, very short, minutes. "I liked Fahrenheit 451. Disappointed at the broken spell, Mallory moved toward the trailer. "What did you like about it?" Benjamin didn't let go of her hand as he followed. "It had some of the same themes of Animal Farm. Both address abuses of authority and the problem with becoming..." He struggled for a word. "What's that word that means you just don't care anymore, sorta?" "Apathetic?" That got him going again. "Exactly. When people become apathetic about their freedoms, those abuses of power can become almost impossible to resist. But this book..." He shrugged. "Well, I just think it felt more relevant to today. I mean, can you imagine the guys talking about watching a Sunday game on those parlor walls? That'd blow away anyone's big screen TV obsession." It had taken nearly 2 years to convince him to read books with her, but their weekly chats about their buddy reads had become the highlight of her week. "And it doesn't hurt that we have a semi-standing date because of it." Inside, Benjamin finally let go of her hand and leaned against a shelf of books. "What do you have for me this week?" For the 4th week in a row, Mallory waffled between Austen's Persuasion and Ishiguro's Remains of the Day. The latter had her vote. Maybe, just maybe he'd get the hint. On the other hand, if she depressed him too much, he might refuse to read anything else. I think it's time to introduce you to Austin. Mallory reached for the book. Pride and Prejudice, that Austin? She should not feel like cackling and rubbing her hands together in wicked glee. The way Benjamin tried not to tug at his t-shirt neckline couldn't have been cuter. The temptation overpowered her. Yes. She forced a disappointed look on her face and said, You've already read it. If I say yes, does that mean I don't have to? Nope. She pulled Persuasion from the shelf. Because I'm not giving you that one. Uncle Bud's favorite was this one. He stared at the brown cover with its oval mirror and gilt title. Flipping it over, he looked up at her. And what is it about? Read it and find out. Benjamin grinned at her. You're a bit sassy today, aren't you? With another look at the cover, one of near terror in Mallory's estimation, he sighed and passed it over. Okay, if you say so. But if it's awful, I'll make you sit through 3 hours of SpongeBob. Deal. Have dinner with me? I got a great load of black grouper today. Kept a couple back for me. Mallory tore off a piece of newsprint and began rapping. Let's see. A delicious dinner with the handsomest guy on the islands. Dinner I don't have to cook. I might extract payment, but... Payment? If he wasn't flirting, she'd kill him. Seems only fair. What kind of payment? The tiny house turned bookstore, closed in on them as Benjamin stepped close enough to kiss her, stared down at her, touched her cheek. Just as Mallory decided he'd finally do it, Benjamin held up his credit card. I'd better give you yours while I figure out what I want for mine. If anyone needed proof that Anna Barrows had done a thorough job teaching her daughter proper manners, the fact that Mallory did not whack Benjamin upside the head with that book should have sufficed. When Benjamin Hornigold took up the hobby of clock watching, he had no idea of its somnolent properties. The thought brought a smile to his lips as Benjamin filleted the grouper in preparation for dinner with Mallory. Already that silly book had affected his thoughts. Somnolent. Where had he learned that word? Another glance at the stove clock showed 1 minute closer to when the ferry would arrive at Breaker's Head. 1 minute closer to when Mallory would drive up to the tiny beach cottage she rented from Joni Gilbert. 1 minute closer to when she'd knock on the door of the keeper's cottage and step into his world. With the fish done, he covered the container with a tight lid, tucked it away in the fridge, and washed his hands with salt and lemon. A cool breeze blew through the house, and though he should have closed the windows, Benjamin pulled on a flannel shirt instead. Above the mantel, 6 books stood pressed between 2 large candle jars. 6 books he'd bought from Mallory. 5 books they'd discussed. She'd been right about books. He did love the stories, the way words clung to heartstrings and swung back and forth from one idea to the next like Tarzan on vines. Now she'd see them proudly displayed on the mantel. Won't Mama be surprised? The ferry whistle sounded. Whistle. It was a horn that he'd learned to love the sound of since moving to Breakers. It often meant Mallory was home, was close, was safe. But from what he didn't know. A knock came too soon. The ferry apron couldn't have been dropped yet. Benjamin pulled the kitchen towel he used as an apron free from his waistband and dropped it on the counter on the way to the door. Frank Grace stood there, grinning. Hey there, Benjamin. Hope you don't mind me stopping by. Of course not. Come in, come in. And please don't stay long. Heard you're looking to do some remodeling in here, cabinets and such. Benjamin escorted the older man into the house and led him to the kitchen. As I can't afford it, yes. Part of me wants to keep Bud's house just the way it was, but I'll be honest, it hurts too much sometimes. After inspecting the room for a moment, Mr. Grace nodded. Yeah, I can see that. He ran a hand over old cabinet doors. I've been watching this fella on YouTube. He's from England. Takes pallets and old wood and builds things from them. Stunning things and, well, with hands shoved in his pockets, Mr. Grace paced in the kitchen. I know how to do that sort of thing. I've got the tools. I know how to use them. I just never thought about how you could turn scrap wood into something beautiful. Sounds like a lot of work. I don't know that I could afford you. That stopped the man in his tracks. He spun on his heel and stared at Benjamin. Afford? I thought I'd teach you how. We could do it together. Your dad used to come to work in my shop with me. He built that trunk for your mama. Remember? Benjamin did remember the trunk. His mother still had it at the end of her bed, kept her wedding dress and a few other treasures in it. Yes. You used to like to play with scraps of wood when he'd come. I just thought maybe. He's lonely. Bud's gone and his friends are slowly moving closer to their children. He needs a friend. Benjamin would enjoy it. He knew that. But if he began working with Mr. Grace, that would mean a lot less time with Mallory. A glance at the man's attempt to hide a hopeful expression decided for him. I'd be honored if you'd teach me, Mr. Grace. Honored. The older man clapped an arm around Benjamin's shoulders. If we'll be working together, and since you're a man now, I think it's time you called me Frank, son. How is it that you can go from making me feel grown up to like a little boy in one sentence? He'd never say it. Kind of you, Frank. Being my friend like that. I've never had many friends. You were always a bit of an old soul. Frank hesitated. Hungry? I was about to go over to Mimosa for dinner. Take my boat. Want to join me? Despite every effort to repress the urge, Benjamin felt himself grinning as he said, Thanks, but Mallory's coming over for dinner. Should be here any minute now. Is she? Frank pounded his back and hurried to the door. I'd better get out of here before I ruin a nice romantic dinner. He pointed to the mantel. Light those candles, son. Get a few out from the storm box, too. Put them on the table. A girl might seem practical, but that doesn't mean she won't enjoy feeling like she was worth taking trouble for. The memory of Mrs. Booker and her romantic epiphany prompted Benjamin to do just that. He just pulled the fish from the fridge when Mallory tripped up the back steps and into the kitchen. Hey, sorry I'm late. I got into the truck and realized I had to have a shower or I'd knock you over with my stench. Still holding the dish, Benjamin chuckled. Instead, you knock me over with your sweetness, Mally mine. The words registered half a second later. Did I just say that? A slow smile formed. I do? He didn't know how it worked, trying to tell a girl, a woman, how you felt about her. Did you ask her to be your girlfriend? It sounded so inadequate. Silly. Juvenile. Maybe it was that smile of hers or the way her hair was already curling and spiraling out of control. Maybe it was knowing that the look in her eyes meant she understood. She felt it too. Maybe it was the realization that putting himself out there wasn't a risk after all. How is that even possible? Whatever it was, it propelled him to her, the dish abandoned on the counter. Benjamin took her face in his hands and gazed at her. You should know something, he heard himself say. Ego insisted he keep his trap shut. Something deeper and stronger kept him talking. I've never really kissed anyone. I don't know what I'm doing, but unless you tell me no. Yes. They both laughed at that. at the way she didn't even let him finish before she stepped closer with that single-word invitation. He'd never known kisses were like hugs for the lips, but when Benjamin's lips met hers, it was as if all the hopes and dreams, the losses and fears, were swept together in one comforting hug. I could get used to this. Chapter 2. Patty Mercer rode her candy apple red beach cruiser down the path toward the ferry slip. Wind rippled her snowy hair, something she was excessively aware of at the moment. Her daughter had just left Skimmer Cottage with a double-edged parting shot. I'm so glad you keep yourself fit, Mama. So many women of a certain age let their health go by not staying active. She'd given Patty an up-and-down appraising look and sighed. But you do insist on letting your hair age you. It wouldn't require a lot of color. Despite the jab, Patty had put her foot down. She didn't wear a few certain articles of clothing, a red dress, her red heels, her red enamel ear-bobs, as her granny had called them, when Lisa was around. Those tended to bring even more censure from her very opinionated daughter. But dye her hair she would not. I earned every one of these white locks, and I'm keeping them. Early December on the islands could be perfect weather or downright cold. Today was in the middle, cool but not freezing. Well, it almost never got truly freezing, but for islanders. With her red cardigan flapping behind her, Patty felt a little like Angela Lansbury pedaling through Cabot Cove. Except she dyed her hair, and I do not want to run across bodies. No murders for me, only in my books. Trudy's rig sat outside Ella Jean Buford's cottage. That meant the hairdresser was home. Or were they stylists now? Designers? Lisa would know. All Patty could remember was that you did not call cosmetologists. That's probably the name. Beauticians anymore. It's like calling a flight attendant a stewardess or a server a waitress. Demeaning, Mama. Patty still couldn't figure out why. The closer she came to Ella Jean's cottage, the more certain Patty became that Trudy was home and on a rampage about something. She braked, listened for a moment, and turned that bicycle around. I'll go get me another book from Mallory. I have enough credit to get me through Christmas at this rate. Ever since the hurricane, Patty had been cleaning out Skimmer Cottage. The realization that, if she didn't, Lisa would be left with the job and would curse her until Heaven's gates put a stop to that nonsense had spurred her resolve. She'd grown up in that house, got married at the little church down the road, moved away, and finally returned to take care of her mother in her last years. Now it's my time, I suppose. In a few years, I probably won't know my own name, and then what'll I do? Lisa won't take care of me. It was true, too. Lisa would pack her off to some dementia ward and show up twice a month like clockwork. She'd stay exactly 1 hour and bring gifts near holidays and her birthday. At least I won't remember that I've been abandoned. There's that consolation, I suppose. If only she believed it. Mallory didn't come out of the tiny store as Patty rode up on her bicycle. It might have been the first time that ever happened. A gull sat by the steps as if the doorman, waiting for his tip. Patty ignored him, propped her bicycle up against the corner, and hurried inside. She stopped short at the sight of Mallory reading. Oh, Mrs. Mercer, how are you today? She set aside a green and gold book and rose. Thirsty? I was just about to make me some coffee. Unable to take her eyes off the diary, Patty just nodded. The word came out in a croak. What have you got there? It was donated. Mallory reached for the book and thrust it at Patty. Do you recognize the handwriting, maybe? It changes throughout the book, but so far I can't find a name for the owner. The girl blushed. I really am trying not to read it, like a book, I mean. Just skim the pages to see if I can find names I know. Maybe that way I can find the owner. Maybe the owner doesn't want to be found. Have you considered that? She'd never ask, of course. And have you found any clues? Well, some of the names are familiar. I thought I'd start with those, but most are just first names. There is a John Weston. I did get that last name. I thought I'd see if anyone knew him. She'd have to tell. Mallory would go asking questions and stirring up all kinds of hurts if she didn't put a stop to it. Mallory, you can find John Weston in a cemetery in Florida. He died there years ago. His people are all gone from here. Shiftless family, unfortunately. The young woman's face fell just as the machine began its awful squeaks and swooshes. The poor girl just wanted to do a good deed, but stirring up talk about John Weston, never a good idea. Folks were bound to be hurt. As the wine wound down, Mallory assembled the rest of the coffee, added a lid and a sleeve, and passed it over. The owner of that thing. She wrote with such hopes and love. Of course, she was crazy young, but he was going off to war, and I suppose it was all rather exciting. Patty nodded. We were all young once. Uncle Bud is mentioned. I read all about him encouraging her. I couldn't help myself on that one. With a weak smile, Mallory whispered, The girl mentions his habit of changing endearments. He did it even then. Bud Barrows was the lovingest man I ever knew. Love just poured from him. That strengthened Mallory's smile. That he was, the best man I've ever known. Did she add, I think, at the end? Although Patty opened her mouth to tell Mallory to dispose of the diary, as the owner had probably intended, she heard herself say, Maybe you should just read it. Maybe the Lord has a reason for putting it in your hands. The girl stroked the cover, indecision written all over her. Do you think it's right? I read the first entry just hoping for information. Then I decided I shouldn't be reading it and flipped around. Pink burned on Mallory's cheeks. I'm dying to read it, though. I saw a few lines here and there, nuggets that encouraged me. Then, read it until you come across something that tells you to stop. I suspect that won't happen, though. Patty almost took a gulp of coffee without thinking. The steam caught her nose just in time. Oh, still hot. Well, I need a book as a reward for hard work. I've been going through my paperwork. She leaned forward in a conspiratorial whisper. Do you know I found every last one of my daddy's pay stubs in a box? Kept a few, but the rest'll get burned with the old warranties and manuals for things we haven't owned in decades. Mallory offered her a Regency mystery. I've heard nothing but great things about this. You read it and tell me if I can afford the time to read it right now. Just bring it back when you're done. I bought it for me, but, during the Christmas season, reading a book a week with Benjamin is almost more than I can handle. Never thought I'd see the day that boy would take up reading. His mother would be so grateful if she knew you'd managed it. By the confused look on Mallory's face, Patty realized she'd said too much and scurried down the store steps. Let me know what you think you can share about that diary. If it has islanders in it, you'll learn a lot about things folks have forgotten. After Patty left and two fishermen came for plain coffee, none of that fancy mainland stuff, Mallory cleaned up the coffee station, wiped down the outdoor tables, tossed a piece of her sandwich crust to Henry, and pulled out the diary again. Patty's words seeped deep into her soul. Read it until you come across something that tells you to stop. She'd do that. Actually read the next one. John left for boot camp. There, I wrote it. Some say he'll get 3 days leave before they send him over to Vietnam. He didn't say nothing about it, so I reckon he either don't know or it's not so, and he don't want to worry me. Look at that. All the wrong words. I promised myself I'd write all proper, but I'm too upset. We walked along the beach last night. Didn't get home till hours past curfew. I don't think Mama would have fussed, but Daddy was fit to be tied. He's sure I'll turn up in the family way in a few weeks. Thing is, he's almost right. I almost did let things go too far. I thought about it all day and had decided to, but I chickened out. Will I regret it? Maybe. I don't know. John says I'm to write him like his granny wrote his grandpa in World War II. I guess I will, but there ain't much to write about, is there? Spoke to Emily Sue today. She said I wouldn't regret waiting until I was married for the things of marriage. She says she knows it's hard to say goodbye, not knowing if he's coming home or not, but she says I'll be glad I saved it for when he returns, and we are married. She says it's a gift I can give him, that I'm the only one who can give it. I suppose she's right, but I made out like I wished I had. I couldn't admit that I didn't say no because it was right. I said no because I was scared. As much as the world changes, it sure does stay the same. Mallory told herself she shouldn't keep reading. There were books she could take pictures of and post on Instagram. She could check email or even do the accounts. But her fingers slid under the next page and slowly flipped it over. Just one more entry. It couldn't hurt, could it? I forgot to write about seeing John before he went over there, and now he's missing. Presumed dead. I feel dead, too. Empty. Mama says it's not natural that I haven't cried. Daddy says it means I didn't love John like I thought I did. That made Mama mad. She says my heart's broken, so all the tears leaked out of it and left none for my eyes. Daddy says she's silly. I think they're both right. Mrs. Weston came to see me. She brought me his class ring and said she knew he meant to give it to me before he left, but that Daddy wouldn't let me have it. She hoped now it would be okay. I thought that was right nice of her. I mean, it was her boy's ring. They're leaving the islands. Mrs. Weston says she can't go anywhere without seeing John coming around a corner whistling. It's tearing her up something fierce. Strange. Writing this brought the tears finally. I'll save this book for times when I'm confused, when I'm happy, or when I need to cry. Epics, Miss Linden used to call them. Epics in our lives. She always said little things sometimes became them. Well, I don't think John dying is a little thing. It's definitely an epic, though. The next entry had one line. Francis smiled at me today. Another turn of the page showed another one-liner. Francis smiled again and winked. That was followed by what felt like a gush of words. Francis likes me. It's only been a year since John died. Is it too soon to go steady with someone else? I know him. He's true all the way. If he likes me, he'll want to be my steady. After that, Mallory quit pretending she could bear to put the book down and read straight through. My 18th birthday. Saigon fell last month. The war's over. The boys who made it out alive are coming home. I tried to have a day of respect for John, but Francis came over with a bunch of roses from his mama's flower garden, and I couldn't turn him away. He's so good to me. I love him. How can I love someone so soon after John died? Did I really love John? This feels so different. It's not as exciting, but it's so sweet. Francis says he understands. I told him. I kept things from John, and it made me feel guilty. So I decided I wouldn't keep anything from Francis. I told him about how I almost went to the beach houses with John that night. I told him how scared I was, and so I didn't. I even told him I wasn't sorry I didn't, but I pretended to be. He was so understanding. We walked along the shore, the waves inching up to tap our toes, and talked about it. Francis said I was just a girl and I made the right decision. He said he wouldn't want to be with someone who was afraid to be. He'd rather wait until she was certain. It kind of made me wonder if John loved me as much as Frances does. But that's not fair. Everybody's different, aren't they? I just like Frances's difference, that's all. Emily Sue says she thinks Frances is going to ask me to marry him. She saw him looking in a pawn store window over on Mimosa last week. When he went inside, she ran over to get a peek at what he'd been looking at. There they were, a whole tray of rings. She skedaddled, but she's convinced he went in to buy one. If Frances asks me, I'll say yes, and I won't be afraid of what comes after I do. Not just because it's Frances, but because I'm older now, and he won't be leaving me. I think that's what I was scared of most. I am engaged again. I can't believe it. Mama threw a party. We had weenies and burgers and beans, and Frances's whole family came. His mama took my face in her hands, kissed my forehead, and said, "My boy loves you so much. That means I love you. I won't try to take your mother's place, but I reckon every girl could use another listening ear and a helping hand. That's me, when you need me." Bud Barrows brought a book to me. He said he'd woken up that morning with an idea in his head and he just couldn't get it out. So he took it as the Lord's direction. He said he thought I'd need it someday. I unwrapped it and it was an old paperback book, Straight Down a Crooked Lane. He said he'd read it a few years before and he said it was encouraging. Mama thought it was peculiar because she'd heard from Emily Sue that the book was about a girl who got married too young and had a hard life. But Mr. Budd sounded right pleased about our marriage. He prayed over us and told Frances he couldn't find a better girl and said God had given me a gem. So why this book? I might ask him. Tomorrow's the day. I'm gonna be Mrs. But no, I can't write it down. Mama says that's bad luck. I don't think she's right. I think that's a stupid superstition. But I won't, just in case she's right and I'm wrong. I saw Mr. Budd this afternoon after I picked up my dress from Ola's house. I asked him about why he gave me that book. It was the strangest thing. He said, "Darling, I don't know. It seems like a strange one to give as a wedding gift, especially when you're both such fine young people, not silly like the girl in there at all. But I couldn't get the idea out of my head." Must fly. Frances is here to pick me up for our rehearsal. It's a small wedding, but a real one. I'm so excited. The wedding's off. Maybe. I don't know. I'm in shock. I don't even know where to begin. There we were, Daddy practicing walking me down the aisle when the door banged open. Everyone but Daddy and me looked back, and the expression on Frances's face. He went all gray. I finally turned around when someone touched my shoulder, and it was John. Skinny, sores on his arms, but there. He'd heard about the wedding when he got stateside and came straight to the islands. Our neighbor told him about the rehearsal, so he rushed over to stop us. I'm so confused. I love Francis. I want to marry him, but John, I promised. And he was over there for so long. And I did love John. I probably still do. It's just different. Francis just left. He came and tapped on my window, so I sneaked out of the house to talk to him. He kissed me and told me how sorry he was that he'd rushed things. "Presumed dead isn't the same thing as killed in action," he said. "I shouldn't have pursued another man's girl." It kind of made me mad, him acting like we'd done something wrong, him being all noble, and maybe I didn't want him to be. Then he said something so wonderful. He said, "I'll be there tomorrow. If you come, I'll be the happiest man alive. If you don't, I know you'll be the happiest woman alive, and that's what matters most to me." What do I do? My life just became a Patti Page song. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Mallory snapped the book shut and went to stuff it in her bag. She'd read more later. She had to. But as wrecked as she was, another word now would tear her so far apart she'd never find the pieces again. As silly as it might be, she wanted home. She wanted the Breaker's Head Cemetery. She needed Uncle Bud. Chapter 3. It's got good bones, this house. Frank Gray spread out half a dozen sheets of graph paper and taped them together as he spoke. Just cut off 10 squares here. From the other side of the table, Benjamin watched without saying a word. And 6 over here. If Frank thought that'd get the boy talking, he'd need to do some rethinking. There. 1 square to the inch. Time to start measuring. Markers and construction paper came next. While Benjamin measured distances from corners to windows and doorways, Frank put it all down on the papers. Well, he put most of it down. Where he saw walls that weren't load bearers, he left those out. Left out the closets and pantry. Left out the cabinets. Now, where are the water sources? We need those. Outlets can be moved, but it's expensive to move plumbing. Shouldn't do that. Once it was all done, Benjamin came to survey the papers. Missing a wall there. Don't need it. We can keep or remove as we please. It's time to figure out cabinets. Frank pulled out his phone. I've been doing my research, and look what folks do with those pallets. I've got calls into places around Savannah. They're letting me bring out my trailer to fill it up. You just need to figure out what you want them to look like and what you need. Benjamin rubbed the back of his neck and stared first at the paper and then at the phone Frank still held. I don't know. I need a change, that's for sure. But I don't really care what it looks like. I just need it to be functional, I suppose. Time ticked past as Frank considered those words. The problem was how to be delicate about things. Of course Benjamin didn't care, but someday Benjamin would be half of a different whole, and if the way the boy, or man he supposed, reacted to the mention of Mallory Barrows, Frank had a pretty good idea of who that other half would be, and she might care. Telling him that, however, might not get the results he needed, something his wife had always said solved the problem for him. Well, my Gina was always a stickler for making sure any changes to the house would raise the value. She always made us stick to trends that had longevity, so that's why I think you want to open up these rooms. Let the light shine through instead of getting trapped and shadowed. Sounds good to me. Not helpful, my boy. He tried again. So we could do some sort of cooktop on an island. It would work to define spaces without needing walls. Okay. They'd need a new approach if he hoped to get started on the cabinets anytime soon. At this rate, I'll be dead before we make the first cut. Benjamin's phone pinged, and Benjamin told it to read the message. At Uncle Bud's grave. Can you come? I need you. Go, son. I'll be here when you get back, unless it's really late. That's more important. Benjamin had made it to the door before Frank had an inspired idea. Hey, ask Mallory what she thinks about this kitchen redo. Women are better at this stuff than we are, and it might give her something to take her mind off things. Great idea. I'll let you know once I talk to her. It's been almost 2 years now. Don't I know it? Lost my best friend after Bud's expiration date. From the far end of the cemetery, Benjamin could see 2 things. First, whoever's turn it was to mow had either forgotten or was too busy. He'd have to come down the next afternoon and do what of it he could. Second, Mallory's text had not exaggerated. She sat with her knees drawn up to her chest, arms wrapped around them and a long skirt covering all that should be covered, thankfully. Her cheek rested on her knees, and it seemed to him that her eyes were closed, but from this distance he couldn't be sure. Lord, what do I say? How can I help? The prayer only made him feel further rather than closer to the Lord. Abba. As if she felt him watching her, Mallory's head rose and she looked his way. Smiled? He thought so. With a wave, he strode through the grass and around to where she sat watching him. The uncertainty in her expression decided his next move. Benjamin sat down beside her, put both arms around her, and just held her. I miss him. I know. So do you. She always attempted to acknowledge his loss as if it were remotely comparable. Benjamin just closed his eyes and held fast. Words weren't necessary. Were they? A breeze flapped her skirt against his jeans. Instead of reaching down to tuck it out of the way, she wrapped her arms around one of his and squeezed. I read some more of the diary today. Hot tears burned his arm as she rested her cheek against it. It reminded me of Uncle Bud and his Emily Sue. This girl was engaged to a boy. The story unfolded, a familiar one. It sounds like one of Mama's favorite songs. Go on with the wedding. It happened almost just that way. I wonder what happened to Francis. Did he find someone to be happy with? Mallory rooted around in her bag and pulled out the diary. I don't know. As she opened it, she sagged a bit. It might not say. Then she snapped it shut. I'll read later. I already feel better with you here. This might just make me cry. She leaned back to look at him. Is it terrible that I have a team in this game? He had no idea what she was talking about, but Benjamin stood and offered her a hand to help her up. Team? You know, like for books or movies where there's a love triangle. Some folks would be Team John and others would be Team Francis. I'm totally Team Francis. I guess I would be, too. Tears poured down her cheeks and she stepped into his arms without him even offering. Uncle Bud liked him, too. And here I'd started to think you were settling. As it turned out, she was. Only a few long seconds of tears followed before she pushed away from him and flicked them from her eyelashes. Ignore me. Why don't I make us some sandwiches or something? Benjamin steered her down the hill and toward his truck. Mr. Grace is at my house planning new cabinets, but I don't know what I need. He suggested you might have a better idea of what's helpful. When she hesitated, he added, But if you're not up to it, I could call Mama. That seemed to snap her out of it. Mallory hooked an arm through his and sighed. That sounds exactly like what I need, and Uncle Bud would love to see you making the cottage your own. The graph paper kitchen stared back at Mallory as she listened to Frank Grace describe what he'd planned. A phone appeared with photos of the kinds of cabinets Frank thought they'd be able to build. That threw her into kitchen envy. You can make these out of old pallets? A flip or two of the screen. Man, Frank had mad phone skills. And a video began. She watched a guy load a table up with old pallet and scrap wood. He ripped nails out and left them in a pile while he went to work on each board, planing all sides until it looked new. Piece by piece, Frank zipped ahead to show how the man joined the boards into beautiful doors for a tabletop. I thought about doing that, but he flipped back to the other kitchens. Something like this. I kind of like this shaker style. It's a bit simple, but it also allows for the beauty of the wood to show through. Mallory took the phone and flipped back a couple of photos. How hard would it be to get that kind of whitish look? Not hard. They call it pickling or whitewash, depending on who's doing it. You just thin down your white paint and stain the wood with it. Rub it back off. Do some antiquing in the corners and such, and then we can seal it up nice and they'll be beautiful. Benjamin appeared with fried fish sandwiches and plain potato chips. Eat up and tell me what we're doing. It's your kitchen, she argued. Between bites of a delicious sandwich that might just rival Beth's, Mallory showed him what she thought he should do. It'll be easy to clean the shaker ones he mentioned. I like easy to clean, and they'll still have visual interest. Sounds good to me, but how many and where? That graph paper took to life as she began making small suggestions. And I wouldn't do those farmhouse sinks with the aprons. You're tall enough without having to bend all the way over to get to the bottom of one of those things. Do you like them? I like the look, but I don't know how much I'd like actually having one. But like I said, Mallory broke off as she realized what he might be getting at. Frank to the rescue. You have to consider resale, but only so far. I suggest you ask folks you know who have them. Get a consensus. A new thought stopped that. No. Benjamin is a fisherman. He is always bringing home fish to fillet, shrimp to clean, nasty things. I think he needs to make sure that whatever sink he ends up with is comfortable for him. Short and tall people get the worst of it. Average folks can probably use anything comfortably. Just get enamel instead of stainless. I think it holds heat better for cleaning. As they spoke, Frank measured and cut out a small sink cabinet and set it in place, a nice little rectangle out of blue construction paper. Okay, now what? On each side of that window you have walls. Do you do shelves, cabinets, nothing? What goes up there? Benjamin said, Something. I wouldn't know what to do if I went to get a drink and couldn't reach up and grab a glass off to the left there. That's just because you're a lefty. I'd have said right. Frank broke into a moment that had promised something. She just didn't know what that something was. Shelves or doors? I like the openness of shelves, but I bet stuff gets awfully dusty. She sighed. But for glasses you use every day, maybe just around the window. You could put glasses and mugs there, any cookbooks on the other side, a plant and maybe canisters of often used things like sugar or coffee over there. But the rest of the kitchen should have doors. Maybe glass doors wherever you put your plates, if you like to see them, that is. Green strips half the width of the sink cabinets went up on either side of that window. It left just enough room for a dishwasher and a narrow cabinet to the left of the sink. Do you want a dishwasher? Seems silly just for me, Benjamin said. Won't always be just you here, son. Frank didn't give Mallory an eyebrow waggle, but he might as well have. And houses sell better with 'em. Just use it a couple times a month and you'll be golden. Apparently, Mallory said as Frank cut a dishwasher out of yellow paper, you're getting a dishwasher. They managed to plan out the entire wall where the sink sat and the adjacent wall with the fridge. There, everything stalled. I need to think, she said after a few minutes. A few snaps of the room and the graph papers settled it for her. I'll play around and let you know tomorrow or the next day. Frank polished off his sandwich and carried the plate to the sink. Well, I'll let y'all figure it out. Just call me when you're ready for me to add the next bits. While Benjamin walked the man to the door, Mallory tried to imagine no breakfast bar, no upper cabinets there, maybe an island instead. Island. Definitely an island. She'd just mentally mapped out a pantry that would have Beth from Comfort Cuisine salivating when she felt Benjamin's arms steal around her waist and his breath on her ear as he asked, How are you doing? Should she tell him? All the things she had to say could either bring them closer or drive them apart again. Talk to me, bookworm. I care, remember? Indecision picked a fight with hope and almost won. Mallory hugged his arms and turned to kiss his cheek. I'm doing better with you here. She swallowed emotion that threatened to choke her and croaked out, I'm always better with you. That makes two of us, lovey. Chapter 4. Put that bicycle away, Patricia Ann Mercer. You weren't raised in a barn. Still, hearing her mama's voice in her head at 64 wasn't fair. Some days, Patty didn't know if she'd ever feel like the adult in Skimmer Cottage, despite having lived alone in it for nearly 20 years. In a rare act of memorial defiance, Patty left the bicycle propped against the fence anyway and pulled her tote bag from the basket. A couple of stray leaves had blown their way onto her porch. Those Patty picked up before entering the cottage and beginning the never-ending debate: to leave it open for fresh air or close it and not need a sweater. The decision to get back to her late fall, almost winter house cleaning left her in the front room with the door open. That kind of work would warm her up. She'd start right there with the shelf in the corner. She rearranged a clock and the stack of 3 poetry books she'd decided to keep. Half a minute later, she removed one of the books. There. Perfect. 2 minutes after that, Patty replaced the book, liking an odd number stacked there, and shuffled the books and clock back into their previous positions. Why mess with perfection? The shelf under the coffee table, the old telephone table, even the coat closet. There wasn't anything left to do in the front room, and no amount of trying to change things up would improve it. The kitchen, out of the question. She had no intention of even considering it. Not her room, not the attic, but maybe. Patty strolled down the hall to the downstairs guest room. A double bed with her grandmother's quilt on it, a bureau, a dressing table, and boxes. Tons of boxes in the closet, along the walls, a lifetime of accumulation all stuffed into a 12 by 14 space. It was time to deal with this room. After pacing the small area not covered by stuff, Patty reached for the top right drawer of the dressing table. Inside, she found a pink acrylic shell complete with powder puff and powder that probably had been in that drawer for 50 years. Or 40. Probably 40. Of course, she hadn't brought in trash bags or empty boxes, but in no time flat, she'd retrieved a few and dumped the powder into a plastic garbage bag. A cloud of powder enveloped her. Patty coughed. Why did people think pouncing this stuff on them was a good idea? It's death to the... She coughed again. Lungs. Most of that drawer went straight into the garbage. Old catalogs, a plastic rain bonnet with roses printed on it. When was the last time anyone wore one of those tacky things? If Lisa were here, I'd hear about it. The next drawer held about 50 balled-up stockings. Just by the size of each one, she could tell if they were knee-high, thigh-high, sheer waist, or control top. Patty tossed them all in the bag, and yet another cloud of powder rose up. This time, she twisted that bag and settled it inside another one. Wasteful or not, she'd be coughing for a week if she didn't. The top left drawer held a few pieces of costume jewelry. Granny's ear bobs, a brooch, and a couple of necklace boxes with pendants on fine chains. Nothing worth much, but they might fetch a few dollars from a scrap dealer. Surely the youth group could do that to raise funds for whatever they needed at the moment. As she pulled open the bottom left drawer, memories flooded her. Trembling hands fingered the miniature cedar box she'd gotten with her graduation hope chest. Every bit of her demanded she slam that drawer shut and leave the room. Well, every bit but one. Memory whispered, "It's time." She pulled out the chest and set it on the dressing table. Memory kept whispering encouragement, prodding her to lift the lid and face a past she fled. And one she wouldn't change either, mostly. In an attempt to distract herself, Patty stared at the box as her hands stroked the top. Wrinkled fingers she almost didn't recognize filled her vision. When did I get to be so old? When did I leave my teens and enter my 60s? At the bottom of the little box lay 6 rings, the thick, wide band that had been her father's, plain and sturdy just like him. The fine, thin gold band that had been Mama's. The tiny diamond engagement ring she'd never worn after Patty had been born. It never fit after you came along. Patty pulled out her own, even tinier diamond chip sitting atop a sliver of gold and the matching sliver of a band. Jonathan's class ring tried to overshadow them and succeeded. Her hands shook again as she pulled that thick ring from the chest, the blue stone dull after years of neglect. Those rings she slid to one side. Wedged into the bottom of the little chest was a folded paper, one she didn't want to pull out. A tear slid down her cheek, followed by a twin on the other side. Paper in hand, she unfolded it. Marriage certificate. Patty's heart squeezed until she almost couldn't breathe, and she ran her thumb over the signatures on it. We were so young, so in love, so naive. Her chest closed in on her until Patty's lungs screamed for one last gulp of air. I was naive anyway. A lock of baby hair and the keepsake certificate from the hospital with Lisa Janelle Weston neatly typed and her doctor's signature at the bottom corner. When had she put that in the box? Patty would have pulled them out but changed her mind. That's where they belonged. When she came across Lewis's, she'd put them in too, and their baby spoons her mama had bought. She'd find a nice place to put the little chest with those mementos. The rings, however. Emotions rolled and built, crashing over her and leaving her wrung out in their wake. Patty went in search of her phone. Not in her purse, not on the charger. Where? Oh, the tote bag, of course. She dug through it and pulled out the electronic choke chain. That wasn't fair. Patty usually liked having a way to get a hold of her children or a way to get help if something happened. But in contrary moments, she resisted. Not this time. Patty tapped the screen. She'd offer the rings to Lisa first, then Lewis. Lisa's honeyed tones belied the irritation Patty knew her daughter felt at being interrupted. Saturday mornings were for calls, not Thursdays. Mama, are you all right? Translation, you'd better be dying if you're bothering me on a Thursday. I'm all right, still going through the house. There's a word for what you're doing, Mama. Durstadning. It's Swedish for death cleaning. Is there something you're not telling me? I'm just getting rid of all this junk. I don't want another storm to blow through and make me do it on its terms is all. Most of what's in this old place is stuff I don't even care about. The clicking of a pen cap told her what was next, but Patty tried to head it off. Look, I don't want to bother you, but I ran across a few things I wanted to offer you first before I call Lewis. If appealing to the firstborn competitiveness in Lisa was a sin, then Patty was in serious trouble. A woman should not be so nervous about annoying her own daughter. What is it? Caught your interest now, didn't I? Patty snapped a few pictures and sent them. Grandma and Grandpa Mercer's wedding bands and her engagement ring. My rings and your daddy. I don't want anything associated with that man, and you know it. Grammy's rings are sweet, but I have no use for them, and I doubt either of the kids will want something so old-fashioned and almost impossible to see. Take it that's a no, then. And don't call Lewis, Mama. He'll feel like he has to take them to make you happy when he doesn't want anything from the man any more than I do. Mail them to some Weston somewhere if you must. Frankly, I'd just give them to a pawn shop. I have to go. She had to say it. Patty avoided confrontation whenever possible, but this time it needed to be said. Lisa, listen to me. You need to know this. Your daddy loved you more than anyone in his life. After a few seconds, Lisa snapped back. Well, he had a funny way of showing it. Patty swirled the rings around on the dressing table. You could have my rings. I have my own, Mama. I don't need yours, especially since they're from that man. That brought out latent ire. Patty stood, squared her shoulders, and steadied her nerves. You keep calling him that man, but it doesn't make him any less your father. He may have been my father, but he was never my daddy. He left us, Mama. He chose to leave us with nothing. We had to try to survive without even the life insurance because he was a coward. Though shaking with repressed grief, anger, and hurt, Patty fought to defend her John. He was haunted by what he endured in Vietnam, Lisa. He could never get past it, but he tried. For you, he tried. So many men never were able to get past all that happened over there. We understand now what it did to those poor boys' minds. Why can't you have a little compassion? Because I was a little girl at his mercy, Mama. I was a little girl who had to be a mama to my daddy sometimes. No, I have no mercy for him anymore. Not after he left us like that. Not after what he did to you. Don't talk to me about him. The connection died at that. For the first time in 20 years, Patty sobbed for so many things. Her daughter's pain, her husband's torment, her girlhood wiped away with the foolish pledge of, I do. Waking up and sitting bolt upright in bed at her age nearly wrenched out Patty's back. She panted, rubbed her lower back, and swung her legs over the side. Might as well shuffle off to the bathroom before rolling over. Instead of heading back to bed, however, Patty found herself creeping downstairs, making a nice hot cup of tea, and heating a slice of leftover pecan pie. The small watch box she'd cannibalized to make a temporary box for the unwanted rings sat on the table, waiting for her to take it to a pawnbroker. At the first bite of pie, Patty considered that, unlike most things she'd disposed of, those rings couldn't be replaced. Books, movies, scarves, figurines, and even picture frames were all replaceable. But those rings. A new idea came to her by the second bite, and by the third, she'd retrieved some of the unwanted stationery from a to donate box in the garage and had begun a letter to Lisa. Dear Lisa, it's late, but I can't sleep. We spoke about your father today, and I probably didn't assure you of how much I do understand your feelings about him. What I don't think you understand, dear, is just how much your daddy loved you. I thought I'd write down a few memories so you'd have them. I'll put this with those rings that stirred up so much trouble for you and put it in the safe deposit box in town. Someday, you'll find this when I'm gone, and if you don't read it, I'll not even know. After 10 years of marriage, hard years, I won't pretend otherwise, we both thought having children wasn't possible. I worked at the school as a secretary. Your father worked whatever jobs he found. Oh, you should have seen him jump and holler when I told him I thought I should see a doctor because I thought I was expecting. My whole pregnancy, he kept the same job and brought home a treat for me every night. In fact, he didn't change jobs again until you were almost 2, and he got a chance to work at the car dealership, making more money. He held my hand, and he kept cooling cloths on my forehead all through labor. And when we brought you home, he'd wake up 2 and 3 times a night after your feeds to make sure you were all right. In fact, until the day he left, he'd get up at least once a night to make certain you and Louis were covered and comfortable. Once, just about the time I was due with Louis, a little boy got mad at you at the park and pushed you down. Your daddy marched that little guy over to his father and demanded an apology. When Robbie McLaurin broke your heart in the 3rd grade, he wept at the table, wondering why he couldn't protect you from pain and sorrow like that. At Christmas, he'd work extra hours and even nights delivering pizza so you both had wonderful days. Do you remember those? You were old enough to. The bicycle, the Barbie dream house, the rollerblades, and those shoes that were ridiculously expensive. He loved you both so much, you especially if I'm honest. He left because he loved you, not because he didn't. The demons of his wartime experiences drove him, and eventually that meant away from us. Line after line, Patty wrote every story she could recall. The Christmas he'd tried to make snow and succeeded only in making an enormous mess. The magical birthday party where he'd been the clown, the magician, and the musical acts, one right after the other. The night Lisa had spiked such a high fever that when their car wouldn't start, he'd run all the way to the emergency room with her in his arms. By the time Patty finished, she'd used every piece of that pile of get-rid-of stationery and a few sheets of printer paper as well. It all went in marked envelopes for the safe deposit box. The sun peeked out over the horizon just as Patty crawled back into bed, spent. Lord, I did this for Lisa, so she'd feel her father's love despite it all. But I feel like you did this for me. I feel like you did this so I'd remember how much John loved me in his way. I needed that too. Chapter 5. An obsession. As much as Mallory would like to think it wasn't, reading the diary had become her latest literary obsession. The entries, if they had been a portrait of day-to-day life, would have gotten the writer a firm diagnosis of bipolar disorder, extreme highs and lows with no plateaus of any kind. 3 days of perfect honeymoon joys and a few entries about her concern for Francis preceded John's first recorded nightmare. He'd awoken, drenched in sweat, his hands around her throat. It had taken her blacking out for him to release her. Eventually, he'd become coherent and sobbed when he saw the marks he'd left on her neck. I wore a scarf for the rest of our week at the cheap motel we stayed in. Now that we're settled in our apartment in Pensacola, he's only had one more. Now I know to get up and leave. He insisted. A series of special days followed. Christmas, birthdays, their first anniversary. Mallory saw clear signs of PTSD, but the writer didn't seem to understand what was happening to her husband. John's sick again. I don't know what else to call it. He won't get out of bed most days, and when he does, I think he goes somewhere for drugs. I asked the minister what he thought I should do, and he said I needed to pray for John and be a sweet and comforting wife. He says it'll just take time, but that he will be won back to good behavior by my good behavior, but I'm not to nag John at any cost. It'll drive him to the roof to get away from me. I hope he knows what he's talking about. I started taking some night classes. I'm going to get trained in typing and other business skills. I may need to get a job if John can't keep one. I'm scared and lonely. I had to find a better place to hide this. John found it before and read everything. He said I should have married Francis. I didn't tell him that I've thought that sometimes too. What good would it do? Besides, this is hard, but I do love him. I always did. I loved Francis as well, but it's just different. I hope Francis is happy. I hope he found someone to love instead. If I'm honest with myself, I doubt it. Francis was always devoted, like when his dog died and a few years later his parents gave him a puppy for his birthday. He took care of the dog, but he never attached to it. Belinda would always come to me for affection. Mama said that's what drew him to me. He saw that I could do what he couldn't. I didn't have the heart to tell her that he'd been sweet on me for years. I knew it and pretended I didn't. But I did. Francis would never have tried to see me if he hadn't thought John was dead. He'd have gone on loving me in his heart. And he probably is to this day. The story prompted such an ache in her. Mallory sat there, eyes stinging, throat closing in on itself, lungs burning because she kept forgetting to breathe. Waves crashed up on shore, but the ones crashing against her heart threatened to drown her in emotions she didn't know how to process. 2 years passed without anything, and then a short entry on how she'd earned secretarial certificates and got a job with a local school. Their 5-year anniversary had ended with John drunk and weeping. Her 26th birthday had been a trip down to Orlando and SeaWorld. Another year and a half passed with nothing until she turned the page to find 2 words. I'm pregnant. Mallory flipped the page again, wondering why the woman had skipped a page for the first time and then only used 2 words on the next. Usually, she just scribbled in a date and wrote anywhere on the page as the next entry. 4 months. I'm showing now. John is over the moon. He hasn't drank or touched the drugs since he found out. He's kept a steady job and works extras on weekends so we can buy things for the baby. It'll be born in early summer, so I can take 6 weeks off and still be ready to go back to work a few days before school starts again. I'm already looking for someone to babysit. I think I need to go back to church again. I'll find a new one, though. That pastor's advice got another woman hospitalized. She'd shown up with bruises and asked for help. He sent her home and said she needed to be more loving and less contentious. I'd like to contend with him. There's a church down the road I could walk to. It has a woman pastor. Can you imagine? I thought about it, though. She wouldn't tell me to let John starve us or hurt me, would she? But I know what the Bible says about women teaching, and I'm not risking getting out of fellowship with the Lord again. Don't know if it matters, but won't hurt to be careful, right? I hope this is a girl. I need it to be. A friend, you know? And John was always tender with the little girls at church. He sometimes teased the little boys too much, or I thought so anyway. But he was sweet to the girls. I don't want to have to take up against my child's father for his sake. Seems wrong, but I won't let my child be bullied either. I'm not sick anymore. I feel great, actually. Mama's coming down to stay for 2 weeks the minute I call to say the baby's here. I can't wait to see her. It's been 6 years since they came. John was so awful to Daddy, and I stood up for him like a wife should. Mama didn't like that one bit. But isn't she the one who told me it's what's right? I have to go for my walk now. The doctor says I need to walk for a half an hour every day, so I do it because he says it makes labor easier. I'll do anything to make labor even a little easier. I spent all night at the hospital. Then they sent me home. They called it Braxton Hicks, and I wanted to tell them I wasn't a hick. Problem is, I think I might be sometimes. I spent the last 4 months studying my Bible same as I did for school. I gave myself tests and everything. This is what I learned. God knows everything. I don't know everything. I can trust God. I have to seek Him first. People will fail me. God never will. My job is to love God and others. I must teach my child about God. Jesus is my rock, not John. That last one is hard. I've wanted John to be my rock like the songs say. I hear women talk about their husbands. Oh, David is just a rock. I don't know what I'd do without my rock. I always wanted to feel that way about John. I could have about Francis. Maybe that's why God chose for me to marry John. Maybe this was to teach me who my real husband is, my bridegroom. When I look at that list, it all looks funny. How many times have I thought God failed me? I know He won't. The Bible promises me that. So when it looks like He did, what? Someone else did? There's more that would have happened, but He stopped that instead of what I thought He should? What? I don't know. I wish I did. I'm smarter than I ever knew, but I'm not smart enough for this. My belly is clamping down again. I'd better go drink a glass of water and lie down like the nurse said. The next entry was just one line. She is here. There were a few sputtery, half-written entries about a disagreement on names. She'd wanted to name the baby after his mama. He'd wanted something more modern. It appeared they'd had a big fight and her mother had drawn a name out of a bowl, having put her own choice in there. Lisa became the final name. Why couldn't it have been her mama's name? I know it wasn't because Lisa would have been too modern for something he objected to. Was it his choice or her mother's? They'd all stood up in church for the dedication of little Lisa, and they'd all cried. Mallory flipped the page, eager to read the next entry, but a knock on her door sent the diary flying through the air. Hack! The door cracked open a tad. Mally Duck, you okay? She hadn't realized how heavy her heart had become reading the diary, but the sight of his face peering through the crack in her door sent Mallory running to him. Flinging it open, she wrapped her arms around him and whispered, Don't ask questions, just hold me. Sure, darling, sure. And he did. Right then and there, Mallory Barrows decided that no one on God's green earth had ever known how to fully envelop someone like Benjamin Hornigold could. Lord, I'm half in love with this guy. I'm also a liar. Totally in love with him, and we both know it. Please don't break my heart, or let him do it either. They may have stood there for 10 minutes, possibly an hour. She didn't know. At some point, however, he'd pulled her arms through a hoodie, zipped it up, and nudged her flip-flops at her. Let's walk, bookworm. When she shot him a questioning look, he turned a bit red. A lot bit red, actually. Sorry, sweet girl, but a guy can only handle so much. Her face heated up so fast she wanted to throw herself in the ocean. Then again, at least it means he's not immune to me. That counts. Another part of her laughed. He loves you and you know it, so what are you guys going to do about it? That was the problem. She just didn't know. He'd hoped for a chance to talk, maybe tell her a few things he needed to before he asked her out on a real date. Mama had said he should. Women want to know they're worth the effort, Benji. Only his mother ever called him that, and only when she wanted to be sure he'd listen. You won't have to have a lot of outlandish dates to win a girl's heart, but you need a few special things that tell her you won't take her for granted. So, once he mustered courage he wasn't sure he had, and if she still acted at all interested, he'd do just that. His original idea of dinner on Mimosa or in Savannah had gotten tossed aside when one of the Hopper summer residents offered the use of his boat in exchange for a good wood wax. Have to do it soon, though. Strange how I fell apart on something good. Good? Clearly he'd missed something while lost in his own dreams. Pay attention. Well, the birth of the baby, her dedication. Did they decide on a name? That sounded right. They'd argued, hadn't they? Didn't she say that? Mallory stopped right there in the middle of the sand and stared at him. You weren't listening, were you? I knew there was a dispute about a name. He sighed. But then I got to thinking about us going sailing and... Panic set in. Oh, that sounds great. When? Tomorrow? The word blurted out before he realized what tomorrow was. Oh, wait. Johnny's book party. Yeah. Next weekend? Mallory shook her head. Conference with Ezra. She slipped her hand in his. After church on Sunday? How could he say no? But you need to tell her first. Then again, maybe on the boat was the best place. If he made it special enough, romantic enough. Benjamin smiled at her and squeezed that hand. Sounds perfect. You want me to cook a whole shrimp fry? She kicked sand at his knees. Not if you want me to eat it. You suck out those brains far away from me. She eyed him with a look that he'd come to recognize as the eye before a flirtatious storm. And brush your teeth and gargle with disinfectant if you expect me to kiss you after that. Promise to kiss me whenever, and I'll never suck a shrimp head again. Deal. The waves inched closer, but Benjamin and Mallory stood, hands still clasped, gazing at each other. She looked undecided. Should he tell her now? Press his luck like that? Words tumbled out before he could stop them. I meant that. She nodded. So did I. Tell her now. This time he'd ordered the words to form, but the ones he spoke weren't what he'd intended. There are a few things, one in particular, you should know. It wasn't perfection, but it was a start. Mallory reached up and kissed his cheek. Not tonight. This is too perfect, and you sound... ominous. I feel ominous. But Benjamin agreed. The fool he was over her, he'd probably agree to almost anything. Sunday. She tugged his hand and started walking again. Yes, Sunday. After a dozen yards or so, she asked, Did he get the boxes? They're in the lighthouse. I still can't believe they're letting us use it for the launch. It's great. He told her about the Christmas tree he'd put up, the lights he'd hung, and the decor that Penn Gaines had set up for Joni's big book launch. Still can't believe we got the Crawforths to allow us to advertise on the mainland. They'll be reporters from magazines and everything. Maybe the thing with Bailey helped strike a balance. No constant tourism, but occasional special things are good for us, just like any town. Mallory sighed and swept her arm wide. But I wouldn't want to see this ruined like Mimosa. There'd be fires up and down the beach, patrols until curfew. There'd be a curfew. The idea made him want to build seawalls and fortresses to keep out invaders. Instead, he kept her walking all the way up to his house, into the lighthouse, and over to the boxes of books Benjamin knew Mallory ached to hold in her hands. Before she could rip open the first box, he grabbed both of her hands again and gazed at her. Those books, they wouldn't exist if you hadn't researched, pushed, encouraged, prayed. The words may be Joni's, but the credit for the project goes to you, even if no one else ever sees it. I just wanted you to know. He couldn't help kissing her. I see it. I see you. And I'm proud of you. Chapter 6. Every now and then, a post would reappear on the island's Facebook group. You might be an islander if... One of the first responses was always, if you care more about your ratty old boat than your car. Patty Mercer had resisted buying a boat for 20 years now, but something snapped that first week of December, and she bought a 5-year-old center console Carolina skiff, red striping, of course, and, sight unseen, if Lisa ever found that out, she'd pitch a fit. The terms of sale included the owner delivering the boat to the Sparrow dock to retrieve the cashier's check she'd had couriered over from the mainland. For 10 years, she'd hoarded her inheritance, but as she stepped onto her 19-foot skiff, Patty beamed. Should have done this when I first moved home. Her mama had always worn a silk scarf over her hair while on a boat, and Patty had remembered to grab one of the planned for the donation center scarves from the box, and now she tied it over her hair, the sheer red scarf with its quarter-sized white polka dots ready to do their duty. She would not arrive at Joni Gilbert's book launch looking like Einstein's little sister. Not she. Though she steered around the bird-shaped island at a moderate clip, once she got out on the water and made for Breaker's Head, she opened up the motor to see what it could do. At one point, her scarf flew back, and laughter bubbled up in her in a way it hadn't for decades. Whee! Docking the boat wasn't as easy as piloting it out of the marina had been, however. By the third attempt, perspiration beaded on her upper lip and her glow took on epic proportions. A figure jogged its way toward her, and relief filled Patty at the sight of Benjamin Hornigold running down the docks to one of the day ships. He waved an arm, urging her to follow him down the dock and away from some of the others. Why hadn't she thought of that? Boats weren't like compact cars. You didn't just try to get the closest space to the store, so to speak. He called out, but she couldn't hear him. A moment later, her phone rang, and Patty went fumbling for it. Benji? It's Benjamin Hornigold, Miss Mercer. You don't have to pull her into the slip. Just go down to the long dock, and I'll help you tie her off. The boys will move her if someone else comes in. Oh, we didn't have dock boys when I was a girl. Not even here or on Hopper. His laughter filled her heart with memories of another young man. A boy, really, who'd sounded just like him nearly 50 years ago. I bought a boat. I could see what happened to him. I've gone soft over the years, or that's what Dad always said. I've gone soft, she muttered as she moved the throttle out of neutral and into reverse. As if she did it every day, the boat nestled its side into the dock, and Benjamin jogged up to cleat it. There you go." Not until he'd helped her onto the dock did he give her boat a good once-over. "Nice." He checked out the back of the boat and quirked an eyebrow at her. "The Prosecco, huh?" "It's getting repainted as soon as I find someone to do it." As they strolled at the docks, he asked what she'd call it. Patty shrugged. Not an easy thing to do while untying a fast knot in your scarf. She gave up and tugged it down around her neck. "I don't know. Any ideas?" "With that red stripe and your penchant for wearing red, I'd call it the Red Lady." It was better than a name that would get her an otherworldly visit from her mama for getting all fast and loose with her morals at her age. "Ladies don't make a show of drinking. They're fool enough to risk that stuff. It's why juleps were created in the first place." "That they're refreshing and delicious, if memory serves, has nothing to do with it," Patty argued with herself. To Benjamin, she just said, "Sounds good to me. Know anyone?" By the time they reached Bud's, that is, the keeper's cottage, Benjamin had a man lined up to start work on Tuesday. They rounded the corner of the house as it led toward the lighthouse, and Patty stopped short at the sight of people waiting in line that snaked around the trailer and up the walk toward the lighthouse. "Wow." "Good turnout, huh?" "She's raking in the bucks. Think some of that is Mallory's profit?" Patty sure hoped so. "Definitely. Half that's Mallory, but folks are buying up Joni's book, too. There's a news crew in the lighthouse, and Joni's about to make a speech. We should hurry. I want to hear it, and I'm supposed to record it for Mal." Emotions that had troubled her all week now gripped her. She grabbed Benjamin's arm and gazed up at the tall young man. "You listen to me, Benjamin Hornigold. Mallory is one of a kind." "Don't I know it, Miss Mercer?" "Don't let her go. Don't let anyone convince her that he's better for her. There isn't anyone better for Bud's niece than you." He rubbed his neck and gazed out over, what? The yard? The rocks? The sea? She couldn't tell. "Ma'am, I'll do my best, but that's the trouble. There are probably a million men better suited than me. There's things she doesn't know. One, primarily." "I know, Benjamin." She stared at him until he couldn't help but look back. Her other hand gripped his other arm, and she gave him a little shake. "I know, but she won't care. Trust me. Mallory Barrows has too much Bud in her to care. Trust her." "I've been a friend to your family for years. Babysat you. Don't you remember?" "I know, Benji." He started to correct her. She could see it. Instead, he sucked in air and nodded. "I'll pray about it some more." "You do that." Once inside, they found Joni joking with one of the DeJesus boys, fiddling with the mic. A piercing screech filled the large room, and then all shifted as Joni began speaking. "Well, that's one way to call us to order." Benjamin whipped out his phone and tapped the screen. The way he didn't move through the woman's entire speech, determined to get every second of it for Mallory, soothed aching places in Patty's heart. "Someone loved me like that once. Mallory, don't let him go. Not for any reason." Every eye in the building turned to watch. Every ear listened. Locals' faces shone with pride. Visitors were probably curious about the social justice comedian writing a book about Jesus and millennials. "When Mallory first started bugging me about writing this book, I thought she was crazy. It seemed to me that I should write to millennials and Gen Zers. But Mallory said something Bud Barrows once told her made her think that I needed to write to those who didn't realize they were alienating mine and subsequent generations. She wanted me to help folks understand why we think the way we do and why some things are important." Patty listened, almost tuning out until Joni said, "I tuned out Jesus because of how his church tuned out what I saw as real suffering. Mallory helped me see that I tuned out the wrong thing. In this book, I hope to give these younger generations a voice while showing my generation that when we take our eyes off Jesus and make him part of our political agenda instead of the other way around, we limit him to just another campaign slogan. Thank you for coming, and I hope you'll talk to me. Start this conversation. It's where real change begins, right? A loud screech sent Frank's pencil skittering across the makeshift work table. Frank took a peek at the clock over the dining room window and gasped. Time. Snatching up his phone, he hurried out the door and down the steps. If Gilbert, that is, could write a book for folks like him to understand her generation, then the least he could do is not be late for her speech. Thanks to an open window and a mic, he heard every word on the way across to the lighthouse, but he slipped through the door before she got too far into her speech and listened with the rest of the room of proud islanders. She'd made them all proud when she became a much sought-after comedian, but this was amazing. And not a joke in sight. Across the room, Benjamin stood recording the speech, which prompted Frank to snap a couple of pictures for Mallory. Didn't that Instagram thing need photos? He'd only signed up for it when he'd heard about Mallory's quote of the day posts. That's when he'd learned his daughter posted pictures of her grandbaby every day. I'm old enough to have a great-grandbaby. When did that happen? Not for the first time. He wondered about Patty. All it would take would be a few phone calls to some of the mainland Mercers to find out what happened to her, if they'd tell. The Westons had all moved away, and where they'd gone he didn't know. Mrs. Mercer had died, or so Bud had said when Frank returned after so many years away. Bud. He'd known how to encourage a person to do something without being pushy. If you want to know, ask around. It doesn't mean you have to meet again. Sometimes knowing is all you need. Knowing folks you still care for or still cared for by someone. How many times had the question hovered on the tip of his tongue? What do you know, Bud? It was too late now. He'd never be able to ask the safest person, the only one who understood how he could love one woman so completely and still marry another and live a rich life with her for as long as the Lord gave them. Gina was a good woman, and she loved me. I loved her too, in my way. When the group began milling about, Frank hurried over to Joni, gave her a hug, asked for a selfie and a quick pic for Mallory, and rushed off to the book barrow. The girl was swamped. Frank stuffed his phone in his back pocket, went around through the back to the exit, and worked his way through. Run the machines, Mally, my girl, and I'll man the till. Hair springing out from one of those layered braid things. French. That was what they were. French braids. Mallory stared at him for a moment, flung her arms around him, and went back to the coffee machine and got to work. Between sales, he told about the speech, about the packed room, and about what he'd noticed in the little time he'd been in there. All ages. I saw people my age all the way down to junior high kids. Well, Frank clarified as he swiped another card and winked at a woman half his age. There were younger ones, too. I just mean who looked like they'd come of their own volition. Volition, even? Mallory laughed. I wish I could have seen it. But Benjamin promised to record. I hope he didn't forget. He didn't. I also got some snapshots. Photos, anyway. Guess folks don't use Snapshot anymore. An argument began, good-natured and teasing, but still an argument. Kids thought he meant screenshot. Other adults said it fit phone cameras better than film. We take those quick shots and then delete them all the time. What else could a snapshot be? One guy asked. The steady stream of customers slowed to a constant trickle, and Mallory began chatting with each one as she passed over their cups. She tossed a glance over her shoulder. I can take over whenever you're ready to go in for refreshments. Thanks so much. Before he could assure her he had plenty of time, she grinned at the next person climbing up the steps. Hey, Miss Patty, got your book there? Need a drink? Any other time, hearing the name Patty wouldn't have fazed him, but with his heart already aching with memories, Frank set down the little card swiper and gave Mallory a little wave before he left the store by way of the back exit and strolled up toward the lighthouse. Where the path diverged right to the cottage or left to the lighthouse, Frank turned right. Not good company right now. I'll just send her those pictures and ask her to get a book signed for me. And instead of staying, he packed up his tools, set them under the dining table as Benjamin had suggested, and strolled out to his truck. Home. It was time for him to go on home and make a few calls. Time to connect with the family the Lord had been gracious enough to give him. Time to wrap past hopes in his memories and store them away again. At the sight of a woman walking toward the lighthouse, a red and white polka-dotted scarf teased by the sea breeze, Frank sighed and gunned it a bit. Definitely time to go home. Chapter 7. It was past 9 before Mallory finally made it to her little beach shack and collapsed on the couch, a wrapped pulled pork sandwich still sitting in the tote bag at her feet. She didn't even have the strength to reach down for it. Not for a good 20 minutes, anyway. When she finally mustered a bit of oomph, she pulled out that diary and flipped it open to where she'd left off. With the diary open on her coffee table and the sandwich in hand, she tuned out a day of 1,000,000 questions, 1,000 congratulations, and hundreds of new ideas peppering her one after the other. At the forefront, this should be a novel. With all the gaps filled in, it would be unputdownable, or whatever the word for that is. I can't even think. I bought a new dress today. That doesn't seem like much to write about. It was beautiful. Red with a black belt. I felt pretty again in it. John came unglued. He said I looked like a harlot, but he didn't use that word. Won't write what he said. Mama would know. Somehow she'd know, and I'm not too old to fear the wrath of Mama. I'd put it on to show him. Got it at a great discount, so he couldn't complain about the price. Instead, he said it was so cheap because other women were smart enough to know not to wear something so trashy. It wasn't trashy. It came well below my knees, the neckline was square, and it wasn't tight anywhere. I could see Mrs. Reagan wearing a dress like it. Or maybe Lady Di. Probably more like her. When he wouldn't calm down, I went to change and put it away. Figured he might have been drinking or on something. I never know anymore. Louis woke up when he was yelling at me. I sent Lisa to try to comfort him. Mainly, I just wanted to get her out of the room so she wouldn't see her daddy like that. John ripped the dress right off the bed and pulled out his pocket knife. I was so stunned, I didn't even try to stop him at first, which was probably a good thing. He slashed it up, ripped at it, and jabbed that knife in my face as he said, "Don't you ever buy another red dress again." At least he put the knife away before I lost my mind and said something. I knew better than to stand up for myself when he was that far gone, but I was upset. He ruined the dress, wasted the money. I was fit to be tied. John didn't take to that. He grabbed my arm, hard like. I've got bruises there. They weren't as bad as some that followed, but they were the first. After he got done smacking me around, you could see the shock on his face. It was like he'd just walked in to see someone else beating on me. Lisa was crying. Louis was wailing. Lisa tried to pull him off at first, but he yelled at her to go away. After that, she wouldn't look at him. Tore him up something awful, but there's consequences for actions. I can't tell her to ignore it. I don't want her marrying someone who would do that and have her think it's all right. But I have to teach her how to forgive, too. Maybe I'll figure out how after I find a way to do that myself. When Lisa wouldn't come and Louis wouldn't stop crying, John tried to apologize. I told him to get out. I knew where he'd go, and maybe it wasn't right to send a man to a bar at a time like that, but I needed the kids safe, needed to prove to the police that I'd protect them. And when he took off down the street, I called. I don't know what'll become of us. We need his income to stay in this house, but the officer said he could go to jail. He might not, being a first offense, but he could. The man was nice, though. He said me calling the first time might mean it never happens again. I hope he's right. I didn't want to, but Mama always made me promise, even when I was just starting to notice boys. She said, "Girl, if a fellow ever strikes you, you call the police right away. Get safe, then call. Don't ever let a man treat you like that the first time, or you'll make excuses for him for a lifetime." I think Aunt Petty's second husband hit her. Seems like she always had bruises and sprains. That's probably why. Nice uppity people like Aunt Petty and Uncle Gabe and behavior like that. Just goes to show money doesn't buy everything. Louie's crying again. I'd better hide this away and see to him. I wanted this all down now, so I couldn't talk myself into thinking it wasn't a big deal someday down the road. John got mad. He destroyed a dress. When I said I thought it was a stupid waste over a color, he gave me bruises on my face, arms, and my shin. Our children saw it and cried, and that's not okay, especially over something as silly as the color of a dress. If John hadn't been in Vietnam when Francis told me that seeing me in red always set his heart on fire, I'd swear he was jealous or something. Once more, tears streamed down Mallory's cheeks, and her heart felt wrung out and discarded. This time, however, impatience with herself overrode all other emotions. She shot a text message to Benjamin. "Crying again. What is wrong with me? This is so stupid." His reply came within seconds. "That diary again?" Of course it was the diary. But was it? "Maybe." Benjamin's response. So very him. "Be down in 5. "Lord, are you there? Do you see this? I'm falling for a guy who will show up at almost 10 o'clock at night because I'm crying. That's a great way to lose a guy I don't want to lose. I could use a little help here." Mallory sighed. "A little help and a whole lot of insight." Even as he pulled on a shirt, Benjamin warred within himself. Call his mom and scare her, or call an old man who probably wouldn't appreciate being awakened. Then again, Frank had left without saying anything. Checking up would be good, wouldn't it? While ordering his phone to call Frank, he swapped out sleep pants for jeans. "Frank, did I wake you?" "No, just watching my recorded NCIS. I save 'em up for nights when I can't sleep." "Good. I mean, that you weren't asleep, not that you can't sleep." He was fumbling now, time to get to the point. "Look, Frank, first, I was worried when I found you gone. I wanted to make sure you were all right, but then I told myself you didn't need some kid bugging you about living your life." Frank's chuckles accompanied Ben through the house to his shoes by the door and down the steps. "Not to worry, son. I got a bit maudlin, so I came home and called my girls." Sounded like a virus going around. Maudlin. "Well, then I think I called the right person. Mallory just called, in tears. Again." "In tears? Is she a weeper? Never noticed her as one." "Not usually. Now and then, sure, like any woman, but I've never seen her like this." Stumbling through the sand, Benjamin hurried toward Mallory's beach shack as Frank threw out theories. The third one struck home. "Well now, do you think she's grieving over Bud? We're coming up on the anniversary. She's been working hard, probably not getting enough rest and relaxation." It sounded to Benjamin as if Frank were trying out theories rather than offering them. "Hadn't thought of her grieving again. Could be. Part of it's a diary she's been reading, but she said something about how it reminded her of Bud and his unrequited love and all that." Might do her good to set that book aside, son. Then again, maybe if she's getting weepy now, it's because she didn't grieve right then. Didn't she dive right into bringing those girls in with their different businesses, and then she started helping those women write and got all into that publishing thing? Frank's questions added up to one obvious explanation. Mallory needed those tears. And if she knew it, she'd probably do it. Maybe that conference would be the ticket. I think you're on to something there. I'll let her know. So you think keep reading or stop? If it's bringing out the emotions, maybe it's best to keep going. All right, I'll tell her. I think she'd have trouble letting it go anyway. She seems determined to figure out whose diary it is and find the people involved. Frank started to ask what he was talking about, but Benjamin had arrived at Mallory's place. Need to go, Frank. Thanks for being there for me. It's a little like having another bud in my life. Best compliment you could give a fella. Thank you. A soft, "Come in," answered his knock. Benjamin stepped inside and smiled. Was he disappointed that she hadn't jumped up and flown at him again? Yep. But seeing her curled up with a blanket over her knees and that diary open showed a vulnerability that touched a part of him he hadn't become acquainted with yet. "Come sit with me. Look at this." The couch, hardly more than a love seat, swallowed both of them when he sat in the opposite corner and pulled her close. "Read it to me, lovey." He closed his eyes and tried to listen, but paying attention while the rest of his mind tried to decide how to approach the subject of grief, not so easy. "Today, John left. I know he's not coming back. Things have gotten worse and worse, but he promised he'd never hit me again, and he hasn't." He hit her? How could he be so protective over a woman who might be dead for all he knew? Benjamin didn't understand. Mallory was right, though. The diary got under your skin. "A couple of entries back," she explained. "She wrote about a promotion at work and in between, but she didn't write what happened when the police arrested him. Obviously he came home, but it's been a few years. I can tell. Listen. I called the police to report it, but they said to give him a couple of days. He'll probably be home. I just know he won't. Is it wrong that I hope he doesn't come back? Lisa's torn up about it. She saw him pack a backpack and leave. She hasn't said a word, hasn't cried, hasn't gotten angry, but I see it in her. She's utterly devastated. Daddy left her. She knows what it means. We'll have to move. That means new schools for them, less space, less of their mama, more work. Someday she'll blame me for it. I know she will. It's her way. Louis won't. He never attached to John like he should have. John tried, but not enough. Mama will be glad. She's never said it, but I know she always wished I'd married Francis. Well, I didn't. And I'm not sorry either. Not deep down when I think about Lisa and Louis. Sure, I might have had children with him, but they wouldn't be these children. Odd that I think of him now on the day that John leaves. Mama just told me that she heard he got married to someone named Gina and has a couple of girls now. Says he got married the year Lisa was born. 10 years. Sounds like him. "I could thrash that man," Benjamin muttered. "I love you for it." Mallory tapped the page. "But look at that. We know a few things. There's Jonathan, Francis, and Gina, a daughter named Lisa, and a son named Louis. Oh, and this all happened around the end of the Vietnam War through sometime before 1997. That threw all of his prior thoughts out the window. "How do you figure?" "She had a dress that she thought Lady Di would have worn. I doubt she'd have brought that up if it was after Princess Diana died, or if she did, she'd have used past tense. But it wasn't." Her sigh could have smothered kittens. That's when he noticed more tears and her frustration with them. "I called Frank Grace on the way over here." She dropped her head against his shoulder and sighed again. It nearly smothered him. Yeah. He pointed out something I hadn't thought of. When she didn't respond, Benjamin pulled up an abandoned sandwich from the coffee table and pushed it at her. Eat up. Yes, sir. To keep himself focused, Benjamin only allowed himself a kiss on the top of her head before he continued. He pointed out that you've been working hard ever since Bud's expiration date. Her choked sob suggested that maybe Frank had been right. He thought with the second anniversary coming, and you having that diary stirring things. He thinks I should stop reading it, doesn't he? Benjamin tightened his arm around her and pressed his cheek against her head. No, just the opposite. He thinks you need to let yourself cry. Hate it. Another kiss. I know, bookworm. Trust me, I know. She didn't eat the sandwich. She didn't read more of the diary or tell him anything else about it. She didn't weep, and each second that passed felt like another nail in the coffin of her emotions. Desperate, Benjamin tried something else. Did I ever tell you about the time Bud paddled me? She sat up, leaned back, and stared. No way! He grinned. Oh, yes. He apologized for it, too. That did it. The abject disbelief radiating from her told him he'd made the right choice. Can't even remember the boy's name, but he told one of the DeJesus kids' cousins or some connection like that there wasn't a Santa Claus. Poor kid was devastated, and he was laughing about it. I got mad and lit into him like nothing I've ever done before or since. Mallory giggled, and Benjamin just kept grinning. Hey, I don't even regret it. Bud came along, saw me wailing on the boy, and tore me off. I was only about 6. Hauled me around back, grabbed a green length from a gum tree and stripped it right there. Switched me good and sent me back to Mama. Though tears glistened in her eyes, Mallory hung on every word. Well, a while later, couldn't say how long, he showed up at our door and asked if he could speak to me. Mama apologized for my behavior, but Bud said, No, Marissa, our Benjamin did the right thing. I was in the wrong. I answered a matter before I heard it, and I paddled the wrong boy. I didn't know he had it in him. He talked about it around the time Dad died. He apologized again, said he wouldn't have bothered with the other kid. A child like that would just take offense and be hardened even more. But he'd been so disappointed in me that he felt he had to show it. Seriously, Mallory. Benjamin sighed. I can't tell you how many times I was tempted to do things and resisted because I couldn't imagine disappointing Bud. Another giggle escaped, even as tears slid down Mallory's cheeks. He'd have paddled you for saying that. And didn't Benjamin know it? I can hear him now. Son, you should be more concerned about not disappointing your Lord. Once more, Mallory jerked upright and stared at him. You said that, didn't you? You said it, and that was his comeback. He didn't even need to respond. Mallory settled in next to him again, and for the longest minute known to mankind, he felt certain she wouldn't take the bait. He dangled it before her with every mortifying bit on the hook, but she seemed loath to nibble it. Then it happened. I remember the day he told me I was too full of myself. Broke my heart. I went off in a snit for hours, but at supper time, I returned so I didn't get scolded again. A sniffle punctuated her words. I think he knew I thought he'd apologize, tell me he'd misjudged me, but he didn't. He passed me the cornbread and said, The only thing worse than having a fault is becoming a martyr over it. Mallory shook her head and shot him a look before settling back in again. I didn't even know what a martyr was, but I knew I didn't want to be one. Imagine my surprise when I found out one of his favorite books was Fox's Book of Martyrs. to admit he didn't know what that was or to keep his mouth shut. Mallory decided for him. "Did you know he tried to learn Spanish once?" At Benjamin's headshake, she giggled again. "You should have heard his atrocious accent. Daddy finally convinced him that he'd confuse a Spanish speaker more with his Spanish than he would with his Southern English." Now that Benjamin could just hear. Not to be outdone, Benjamin told of a fishing trip where Bud had nearly ended up overboard. She told of the time he'd come to Atlanta to grill her first boyfriend. He told of Bud's eulogy at his father's funeral. She said nothing, and when Benjamin peered down, he smiled. Mallory slept. Chapter 8. By the 5th time Benjamin checked his phone for missed texts, Panic knocked and asked if it could come in and play. Again. He'd said no 4 times, but in order not to give Panic a complex, he opened the door wide and practically shouted, "Come on in." Just as the minister read, "The wicked flee when no one is pursuing," Benjamin bolted outside and called this time. On the second ring, Mallory answered with a groan. "Go away, migraine," and disconnected. He'd made it to his truck before his phone buzzed, and when he told Siri to read it to him, she said, "You, ob, you oi." I don't even know what that means. Never had the drive from Hopper to Breaker's Head taken longer. If it weren't Sunday, and if Beth were open, he'd have begged her to make Mallory one of those coffees. Wasn't caffeine good for migraines? "Siri, what do you do for a migraine?" As he whizzed across the bridge, Siri told him about hot and cold compresses, small amounts of caffeine, score for him there, and sleep. Food, dark room, very quiet, exercise, no stress. Basically, with that list, it's a wonder the entire U.S. population isn't down for the count. Only as he pulled up to Mallory's house did Benjamin realize what this meant. No date, no sailing, no confessions, not with a headache like that. Instead of knocking on the door, Benjamin tried the knob. It twisted with no trouble at all. He slipped inside and spoke as low and quietly as he could. "Mallory?" No response. He took a step. 2. "Mallory, honey." This time he had a response, an internal one. "Could you sound more like a Bud copycat?" She wasn't on the couch, which left her bedroom. "Coffee first. It's important." And maybe she'd hear him and get properly covered, if she wasn't already. "Can't think about that. Gotta think about coffee." He just reached for a mug when reality hit him. That machine makes enough noise to make mummies and sarcophaguses plead for earplugs. The memory of one of the local old-timers describing his trip to Egypt nearly bust Benjamin's gut. I wonder if Mallory has heard old Clarence tell the tale of the sarcophagus. She'd love that. Feeling like some kind of creeper, Benjamin went to Mallory's door and pulled it shut. He thought he heard a moan, but chose to ignore it. Grabbing every throw pillow in the place, he carried them to the tiny kitchen and piled them up as he loaded the machine with water and a scoop of her ground espresso beans. Once ready to flip on, he piled the pillows around the machine and got ready to block out every bit of sound he could. The thing barely gurgled as the coffee slowly filled the mini pot. I broke it. How did I break it? Benjamin pulled one pillow away to make sure it didn't need to vent or something, and still, no sound. Well, not like he was used to. Only when he'd poured it into one of her enormous mugs, added a bit of sugar, and started to pour in half and half did he remember. The steamer for the milk. That's what makes all the noise. Phew. Before taking the coffee to her, he found a washcloth in the bathroom, got it wet and stuck it in the freezer. She had rice bags somewhere. Where? Eventually he found them on a shelf in the tiny linen closet. With that popped in the microwave, Benjamin watched the countdown, waiting for it to hit 2 so he could stop it before the ear-piercing beep. With everything ready, Benjamin inched back down the hall, opening a door with a hot rice bag in one hand and a hot coffee in the other, not as easy as one might think. He draped the bag over his shoulder, twisted and murmured low again, "Mallory, I have coffee." "I love you." "I wonder, is that what you texted me?" "Yep, you're the best." Each word was whispered through a fog of pain he could almost see and feel. The rustle of bedclothes told him she was trying to sit up, and there she appeared, a grayish-purple shadow of herself in the darkened room. He sat on the edge of the bed and tried to hand her the coffee. She fumbled like that mummy attempting to get out of the sarcophagus. "What's wrong?" This whispering thing was just weird. "Can't see. Guide the hands, oh great knight of the Order of Caffeine." "Well, I can't." The question didn't need asking. Her eyes were shut. "Even this little bit of light?" "Stabbing." Mallory brought the mug to her lips. "Oh, wow." Feeling a bit ridiculous, he held the back of her head with one hand and the hot rice bag against her forehead with the other. "Up, just a smid. Oh, yeah." The words were whispered so softly he barely heard them. "Perfect." "Feel better?" "Nope." Several seconds passed before she whispered, "It just feels like it won't get worse. Now shut up." Benjamin shut. 20 minutes later, he brought in the frozen cloth, kissed Mallory's forehead, and told her if she just pressed any key for a text message, he'd be there in 5 minutes or less. Leaving the beach shack, he stuffed his fists in his pockets and shuffled off toward his truck. "I wonder what Frank is up to today." Benjamin pulled the last board from the planer and ripped off his goggles, even as he switched off the machine. If only Bud could see him, checking that phone for any notification from Mallory. A frown followed. From the work table where he laid out boards and drew cutting lines, Frank watched. "She found her a good one, Bud. You prayed for that, and you got it." The younger man stripped off his gloves as well and wiped his forehead with a shop rag. "Want one? I'm gonna jump in the skiff and zip over to Mimosa and grab dinner. I'm hungry for a memo burger." "That'd be great. I'll keep measuring, and I'll cut the biscuit slots with the joiner and get some of these door planks assembled." "Save me a couple so I can learn how." "You're just like your father, son. Proud of you." Aloud, Frank just said, "Will do." 15 minutes after Benjamin left, Frank's pocket buzzed. He flipped off the biscuit joiner and pulled out the phone. A text message from Benjamin. "Mallory is out of migraine pain reliever. I've got some in my cabinet in the bathroom. Would you take it over?" After shooting back a quick yes, Frank hopped in his truck and zipped across breakers to the keeper's cottage. Medication in hand, he chose to walk the short distance to Mallory's, the road taking him farther out of his way than his feet would carry him. But when he knocked on Joni DeJesus's old beach shack, Mallory didn't answer. Didn't she move in here? Another gentle knock. Should he risk causing more pain and pound a bit? Frank almost did, but chose to ask Benjamin instead. The text message came seconds after his question. "Just go in. To the left, end of the hall. Maybe you could freeze her a rag and heat up a rice bag while you're in there, if you don't mind. Please." "You've got hit bad, Benjamin," Frank muttered as he gently knocked again and opened the door. "Hey, Mallory?" No response. "This isn't awkward. If it wasn't Bud's girl..." Who was he kidding? He knew migraine pain. If his worst enemy, if he had one, had a migraine, he'd have shown up with an arsenal. The bedroom door was closed, but a murmur followed when Frank gave a gentle rap. "Hey, Mallory? It's Frank. Grace? Benjamin went to Mimosa to grab burgers. I think he's getting you one. Anyway, he sent me with some painkillers." Thank you. It's better. Not gone, but better. The words came out in a low murmur, not the whisper Benjamin had mentioned earlier. Progress. Frank pressed the little bottle into her hand and fumbled about her nightstand in the darkened room. I'm going to take this bag and cloth and get them going again. Benjamin said you seemed to like it before. It was nice. She seemed to swallow hard. Good to see you, Frank. I'd appreciate that. Compared to the snappiness Benjamin had mentioned, Mallory seemed downright mellow. I'll be back with some water and the hot bag. It would take a few minutes for a cloth to get cold enough in the freezer to do any good, but he could hang around for a bit. At the side of the kitchen sink, he found his stride. Maybe do the few dishes. She had a croissant and a baggie on the counter, so he took that and the water to her, admonished her to eat and drink, and went back to the kitchen. 3 plates, a bowl, 1 spoon, 2 glasses and 4 forks, a small frying pan. By the time he'd finished washing, wiping down the counters and rinsing the sink, he still had 5 minutes before the cloth would be frozen enough. Mallory didn't want more coffee, so he refilled the glass of water and wandered around the house, hands behind his back as he'd been taught as a little boy. Some things never change. A throw blanket was bunched up on the corner of the couch. Frank grabbed it, pulled, and a book flew out onto the floor. A green book. Frank stared at the back of a book that looked oddly, heartbreakingly familiar. It's like Patty's diary. Flipping it over, his throat and lungs constricted. Just like hers. It was wrong. Terribly wrong, but Frank couldn't resist. He ran a finger down the edge of the diary's cover and battled within himself. Just the front flap. His thumb flipped the bottom corner up just a bit, and one word showed. Always. Heart pounding, hands shaking, confusion filling his mind. Frank squeezed the cover shut. What was Mallory Barrows doing with Patty Mercer's, no, Weston's, diary? That question pounded his brain as he left the house and struck out for the beach. Darkness slowly descended, but Frank still walked. His phone buzzed, but he walked. Not until he reached the rocky cliffs of the northeast side of the island, Dover's mooring, Breaker's oldest house left, looming overhead, did he turn around and go home. Somehow Mallory had gotten a hold of Patty's journal. Did that mean Mallory knew Patty? Was Mallory writing a book about Patty and John? Maybe about the mixed-up wedding that had ripped out his heart and left it lying at the altar? Did anyone even remember that, once upon a time, Frank had been engaged to an island girl years before he married Gina? Does anyone care? That was the problem. Probably not. And if Mallory had the journal, one of the Mercers had given it to her, which probably meant Patty was gone now, too. That means Skimmer Cottage might go up for sale. I could buy it, keep it among the islanders at least, for Patty's sake. She'd like that, I think. Lord, I hope the rumors about John Weston aren't true. I pray she had a good life with him, and I pray her family is comforted knowing she knew and loved you. He could send a note. Better find an obituary first. Wonder if she stayed in Pensacola. Bud would have known. Did know, and I never asked him. Still, I can start there. Chapter 9. 3 days. It felt like 3 centuries. Frank stared at his phone, Mallory's name staring back at him. All it would take is a tap and he'd have answers. As the sun set, he knew he had to decide soon or she'd be on her way back from Elnora and wouldn't answer. Gomer, his mixed lab mutt, sighed and plopped a head on his knee. Frank looked down into the soulful eyes and said, Do I want to know? What if I could have seen her? What if she died alone? What if my pride meant I didn't offer the kind of comfort she needed? Before he did something that would likely cause more pain, Frank patted the dog's head and rose. Shoving his phone in his pocket, he waffled between the very prosaic dishes and laundry calling for his attention and the more enticing cabinetry waiting for him in the workshop. Gomer's tail thudded when Frank looked toward the door. That settled it. "All right, fella, we'll go work on the island. Mallory would never approve of prosaic over enticing anyway. Besides, dishes could be done before bed, and laundry could hum while he slept. Perfect." The scent of sawdust and wood stain greeted him the moment he slid open the sliding barn doors Gina had installed for his birthday that last year. "It'll let in natural light, and there's a roll-down screen to keep out the bugs." Just like her. Always practical. Just like he'd always said he liked. Just as opposite from his Patty as she could be. Patty would have given me a surfboard or told me to take up a hobby or... Frank cut off that thought before it became another cut to the heart. Benjamin and Mallory arrived unexpectedly, and with boxes of food from Comfort Cuisine. "We figured you wouldn't have eaten yet, so we brought enough for you," Mallory explained. "So, can we invite ourselves to dinner?" "When you bring the food, how can I say no? I'd have to offer you bagged salad and grilled sausages. That's about all I've got in the house. Gotta go shopping tomorrow." "I'm headed to my conference tomorrow. 3 whole days with Ezra, and then a week here, too." Frank shot a look at Benjamin just as his memory clicked into gear. "Wait a minute. Isn't she that girl from down in the South Pacific? Those islands, Swamele. It's Samoan for sweet. Isn't that the coolest?" Though it was a silly question, Frank asked the obvious. "She's coming for a visit?" "For a conference. Attending for her dad and speaking on behalf of an MK in the 21st century." He shot a wink at Benjamin and asked, "You gonna get her to write a book about her experiences there? What are they called? A memoir?" "Memoir." Her response blended with his in perfect harmony of syllables. "I hadn't thought of it, but that sounds like a good idea. I've loved the stories she's told." They laid out some kind of brisket sandwiches and fried potato boat that looked like it would put 5 pounds on a man just by looking at it. But Frank didn't taste a bite until he gathered up his courage to ask about that diary. Just as he opened his mouth, Mallory spoke up. "You'll never guess who came into my store today." Both men stared at her. After giving them pointed looks and them still waiting for this phenomenal news, Mallory said, "Well?" Benjamin took his life in his hands, the brave boy, and said, "Well, who?" "Guess." "You said we never would." At her huff, he grinned. "I learned young that you never try to outsmart a woman's assurance by pretending you could do what she said you couldn't." With a roll of her eyes, exaggerated for effect no less, Mallory leaned forward, the sandwich dripping its delicious sauce onto her potatoes as she squeezed it. "Lisa Phillips! In my store! I couldn't believe it. After all the books of hers I've recommended, she walks into my store and says, 'I wouldn't have imagined there'd be a bookstore on these islands. My cousin says they're sparsely populated.'" "That's..." Benjamin fumbled for a word, which Mallory supplied. "Scintillating, I know," she winked. "But anyway, we got to talking and I told her about my diary." "Your diary?" Mallory kept chattering as if she hadn't just thrown a curveball right at his head. "It even mentions Uncle Bud. If I'd just moved down a couple of years ago, I might have been able to ask him." A wistfulness entered the girl's voice just as a tear rolled down one cheek. "Honestly, I'm an emotional wreck over it." "And over being reminded that just 2 years ago you were here with him waiting out his expiration date," Frank reminded her. A choked giggle followed that. "I love the way he looked at life, how he embraced all of it, even the ugly bits." Mallory gave herself a little shake and wiped her fingers before picking up her glass of sweet tea. So, anyway, I got to talking about that diary, and I asked what she would have done with it. Would she have read it or anything? Do you know what she said? Both men just looked at her and shook their heads. When Frank noticed, he offered a fist for Benjamin to bump. Smart fella. Oh, all right. Mallory flicked a piece of lettuce that had fallen from the sandwich in Benjamin's direction. I'll tell you, but only because I'm dying to. She said she'd make a mission of finding out whose it is. She says that my assumption that the owner might not want it back or might be dead isn't fair, and there are people mentioned in the journal that could really be important to island history. There, Mallory giggled again. Well, it was more of a chuckle this time, much less girly and more throaty. By the look on Benjamin's face, it had affected him more than the girl would realize until they finally quit dancing around the idea of a relationship. I ought to tell him not to wait. The longer you wait, the more likely something will convince you to put it off, and then it's too late. Don't wait until it's too late, son. Mallory's story broke through his thoughts. Said she'd probably turn it into a book, a secret diary written to look old, but then instructions to something near the back third somewhere so that anybody who shouldn't see it wouldn't know it was real, but someone doing some hunting would realize it was out of place. Or maybe it would belong to someone being held captive, or it might all be in code. She'd do something amazing with it, and I realized something that tore my heart out again. You really need to quit doing that, Marshmallow, Benjamin murmured. I'm working hard to capture that thing, but I can't if you keep moving it out of my reach. Frank would have excused himself to go back to work on the island and give them a bit of privacy, but he couldn't bear not knowing what had upset her. What did you realize? I didn't have to do anything amazing with it. The story itself is amazing. I need to find whoever wrote this thing, or her family, and see if I can get permission for someone to fictionalize it. It would be such an amazing book. Loves torn asunder and reunited, grief and heartache, an unexpected love triangle, war heroes, and PTSD. At the mention of PTSD, Frank rose. He couldn't ask about it tonight. Not now. Not until he'd pondered over that one. Had John Weston suffered? Had Patty suffered because of it? Decided I will. I'm going to do this. Who knows? Maybe the investigation will be a good experience for me in writing something someday. Right then, she looked up at him. Are you all right, Mr. Grace? Frank, and yes, I'm all right. I just need to finish up the pieces I plan to join before the rainstorm comes through and swells up that wood. You two finish your meal. He winked at Benjamin. Take her for a walk. We'll be without our ray of sunshine for a few days, so soak up your vitamin M while you can. If that was supposed to be flattering or romantic, Frank Grace, it wasn't. Mallory hopped up to kiss his cheek before he left the room. But I love you for it. I'll be back before you guys notice I'm gone. As Frank reached his front door, he distinctly heard Benjamin say, Not possible, darling. Not possible. The cold breeze off the water tried to drive Mallory inside the ferry cabin, but out on deck, she could be alone with the diary and her probable tears. Lord, Benjamin's probably right. This is probably dredging up all kinds of loss and grief, especially with Mama and Daddy not coming back for Christmas again. 1 week in summer wasn't enough. Once again, her guilt over wanting time with her parents when people in Haiti needed the medical care her mother could give and the shepherding that came natural to her father, despite his corporate experience, it ate at her. Uncle Bud would say my desire and their need are not mutually exclusive, but both are valid. How come I never feel like they are? Before her thoughts dragged her into further despair, Mallory flipped open the diary to the next page and read, He's gone. It's just a few days before Lisa's birthday, and he's gone. He took his social security card, his birth certificate, 2 pairs of jeans, 3 t-shirts, and maybe underwear. I'm not sure. No note. No nothing. Oh, he took the drugs he thought I didn't know he had stashed between the mattress cover and the mattress. Doesn't he know those things get washed? I guess not. I'm devastated and relieved. How can I be both at the same time? I love John. Always will. But life with him is stressful and painful. I'm always on eggshell-covered tenterhooks. Louis cried when he overheard me tell Lisa that he was gone and I didn't know where. Lisa just stared at me, looked at her brother crying, and walked off. Good. Hope he stays gone. That's what she said. He loves her so much. He's just driven her away. Better start looking for a cheaper place to live. Mallory reread the page 3 times, understanding the woman's dilemma. She, too, was both relieved and devastated. Relieved that the woman and her children were safe from so many things. Broken to see the daughter's hardened heart and that all the work put into this rash marriage had literally walked out the door. That boy needs his daddy. Didn't all boys need their fathers? Someone to show them how to be men? Uncle Bud always thought so. Fingers cold and stiff now, Mallory turned the page again and decided she didn't care. She'd read on. Maybe the writer had found him, gotten him help. It could be a thing. The police came tonight. They found John. After 2 years and way too many tears, they found him. He'd been living in alleys and on the beach, just anywhere he could find. He was filthy, not my handsome John. He'd combined alcohol with more heroin. All his organs are failing. I said goodbye, kissed him, and walked out. Maybe that makes me heartless, but the doctor said he wouldn't regain consciousness. My heart can't take any more. I gave up my life and happiness for this man. What did he give me? Pain. Heartache. That's not fair. John loved me and did the best he knew how. He tried. I know he did. He just... Oh, I don't know. I used to say I would never change the choice I made because it gave me my children. I meant it. But the older I get, the more I wonder if it would have been better if I'd stayed. If I'd married Francis. We wouldn't have had the same children, but at least my kids wouldn't be suffering and wounded because of their father's choices and demons. Anyway, the doctor asked if I wanted his body released anywhere. I told him to send it somewhere to be cremated, but that I couldn't afford to pay for it. I'll let his mother know who to call tomorrow. She can pay for something if she wants it a certain way. The kids and I'll ask the pastor to pray for John and us in his office. We'll go out to the beach and say goodbye. And that's it. I hope it's the right thing to do. Closure for Louis, but not too much for Lisa. Now I have to decide. Tell the kids when they wake up for school or wait until Friday night so they have the weekend. I know the answer. I just feel wrong in hiding it for so long. Though her throat tightened, Mallory felt it too. Relief, remorse, resolution. I wonder what ever happened to Francis. I should ask some of the old-timers. Maybe they know the story of John and Francis and a girl who didn't show up for her wedding. The minute she thought the question, Mallory decided. She'd come home and go straight to Skimmer Cottage. If anyone knew the islands, it was Patty Mercer. Frank might know too, but he'd been gone for quite a few years, from a young man until just a few years back, right before Uncle Bud got sick. Then he'd returned, but who knew when he'd left or if he'd been on the right island? She's not from Hopper. A few things have hinted at her having to go over to Hopper for things. But other than that, I don't know. A flip through the journal showed her daughter's award ceremony after 8th grade, her son's track awards, her mother's plea for her to return to the islands. Lisa will never forgive me, but I've decided we're going home. There's plenty of room for all of us in the cottage, and Mama needs me. Louis will love living there. He'll love taking the ferry to meets in Savannah, training on the beaches. It'll strengthen his leg muscles. I never have enough time to get him to the beach here. It'll hurt being where all the memories are. I've avoided home for so long, but it's time now. The kids can go to the Hopper School. Some of the parents are doing that homeschooling thing, but I can't. I'll have to find a way to make a living, somehow. Probably something on Mimosa. Hotel reception, anything just to keep enough coming in to pay for shoes and clothes and food. We won't have to pay rent, and we don't need to drive much. No utilities. It's the right thing to do. Besides, I miss island churches. Churches should be families instead of cliques. That's what Fisher Road Baptist has become. 3 weeks until school's out. 3 weeks to pack the apartment up and take what we actually need and want, and 3 weeks to get rid of the rest. 3 weeks until I finally feel home again. Oh, and I just heard that Francis's family is all gone from the islands. It won't be awkward seeing him come visit for holidays with his wife and kids. He's got a girl a couple years younger than Lisa and another about Louis's age. I hear his wife is very nice, kind. At least one of us got a happy life. He did the right thing, and God blessed him. Thank you, Lord. Mallory did some quick calculations, but it seemed to her that they'd returned to the islands somewhere just into the new millennium. 2 years? 3? Numb fingers drove her indoors to the saloon, and she ordered a coffee. People milled about, awfully crowded for a Thursday morning in December. The second time a guy tried to pick her up, she barged back out to the deck and stood at the railing, hands wrapped around the cup for warmth, diary tucked firmly under her arm. She only had a few entries left to go, something about a wedding for Lisa, some scholarship for Louis, a date of some kind. Possibly the mother's death if the woman had been in poor health. She needed to read those and see if there were any more clues, and then she'd talk to Patty on Tuesday. Ezra would love to go with her and hear any stories Patty had. Thought I'd lost you. Mallory jumped. The coffee flew from her hands, and Mallory fumbled to save it. Biggest mistake of the year, the decade. The moment she reached out, the diary bounced onto the railing and dove after the coffee before she could grab it. Oh, Frankenstein! She whirled to face the voice and groaned. Seriously? Not interested wasn't enough for you? Now I've lost a woman's diary. I'll never get it back. I'll never find out who she is or what happened. Sorry, What a jerk! The tears came again, and this time, Mallory didn't mind them, didn't care a bit. She raced off for the women's lavatory, locked herself in the narrow cubicle, and started to send Benjamin a text message, but she couldn't make her thumbs work. Instead, she tapped his contact and waited. It went to voicemail. Hey, Benjamin. A sob ripped through her. Some jerk just tried to pick me up. It occurred to her that this might sound like she was in danger rather than Lothario himself. I'm all right. He just startled me, and the diary... Again, her voice broke. It's gone, Benjamin. It's gone. What am I going to do? Only after she ended the call did Mallory realize that he wouldn't be able to fix this one. But he'll try, Lord. That's just one of the myriad, literal myriad of reasons that I am crazy in love with him. Chapter 10. The moment he'd finished for the day, had unloaded his catch, and turned his trawler back toward home, Benjamin pulled out his phone and began with text messages. He listened as Siri read them out, one eye on storm clouds forming on the horizon. The first couple weren't anything important, But then came his mother asking if it was okay to do Christmas at Keeper's Cottage. "I'm sorry I didn't make it in time for Thanksgiving, but at least I'll get to see you for a few months this year. Can't wait to spend time with Mallory." After a quick message, assuring her he'd love to have her at his new house, he started to call up voicemail and thought again. "Siri, text Mom." "What do you want to say?" "Can I invite Mallory to spend Christmas Day with us? ? Assured that he really did want to send it, Siri did her job and moved back to voicemail. Mallory's message came first. The diary. Lost. All doubt about what he'd get her for Christmas disappeared. Even before trying to return the call, something he knew would probably end up in her voicemail, he called up the Archer and Olive website, scrolled through until he found the green journal with the gold key on the cover again, and popped it in his cart. All hesitation over whether to get the acrylic markers, all the markers, of course, gone as well. Those were in the cart and ordered before he came around the tip of Sparrow and headed north to Breaker's Head. Then he left that voicemail. "Just got your message. Sorry my phone was off and I missed it. I'd pound the guy for not leaving you alone, but it would just get me in jail, and you'd have to bail me out." He hesitated before putting his next thoughts in recording, but just couldn't resist. "Then again, I'd have to show my appreciation and gratitude for you getting me out of the slammer. Is it indecent exposure to kiss the love of your life in the middle of a police station? Or would it be in a courtroom? In a courtroom, the judge could just do the whole book me, arraign me, and sentence me all in one motion. Maybe I'd wait till we got outside and out of sight of eagle-eyed cops, but there would be that kiss." He'd better show concern for the diary, although something about it had left him uneasy from the beginning. "I'm also sorry about the diary. Someone put her whole life on paper. I hope you remember enough of it that when you find the author you can still create that book you wanted. It's time the author coach became the author herself. Call me when you have a minute. Got a question for you. Got something to say, too, but not on voicemail." He'd begun to ramble, and Benjamin needed to stop. "Miss you already. Bye." The message replayed twice before he pocketed the phone again, ignoring the other calls. It replayed on an endless loop until he finally docked his boat at the far end of the marina. The way her voice caught on a sob, the fact that she'd called him first, the confidence she'd had in him to be able to fix something she'd known he couldn't. "She loves me too, Lord. Thank you." It was a bit early for the patio heater, but the workshop temperature never rose above 60. "Getting soft in my old age." Frank's graph pad lay before him, the kitchen island all planned out. Extra deep, it held a bar perfect for kids doing schoolwork or homework. Regular chair height, just like Mallory had shown him from Pinterest. No tall bar stools to cut off circulation. "But how big of a drawer can I put over there with that bar sink?" If he could get at least 8 inches of clearance, 10 being optimal, he'd have a drawer big enough for Crayolas and half sheets of paper, just like his grandkids had always loved. Gina had kept reams of copy paper, already cut in half, waiting for their artful masterpieces. "They just waste full sheets. Halves are better." Mallory would be the sort of mama who wanted to encourage creativity while still reducing waste. Gina had just been about saving a nickel anywhere she could. "She was good to me, Lord. Help me remember to tell the girls more about the little things they didn't know. They need those stories." They'd all be coming for Christmas. He'd have to get out of his funk over Patty by then. "Or pause it, Lord. I don't mind grieving the old days, but I can't drag them into it. It wouldn't be right." That decided it for him. He'd wait until after the holidays and then start searching for Patty's children. Lisa Weston, wasn't it? She'd had a boy, too, hadn't she? Mallory might know. Maybe he'd tell her. Maybe he'd help her with her search. After all, he knew the answer to the biggest question. He knew who had written the diary. "I'll be home for Christmas" bleated out on his phone, something one of the girls had probably done to cheer him up. Probably Ashley. She usually did the sentimental like him. Courtly was practical like Gina. Benjamin's contact info popped up as he tapped to answer and set it on speaker. "Hey there, missing your girl already? Have to settle for an old fool like me?" "Just found a message from her, Frank. Some jerk wouldn't leave her alone, and she ended up dropping the diary over the rail of the ferry. She's devastated. How do I help? Do I start asking around? Surely people like... Well, maybe not. She wants to do this. She wants to find the woman herself. Or I could ask around and then kind of lead her in the right direction. Someone has to know who it could be. Someone would recognize John and Francis, right? Maybe Lisa and Louis. I mean, those are pretty common names, but maybe combined." The boy. Maybe Benjamin considered himself a man, but never had he seemed so boyish as when he didn't know how to soothe his girl's heart. The boy would have continued, but Frank made up his mind. "I've got some fish defrosting. You come over and we'll work this out. You'll see. Right now, all she really wants is to know someone cares as much about it as she does." "Do I?" Grateful that Benjamin couldn't see the amusement that he didn't try to hide, Frank nodded as he said, "Yes, you care about her, so on some level you care about what she cares about." The moment they disconnected, Frank turned off the heater and went inside. He had the answers. He could give them to Benjamin, and the boy could do what he liked with them. "I have more than answers. I have the other side of the story." Once inside, he stepped into the shower, rinsed off, and put on clean clothes. Standing there at his closet, he slid his gaze over the boxes on the top shelf. Banker's boxes of photos that he and the girls had meant to organize into photo albums the Christmas after Gina died. It hadn't happened. They'd spent too much time reminiscing over each one. The trip to Pigeon Forge, the one to Myrtle Beach, the cross-country drive to California and Pismo, Monterey, San Juan Capistrano. In the following years, they'd made it through half a box. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Father's Day, birthday. They'd be going through those photos until the day he died at this rate. "At this rate, I'll be afraid to finish. It'll be the death toll for me." But atop the one at the far right was the box he sought, a Red Wing shoebox tied in strings. Inside, proof of a love he'd tried to bury for most of his life. Proof of a love his Gina had understood better than he did, he suspected. "I'm not going to try to compete with your memories of Patty. I'm just going to make new ones that mean something to us. We'll forge something special, Frank. I know we will." And she'd been right, of course. They'd married, and they'd had a wonderful life together. She never tried to take over that corner of his heart he'd never been able to evict Patty from. She was content with the corner he'd given her. She was a better woman than I gave her credit for. Down came the box. He carried it out to the kitchen table Gina had refurbished the year before she died. Black-brown legs, rich, warm wood top, pinstriping around the edge. Black-brown chairs. She'd been obsessed with that paint. "You're stalling," he growled at himself. The knots wouldn't budge. He fought them, but it was as if the fibers had swelled and shrunk enough times to become permanently fused together. Frank pulled out his pocket knife and opened it. One flick. That's all it would take. But he hesitated once more. For reasons he couldn't explain to himself, using that knife meant cutting strings to the past. The moment the blade ripped through it, emotions engulfed him. Frank lifted the lid and smiled at the first note there on top. Just a scrap torn from the telephone pad, but he'd found it tucked into his jacket pocket on the way to work. "Did you know I dream of your kisses?" Despite everything that happened, he had these. proofs that his Patty had loved him. The next was a postcard from her week at Myrtle Beach with her family. Bought a new beach hat because mine blew off on the ferry. It's red. She'd been a picture in that floppy red sun hat with its crisp white band and stiff plastic flower. It hadn't been a classy hat, but she'd looked like a movie star, especially when she wore her black-framed sunglasses with it. One by one, he picked through the notes and letters she'd written him. This one left on his pillow when his mama wasn't looking. That one taped to his steering wheel. He never had removed that scrap of tape. The one she'd tucked into his Bible at church. She'd written it around the margins of the bulletin. That one he'd memorized. I can't wait to hear you read the Bible to our babies. When he touched the last one, the one her daddy'd given him at the church that day, Frank closed the box and set it all aside. He'd show Benjamin, and someone could help them find Patty's next of kin. He'd meant to offer, but now, no, he couldn't do it. He'd barely called, "Come in," when Benjamin burst into the house. "Where do I start? Or do I start?" He shook his head like a stunned puppy and added, "Sorry. Hi there. How are you?" "Better than you, I'd say." "The diary, Frank. I didn't invest in it like she did, but someone did, and that someone won't be able to get it back now." Had Benjamin ever said when the diary had begun? He knew, of course. She'd gotten it on her 16th birthday. From John, of course. 1973. But had he been told? "How old is that thing, do you reckon?" Benjamin shrugged. "Mallory says that the girl's boyfriend shipped out to Vietnam as one of the last to go over, so 70s, right? They stopped sending boys over there in 73. Frank mixed tempura batter as he considered what to say. "You know it's likely she's not with us anymore." "Then how'd Mallory get it?" Without waiting for an answer, Benjamin began thinking aloud. "I was thinking maybe I could talk to all the old-timers, everyone who was born and raised here." He sighed. "I sure wish we'd found this before Bud expired." The two men grinned at each other. Frank spoke what he suspected Benjamin had been thinking. Only Bud could make that sound loving and amusing instead of crass and cold. Benjamin began rinsing fish and patting it dry now that his panic had settled a bit. Frank could see the second-by-second relaxation taking effect. It was time to tell him. But Benjamin spoke first. "I was thinking about stopping by Lou Fenwick's place tomorrow. His dad might know. And if I can get down to Sparrow, I could go see Miss Patty. She's lived there all her life almost. She'd know." Frank's throat went dry. His heart pounded. His lungs squeezed, and his brain throbbed. Miss Patty?" "Yes, Mrs. Mercer, over at Skimmer Cottage. Oh, and maybe Thaddeus, he might." Benjamin broke off. "Frank, you okay?" Patty Mercer of Skimmer Cottage? Not Weston, but Mercer? No, he most definitely was not okay. "Not feeling so well. Think I'll lie down." "Want me to fix you a plate?" Benjamin took over the fish frying, which was just as well. Frank would have let the house burn down walking away from it like that. "That'd be great, son." At least, that's what he thought he said. His words were drowned out by one thought alone. Patty is alive at Skimmer. Patty Mercer, not Weston, is here, on the islands. Chapter 11. The wind whipped at her red and white polka-dotted scarf as Patty pulled another box from the trunk and carried it to the dock. The stuff would be out of her life for good in just about an hour. Gone. Kaput, even. The downstairs spare room held nothing but toiletries for a guest and the promise of a beautiful space. New curtains, one of those signs with sayings or songs on it, and one of her grandmother's quilts would do the trick. Oh, and someone to help her move the bed away from the wall. If she just rotated it, it would provide a perfect view of the water, and the sun would spill across the sleeper's feet in the morning. Just as Patty pushed the trunk shut, she realized her problem. If she took her boat, she had no way to get all the donations to the Salvation Army. Irritated with herself, she checked her Fitbit and popped the trunk again. "The ferry will be here in 10 minutes, Patty Mercer. Get your backside bustling." She froze as she reached for the box she'd just taken from the trunk. "That sounds like wedding dress nightmares." She just managed to get everything back in the car and join the long line of vehicles waiting to leave Sparrow Island. 4 ahead of her this morning, when the ferry arrived at the slip and dropped the apron. "If anyone doubts why we don't want tourism, this is it. 5 cars. 5. Ridiculous." They were all probably going Christmas shopping, like her. Only 2 more Fridays before Christmas. The fact that she'd had her gifts purchased and wrapped before Thanksgiving meant nothing. It was still time for a little shopping. Once on the ferry, she waffled between relaxing in her car with music playing on her phone or standing out on the railing. It might be almost as fun as piloting the Red Lady, if I use enough of my imagination anyway. She almost regretted that thought when she found herself the object of scrutiny from a man a few feet away. Dark skin, silvery hair, lanky but with a bit of a belly. He wanted to speak to her, but something stopped him. Old prejudices? They ran deep on all sides of the racial coin, and his were probably justified if he had any. Though Patty didn't feel much like talking, she felt even less like being another source of pain for someone. "You think too highly of yourself. He probably just wants to know the time." Despite all that, she smiled at him before gazing back over the water. Pensacola had nothing on her home. "I wish we'd never left the islands." That thought evaporated the moment she realized that, if she hadn't, her friends and neighbors would know the pain she'd endured. "It was the best, Lord. You protected me even when I didn't realize it." "Ma'am?" The deep, gravelly voice rivaled that of James Earl Jones himself, although the man couldn't have been more opposite in build and features. She smiled again, hoping she didn't look like some ninny pretending she was lit? No, that was something good, wasn't it? Made more sense for enlightened than... What was it her grandson had said? Woke, that was it. "Excuse me, didn't mean..." Patty reached out her hand and touched his arm. "I'm sorry, I'm lost in thought today. Can I help you?" "I was just going to ask the same. You looked apprehensive, if I may say so." Though she started to deny it, Patty realized she couldn't deny it. I suppose you're right." She leaned back against the rails, her hands jammed into her jacket pockets. "Mr. "Name's Caleb, ma'am." "Patty." She thrust out her hand. "Mind a strange question from an even stranger woman?" After releasing it with a firm shake, he pressed his side into the rail and stretched out his arm along it. "What kind of question?" "Have you ever had the feeling that you've done something to change the course of your life, but you haven't done anything?" In the half-minute or so it took him to ponder her question, Patty learned something about Caleb. The man wouldn't be rushed, but what he said would be worth listening to. She just knew it. "A bit like Bud Barrows, but not." "Well now, I suspect you've done something, but your subconscious knows it. If you're getting that feeling, I'd say some part of you wants to figure it all out." As if he'd said the words, "You're worried about that diary," Patty's mind cleared. "Oh, my." A smile that had probably broken hearts as a young man lit up Caleb's face. "Figure yourself out already?" She nodded. "It's my diary."
Dangerous things. Important, beautiful, necessary even, but dangerous.
I accidentally put it in a donation box. Someone found it. She's reading it, trying to find out whose it is. Once she figures out that she could ask me and I should know, much less other island old-timers. A slow wag of the head preceded a wink a younger Patty would have seen as flirtatious.
No one could accuse you of being old, Miss Patty.
Compared to young, I certainly am, but thank you. Odd how maturity sees Friendly Banner for what it is. Even 20 years ago, I'd have expected him to ask me out about now.
And you don't know if you'll tell her that this mysterious diary is yours.
A woman passing stopped, turned and stared at them. I apologize, she began in an accent that sounded like a cross between Valley Girl and British. But did you say mysterious diary? She stared intently at Patty. Francis and John? All the descriptions that litter books about how characters responded to things had always felt exaggerated for literary effect. At that moment, Patty knew at least one was real. Blood draining from her face was a thing, and by the looks on Caleb's and the woman's faces, they saw it. The woman began apologizing. I'm so sorry. Here, let's get you over to a seat. Caleb took her arm and steered her to a bench by the door while the woman kept talking. I didn't mean to upset you. You were just talking and... It's fine, Patty croaked. I'm fine. I just didn't know folks knew about it. I'd better go see Mallory on Monday. Mallory told me about looking for the owner, the woman began. Oh, I'm Lisa. By the way, Lisa Phillips. Mallory knew me as an author and wondered what I'd do in her case. She raised her face to smile up at Caleb. A right suspense, so I had all kinds of unhelpful but interesting ideas. Patty just stared and shivered. You? Lisa Phillips? Last Chance County? Expired flight? It's on my nightstand. I failed, apparently. Even Caleb gave the woman an odd look. Lisa grinned. You could put it down. I failed. Well, yes. Patty shrugged at Caleb. When I finished at 2 this morning, I didn't curl up with it in my arms. I set it on the nightstand, but... Their joking broke an invisible layer of ice surrounding the conversation. Lisa leaned back and watched her for a moment before nodding at Caleb. She looks better already. Before he could respond, she returned her attention to Patty. Look, Mallory wants to find you. She's going to start asking around, but those people will get curious. I'd head her off if you don't want others to know about it. The woman's phone buzzed, and after a glance, she rose. I'd better get going. My husband wants to know where I am. Patty fumbled in her purse for a pen and something to write on. Only the previous day's Christmas card had enough space, on the back no less, but she pulled it out and passed it over. Would you write something on there? I'll paste it in Expired Flight as a book plate of sorts. After thinking for a moment, Lisa took the card and pen and knelt by the bench to scrawl a note on the back. Only after the woman had walked away did Patty look down at the words. Transparency takes courage, but you'd never know what the result will be without that first step. Lisa. She read it twice, smiled, and passed it to a curious Caleb. I guess I'll be calling Mallory. Nostalgia wields the power to fill us with unbelievable joy as well as unspeakable pain, and a battle between both waged in Frank's heart as he strolled away from the ferry slip toward Patty's place. How many times had he wandered down the road to Sparrow's Tail and through the gate to Skimmer Cottage? How many times had he done it in his mind?
If you hadn't been such a fool, you could have seen her in the last couple of years.
But hadn't that been Ashley's complaint about the romance novels her sister read? Real people would talk about this stuff. They wouldn't just break up over something without talking. Yet here he was, 2 years late, because he hadn't wanted to hear how happy she was with John or how she'd been miserable and divorced. He'd wanted to pretend he didn't care anymore. Foolish of him. Even Gina had known. You're young enough to have a good 20 or more years with someone. Find someone to love. Or... She'd searched his eyes looking for something and had given him a weak smile. Maybe look up someone from the past, but be happy again. He'd wept, knowing Gina was right. When God had said it wasn't good for man to be alone, he'd probably been thinking ahead a few thousand years to Frances Corbin Grace. But we've done well together, haven't we, Lord? Just you and me these past couple of years. Several large trees blocked the cottage at his approach, but he'd soon see the pinkish place set against. But he didn't. When the cottage came into view, Frank froze, uncertain how to take in the sea blue of the siding and the lipstick red door. But it's always been that funny pink color, he whispered. Despite his protest, Frank had to admit the cottage looked better, and with red roses surrounding the porch, the effect couldn't be more striking. Bet that was Patty's doing. She always did love red. The old place had been kept up well. The paint looked fresh, not yet dulled by the salt breezes. The roof looked new, the gutters undamaged by Hurricane Arlie. Unless it got hit, I suppose, then it really could all be new. Times really had changed. Back in the day, he couldn't open the gate without Patty flinging open the door and racing to throw her arms around his neck. He stood there, hand gripping the gate and eyes closed, reliving that first time. She'd been so reticent to let him in. Guilt about John Weston, he'd assumed, but then... As always, the gate rattled as Frances pushed hard to release it from its wedged-in position. The Mercers didn't need a latch on their gate. Georgian humidity took care of it for them. Before he'd managed to wedge it back in place, the screen door banged. Frances turned in time to catch Patty around the waist as she flung herself at him. "You're here!" When had his voice gotten so deep that his chuckle rumbled low in his chest? Even he noticed and was startled by it. "Miss me?" The moment he asked, Frances regretted it. Putting her in a place like that. "Yes, you were supposed to be here 10 minutes ago." She was watching for me. He'd revel in that thought for ages. Lord, thank you for holding me back when she first started going around with Jonathan Weston. In your timing. I just need to remember it's all in your timing. I just never knew that in your timing meant 40-some-odd years later. I suppose it's biblical, that wandering in the wilderness for 40 years until the time for the promised land. He shoved open the gate and stumbled forward when it swung lightly on well-oiled hinges. No sticking to the post. Some things do change. His heart sank when the front door didn't open. Some things break your heart when they change. The glossy red screen door covered an equally glossy red front door. Gone was the old-fashioned door with its half-moon window and nondescript knob. In its place, a paneled door with a large paned window inset. When a knock on the screen door didn't bring someone, he opened the screen a smidge and knocked on the front door itself. Nothing. Always his last resort. Funny how some things never changed. He reached up to clang the little bell that had been there since, probably the day it had been built. Again, nothing. It would be wrong. So very, very wrong. But Frank hesitated, hand on the oiled bronze latch. One look inside would tell him so much. Justification overrode the lifelong, lingering fear of his mama's wrath, and he pressed down. The door opened as smoothly as an Old West saloon swung inward at the slightest touch. "Patty?" He popped a head in as he called out. No reply. He swept the room with one long, lingering look, noting only feminine articles hanging on the hooks in the little entryway. Only feminine shoes. Red ones at that. In a basket near the door. Nothing to hint of a man anywhere. Eyes closed, he pulled the door shut and took a long, cleansing breath. There was only one thing wrong with Skimmer Cottage.
Where's her Christmas tree?
Chapter 12. After what he considered to be admirable self-control in not waiting at the ferry slip with toes tapping and fingers drumming on the railing, Benjamin waved at Mallory and her friend as they strolled up Captain's Walk to where he'd parked her store. The two women grinned at each other and raced to meet him with that carefree, magical quality that only emerges in multiples of females. "Benjamin!" Mallory's cry barely gave him enough warning to catch her around the waist as she flung herself at him in a way she'd never done before. "You won't believe all the stuff I have to tell you. It was an amazing conference." More distracted than he'd ever seen her, she pulled him the 3 or so steps to her friend's side and said, "Ezra, this is Benjamin." A petite girl with wide, dark eyes and an impish smile greeted him. Mallory hadn't lied. The girl was stunning. "Nice to finally meet the incomparable Benjamin." One look at Mallory showed rosy cheeks. He couldn't resist.
Incomparable, huh?
Instead of protesting, she shot him a look and said, "Did you finish the Scarlet Pimpernel?" Without missing a beat, Benjamin closed his eyes and quoted,
"We must prove to the world that we are all nincompoops."
The next beat followed on the previous one's heels. "And did you like it?"
I liked the adaptation better. Richard Grant is hilarious."
The two women stared at each other before exclaiming, "Travesty!" in perfect unison. He invited them up to his house for snacks, but Ezra begged off. "I need to call my father. I couldn't get a signal on the ferry, so—" Although Benjamin expected Mallory to refuse as well, she didn't. Instead, she looped one arm through Benjamin's and the other through Ezra's and steered them toward her little cottage. "Tell Benjamin the one thing you hope everyone took away from the conference." Though he'd never been to any conference, Benjamin couldn't imagine narrowing down an entire weekend of uplifting and convicting workshops to a single takeaway. But Ezra answered without much thought at all. "I'd say that whatever our story is, whether it's salvation, sanctification, or service, someone needs to hear it, and we need to share it." It sounded exactly like something Mallory would say, but instead of agreeing, she groaned. Will you let up? I'm not doing it."
"Doing what?"
Both women began speaking at once. Only the competing accents and Ezra's more breathy tones made it possible to hear what either of them said. The gist? Ezra thought Mallory should write a book about Bud Barrows, and Mallory disagreed. She ended her argument with, "Right, Benjamin?" Benjamin just shook his head.
"Sorry, I'm with Ezra on this one, on multiple counts. First, you're always pushing others to write books, so I think you should set the example. Second, I really think you should write the story of the diary when we find out the end. To do that, number 3 comes into play."
"That sounds like Dudley Do-Right. I'd like to start with the second one first, if that's okay with you." When he didn't respond, Mallory added, "You've never seen Dudley Do-Right?"
"Cartoons at the—"
"No, movie. Brendan Fraser. Sarah Jessica Parker?" He just shook his head. That's all it took. With a glare at him, Mallory effectively cut off all discussion of the book project by almost shoving Ezra in the door of her beach cottage and dragging him back up to the keeper's cottage. "We're watching that movie." Understanding dawned as she let herself into his house and plopped down on the battered sofa he'd bought off the island's Facebook trading page just that weekend. Sure, he needed something better, but the last one he'd been given in the wake of Hurricane Arlie had almost collapsed into a cartoon-like heap the day Mallory had left for the conference. He'd tried not to see it as a sign of things to come and had promptly bought another one. Yes, Frank had teased him, seeing through the plan to wait to buy new until it wasn't unreasonable to ask Mallory's input on what he might want. What happened to the old couch?
I guess I've put on a few pounds.
Instinct demanded he sit next to her and draw out the real reason she was struggling. His guess was the diary, but something else could have happened, and it was nearing the 2nd anniversary of Bud's homegoing, as she insisted on calling it. Instead, he went to pour them a couple of glasses of sweet tea. Mallory called after him. Fell apart, huh?
Yeah.
You might want to quit throwing your money away on disposable furniture and get something decent, something that'll last.
Well, since she brought it up, I'm open to any and all suggestions as to what would look good.
Only when he handed her the glass and set himself right beside her instead of at the opposite end of the couch did Mallory relax and open up. It was such a good weekend. Seriously, it was like I'd been living on rice and water for years and then suddenly had 3 days of rich, nourishing, delicious meals. It couldn't have been more perfect.
And then you got on the ferry.
I'd even forgotten about the diary, most of the time anyway, until I realized Ezra and I were standing almost where I dropped it.
It wasn't your fault, Bookworm.
It should have been in my bag. Anyway, she continued, Ezra and I decided we'll start with folks like Miss Patty and Frank, maybe even Abel Crawforth. Amalou and Eva May. We'll probably start with them, actually. They're terrible gossips, and the one good thing about a gossip is that when you need information, they're the likely ones to have ferreted it out. She took a long drink of her tea, closed her eyes, and sighed. Surely one of them will know about a guy jilted at the altar for a long-lost fiancé, and the names Jonathan and Francis.
And after you find whose it is, then you will write the story?
Those eyes popped open, and she stared at him. What was number 3?
The world needs Bud's wisdom. A whole book of it. Bliss on ink and wood pulp.
Once more, her eyes closed, but this time she snuggled in beside him, her hand still curled around the tea glass, and a sigh escaped. I wasn't supposed to fall in love, Benjamin. That wasn't in the plan.
Well, it was in mine.
Twice he'd gone to Skimmer Cottage. The second time, he actually stepped inside, closed his eyes, and tried to recall how it had looked and smelled back when Mrs. Mercer had shown off her Harvest Gold Frigidaire and served weenies and sauerkraut on rye on summer afternoons. Patty had hated them, but he'd looked forward to her weenie sandwich day. Guilt had driven him back onto the porch, around the corner of the house, and even down the beach. Only when he saw the empty car shed, as her daddy had called it, and he decided she must have taken a trip somewhere.
Maybe that's why there's no tree. Maybe she's gone until after the holidays.
But no, surely she'd lock up if she meant to be gone for a couple of weeks. Probably just missed her again. Maybe she was part of the bingo bunch that went over to Mimosa on Monday afternoons. In a rash move of spontaneity, Frank hustled his bustle down to the ferry and drove his truck on the moment his turn came. And as it so often happened, the sea breeze cleared his rash thoughts. Just as the ferry neared Breaker's Head, he changed his mind. A hop out of the car showed only a foot in front and back of him. He had time, if he could get a spotter. The ferry security guard came over at Frank's wave.
Problem, sir? I need a spotter. I've got to get off at Breaker's.
The guy eyed the gaps.
With that? Can you help me?
Despite the dark look the man shot him, he moved to the back of the truck and began motioning. Frank started up the engine, jerked the wheel as far as it would turn, and inched back. In less than 2 seconds, the palm went up, and the guy jogged to the front. The beckon began and almost ended simultaneously.
Helps if you turn the wheel, mister.
Great, a wise guy. 462 turns of the wheel later, he eked that truck from between a Camry and an F-150 and pulled onto Breaker's Lane just as the ferry slid up to the slip and dropped the apron. He whipped out his wallet, pulled out a 20, and passed it to the guard.
Thanks for your help. Merry Christmas.
Happy Hana-Hali Chriswanza to you, too. If he could remember it, and Frank knew that wasn't likely, he'd have to use that one on his Ashley. She'd spit nails.
Maybe when we're ready to assemble the cabinets.
Mallory's truck and store were parked next to the keeper's cottage, so instead of heading home, he pulled up into Benjamin's driveway. Maybe the boy knew where Patty was and when she'd be home. As long as Mallory wasn't there, he'd be set. Mallory opened Benjamin's door at his knock. "Hey, Mr. Grace." "Frank," she corrected at his pointed look. "Come in. We're about to have hot dogs and a movie. Want to join us?" He said no. No old-timer wanted to be that person, the one who muscled in on young folks' dates. But Benjamin called him in on a question about flooring, and the next thing he knew, he had a hot dog, a mess of pork and beans, and a half-cob of corn on a TV tray in a chair that looked suspiciously like Bud's old one. He'd have to ask about that. Movie credits rolled. Mallory cracked up even as she mouthed lines. She even giggled at the horse passing wind. Benjamin shot him a look that said, "Can you believe this one?" He then shot her a look that said, "She's a keeper," but Mallory missed it. Just as the horse ran from the word vampires, Mallory paused the movie. "I need popcorn." She eyed Benjamin. "Where can I find it?" He winced, and Frank sat back for the intermission act. "You don't have popcorn?" Again, Benjamin winced and added,
Ran out?
As she rose, Mallory turned her attention to Frank. "Can you believe this guy? I don't know if we can be friends anymore."
You'd be giving up an awfully good man for something easily rectified.
That earned him a hug, a kiss on the cheek, and a cheeky grin as she dashed out the door. "Be back in a minute. At least you know where to come if you need snacks while watching a movie. Mallory threw Benjamin a look of mock disdain, would let you waste away to nothing." The moment the door closed behind her, the room closed in on them. Frank waited, watching. Benjamin was about to say something. He could feel it. And when Benjamin Hornigold took a long time to say what was on his mind, what came next would be well worth the wait, even if all he said was, "How are you?" Hands clasped in front of him, forearms resting on his knees, Benjamin looked up and whispered,
I am so in love with her.
"I know."
I don't know how to tell her.
How Frank remembered those days. He'd agonized for a year. Were 3 months enough? It had been 6. Would that suffice? Maybe 9. You could have a baby in 9, maybe. But he'd waited a year, and then some more before that first moment he'd deliberately caught Patty's eye and smiled. The memory hit him like it always did, hard, fast, and sucking every ounce of oxygen from his body. He withered as it consumed him. The guests, the nerves, the knowing in the pit of his stomach that she wouldn't come. His determination to be there anyway. The wonder of whether he should have stayed home and told her to come so folks would blame him rather than her. The sobs he couldn't hide when the minister looked at him and mouthed, "She's not coming. Go."
Don't wait.
The words exploded from him faster than a July firecracker.
I loved a girl once. Still do, but that's a story for tomorrow.
His mind screamed,
Please let it only be tomorrow. But I took far too long to let her know, and it broke my heart. Hers too, I think.
The old couch creaked as Benjamin leaned back, but the young man's eyes never left his.
You and Bud Barrows had something in common, didn't you?
Come again?
You both loved a girl who chose someone else.
If hearts could stop beating without a person dying, Frank's did.
Never thought of it that way, but yes, we did.
Still, the piercing eyes bored into him. A light flickered and blazed in them.
Unlike Bud, I think you have a second chance. Why haven't you taken it?
He knows. How does he know? Benjamin swallowed hard enough for Frank to see the Adam's apple bobbing.
She's so alone.
How did you know? The slapping of shoes on paving stones warned of Mallory's impending return. Frank rose.
Don't tell her. I want to talk to Patty first.
Mallory burst into the room, a bag of popcorn kernels in her hand. Got the hard little nuggets of fluffy goodness right here. A paradox of snacky proportions. With that, she dashed into the kitchen and Benjamin rose. He nodded at Frank before moving to follow.
Won't say a word, but she'll figure it out. If I can, she will.
When Frank reached the door, Benjamin cleared his throat and added,
I'll be praying.
Chapter 13. Josie Parker breezed up to the book barrow first thing on Tuesday morning. I hear you've got a mystery. At that same moment, Lou Baker appeared, book in hand and scowl on face. Nothing new there, anyway.
You sold me smut.
The title burned Mallory's eyes and made her shiver at the same time. Lolita. Which of her kids had decided to give the most cantankerous woman on the islands a book she was certain to complain about? Just as she started to apologize, she realized the book had come from the box marked, Do Not Sell.
If I didn't know Benjamin Hornigold as well as I do, I'd blame him. But you didn't grow up here. You're city folk, and we all know what kind of hanky-panky goes on in the city.
Hanky-panky? Oh, great Gatsby. Ezra took the book. It's on all the classics lists. It wasn't good?
Trash,
Lou pronounced.
Child exploitation, pedophilia.
Mallory had to cut her off before it got worse. What about Benjamin? The woman shot her a withering glare.
He would never have sold me that book if you hadn't recommended it. I want my money back, and I'll let everyone know to avoid your trash peddling.
Ezra piped up. Excuse me, Mrs. Ouch. Insert first foot. Bernie the pelican scuttled up a bit too close for comfort, and Lou kicked at him before turning her wrath on Ezra. While the rest of the world thought the cold, blustery December morning was as commonplace as it could be, Mallory watched a miracle. Lou turned, sharpening the razors on her tongue, and melted into a puddle of goo at Ezra's sweet smile and beguiling brown eyes.
I don't know you, honey.
Ezra thrust out her hand. Ezra Keel, nice to meet you, ma'am. Thank you, Lord, for prompting that ma'am.
Ezra.
Lou's eyes narrowed.
Don't your parents know anything? Ezra was a priest, a male. Some say he was Malachi, but I don't put stock in that kind of nonsense.
Ezra passed the book to Mallory, who began trying to figure out what Lou had been charged for it, while she led the woman off to one side of the store steps. Well, see, my mama and daddy. Oh, now you're getting your Southern on. Lou doesn't need to know it's the South Pacific. South is South, right? We're missionaries in the Swahili Islands. Ezra's accents blended into a melodic sound that no one, apparently not even Lou, could resist. But Mama died having me, and Daddy was all distraught. He thought they said I was a boy, so instead of Esther Ruth, he put down Ezra Nehemiah. By the time someone brought me home to him after everything, the name had stuck with the islanders, so, she shrugged, I'm Ezra. Oh, bless your heart. And thank you for meaning that. Mallory grinned and broke in. Amalu, I can't find what you were charged for this. $5, and it's not worth the effort it took to dig that out of my purse. Poor Benjamin looked through every book he could find trying to figure out what to charge me. You should mark your merchandise, price and smut rating both. All plans to forgo her self-defense shredded themselves into microscopic pieces. Well, it wasn't marked because it came from a marked box of donations I had no intention of selling. Benjamin must have missed that sign. Amalu glowered at her. Mm-hmm. Translation, sure you did. Can you come inside, please? Why she defended herself against the accusation came to her the moment she heard Amalu mutter something about how her Uncle Bud must be getting dizzy in his grave. She has lived here for at least 60 years. She's got to know about Francis and John. Mallory pulled out the drawer under her used shelves and pointed. Did he get it from there? 2 fuchsia spots appeared on Amalu's cheeks. She'd seen the sign plain as day lying on top of the reject box. I didn't see that there. Bet he didn't either. Well, you just give me my $5.36 back and we'll say no more about it. That was Amalu speak for, I'm sorry. Happy to do it. Uncle Bud tried to read that book once because it was on one of those lists. He called me and said, Why is this on so many lists? It's horrible. The way this man writes makes me sympathetic to a horrible man. That piqued Amalu's interest. She stared at Mallory with burning eyes that demanded an answer. I told him that was the reason. The writing is beautiful and compelling. The point of the book is to show how something well and beautifully written can inspire people to sympathize with what they shouldn't. It's a study in human nature. Mallory dug the money from the till and passed it over. Actually, I think I would have been headed over to Hopper this evening to see you. That stuck a dog leg into the conversation and sent them in another direction completely. Hopper? But Hopper's for Fridays. That's why I came all the way over today. I didn't want that filth in my house a moment longer. A man she didn't recognize came in and asked for a coffee. Ezra shooed Mallory and Amalu out of the trailer with a conspiratorial wink and a promise that she knew how to work the machine. I've watched you all morning. It's not chemistry or anything. But it is. Still, the guy wasn't from around there. If he hated the coffee, she probably hadn't lost a repeat customer. Okay, thanks. As they passed the used paperback shelf, Mallory pulled a title off, one she knew Uncle Bud had loved. She knew it because of that journal, and it was a perfect segue. Straight down a crooked lane. Bud gave that to Patty Mercer when she and Frank got engaged. I was at the party. And if that wasn't the easiest pumping for information in the history of detective work, Mallory couldn't imagine what was. Shopping on the mainland saved money, sure, but it also spent time, and some things you couldn't get in the overcrowded Savannah supermarkets, like the homemade strawberry rhubarb preserves sold at the tiny grocery store that serviced Sparrow Island. They also had their own coffee blend they'd created somehow that was just taking off. According to Mallory, they were shipping out dozens of boxes every month already. Mallory. Patty had considered heading over to Merriweather and confessing she had owned the diary and had meant it for one of the attic boxes, but black thunderclouds overhead told her she might just make it home dry, if she hurried. As a girl, Patty would have bent low and pedaled faster, but she'd tried that 2 years ago, and it had put her back out for a week. A second glance at the clouds prompted her to lower herself just a little and to pedal just a bit faster. Patty swung around the corner and would have bypassed the cottage for the car shed, but a shadow on the porch brought her to an abrupt stop. She stood there, straddling her bicycle and taunting the clouds with her flagrant disregard of their warning of impending deluge. There was something familiar about that shadow, but she couldn't place it. It moved forward. A man came into view. White hair, polo, chinos. One hand rose, fingers splayed. A smile. At that smile, a sob ripped through her. Patty stood there, riveted, panicked, overjoyed. Francis! The light way he jogged down the steps nearly added tears to that sob. How many times had she seen him do that? How many times had she teased him that he looked like Roy Balger in those old movies on TV? Francis stopped at the gate, his hands gripping the tops of the pickets and gazing at her as if he didn't believe she were really there. I suppose just like I'm having trouble believing he's here. Patty. Her name hung suspended in the space between a declaration and a question. Her fingers curled tighter around the handlebars. I will not cry. I will not lose my composure. I will not. Opening the gate, he stepped forward, but the gate swung freely on its hinges and banged against the fence. Francis winced. Sorry, I'm used to that thing fighting against every attempt to pass through it. He didn't move again. The TV crew fixed it. I would have told them not to, but I didn't think of it, and they were so proud of themselves. That bailiwick woman, the one who rebuilt Benjamin's house. She nodded, wondering why they were discussing something so inane as the state of her gate. Francis was there, standing where she'd seen him so many times, where she'd raced. What made you come? Now, I mean, after all this time. But she didn't ask. She just couldn't. The first drops of rain forced her to circle the bicycle around and rush through the open gate. Francis pulled it shut behind them, and the rain poured down just before they reached the steps. The bicycle dripped across the porch as she went to lean it against the side of the house. And that provided the perfect distraction from all the unsettling thoughts and emotions. Because Patty suddenly felt 16 again. Could anything be more delightful and annoying at the same time? Need to grab a towel and wipe her down. Excuse me a moment, please. As soon as she'd said it, Patty felt ridiculous. Or come in out of the rain. Sorry, discombobulated. And you can't even speak in complete sentences. Get a hold of yourself, Patty Weston Mercer. As if he'd read her mind, Francis caught her arm and gazed at her. I thought you married John. Had 2 children. I did. Benjamin and Mallory call you Miss Mercer. She gave him a weak smile and moved inside for that towel. That is a long story, Francis. When she returned, he stood by the bicycle, staring at it with a smile on his face. That smile. At her approach, he held out his hand for the towel. Go on in. I've got this. That prompted the first tear. How many times had they returned with sand on their shoes that needed to be swept off the porch before Mama had a fit? How many times had he taken the broom, smiled that smile, and told her to go on in? He'd get it. Her brain spun and fuzzed until only one thought managed to hang on. Coffee. She needed coffee. Sweet tea might be good for whatever else ailed you, but coffee cleared the cobwebs. She never made it to the kitchen. The fireplace caught her attention just as a shiver shot up her spine and across her shoulders. Fire first. Hands shaking, she fumbled with the logs until a splinter jabbed into her hand. Ouch! Hands on her shoulders. That voice, that dear, soothing, comforting voice right in her ear again.
"I've got this, Patty. Oh, let me get that."
And before the words registered, he'd pulled out a pocket knife with a blade sharpened to practically nothing and managed to slide out the offending sliver before she knew what hit her.
There.
Frances even raised it as if to kiss it, but she saw him realize what he'd done and shift to examine it instead.
"I think I got it."
Patty gazed at him. So close. She hadn't been this close to a man in decades. Truthfully, she hadn't since that night he'd told her to follow her heart. "Why didn't I come?" she whispered. "I so wanted to." This time he did kiss that hand before standing and helping her rise. He led her to the couch and gave her a gentle nudge onto it.
"I'll get this. Make you some tea? Coffee?"
"Coffee, please." He nodded, or at least that was the only word she could think of for the movement he made. She sat there as he settled the logs on the old stone hearth that had warmed the front room for decades at Skimmer Cottage. A sweep of the room brought disappointment to her. Gone was the penny and cream-colored floral couch that had once sat directly opposite the fire. Gone was the large console stereo with its record player and built-in radio. Gone was the little black and white TV with the tinfoil-wrapped rabbit ears. Mama had hated how those wraps made it look. The canvas couches ran perpendicular to the fireplace now, a chunky coffee table between them. She'd painted the thing a creamy white, much to Lisa's disgust. "Mama, you're making it look like a cheap Pottery Barn knockoff." The TV crew had painted the room for her, too, a lovely sea glass green, a far cry from the plain white walls that had filled the cottage of her childhood. Then she saw them, there on the mantel. She'd forgotten the little frames with their photographs all settled into one corner. If he stood, and he did, and looked just to the right, and he did again, Patty winced. He'd wonder why a picture of them at the 4th of July bonfire sat next to the only good family portrait of her, John, and the children.
"Nice family you had."
He turned, gave her a weak smile, and moved to the kitchen, murmuring something about that coffee. Would he hate the open shelving as much as Lisa did? Would he tease her about the fridge or something? That thought did it. She didn't care what he thought of what she chose. If she could stand up to a daughter like Lisa, a carbon copy of her mother, bless both their cotton-picking hearts, then she could stand up to a man who had left her to flounder for herself when she was confused and hurting. And don't you forget it. Just as she started to go see if she could help, the sound of the coffee maker kicking into gear reached her.
"A little milk and a spoonful of sugar?"
"Half and half, please. But yes."
"Ah, getting fancy, are we?"
The tears that had threatened returned and pricked her eyes. Why doesn't someone tell young girls that an engagement made at 16 is not a legal or moral binding contract? Why didn't someone say, "You can still marry Francis even though you didn't show up at the church. He'll understand"? Why didn't Mama and Daddy tell me I didn't have to go through with it? That last one was the problem. They had, but not in a kind or logical fashion. Mama had been hysterical, demanding that she get her backside in the car and up to the church. It had just made her more determined than ever. Daddy had shaken his head and muttered something about throwing good money after bad. Lord, why didn't you have Bud come see me before it was too late? He would have made me understand. Her heart screamed that she wouldn't have her children or grandchildren if she'd followed her heart. Her mind said that the Lord would have provided the children he wanted her to have regardless. Despair winked and said she'd never know which would have been best, and wasn't that just too bad? Francis appeared with 2 mugs in hand. Patty scrambled for coasters for the coffee table. He spoke over her, watching, waiting. Finally he spoke.
May I sit with you, Patty?
It took all she could do to nod. Years flipped past with the ease of Bible pages in a breeze, and there they were once more, sitting together on the couch in her parents' front room. If he took her hand, and there he went, sliding one hand under and the other over.
I thought you'd passed on,
he whispered.
When I saw your diary at Mallory's place, I thought.
She heard him swallow.
I had to peek inside that front cover to see.
It's still there.
It's still true.
This time, the tears flowed. Chapter 14. The text came through while he was still a few miles from Breakers, telling him she'd discovered Patty to be the owner of the diary and asking him to meet her at Skimmer.
Uh-oh.
Benjamin told his phone to tell her to wait for him, and he'd pilot her down to Sparrow.
You won't have to wait for the ferry that way. Period.
Siri said it had sent, and he waited. The reply came back in Siri's distinct AI voice. Waiting for you. He steered past Breaker's Head and down to Merryweather's Marina. Mallory stood there under an umbrella, bouncing with the impatience of Tigger waiting for his breakfast.
Just what is extract of malt, anyway?
Several boats jostled in and out of the marina, delaying him some. The impatience mounted, and Mallory likely dripped. By the time he pulled up close to a mooring, she practically jumped into the boat in one leap. Let's go. I found her. The book that Uncle Bud gave her, about the couple with the troubled marriage? Yeah. Ima Lou Baker was there when he gave it. She knew all about it. She was engaged to Frank. I guess Frank is a nickname he didn't use then? I don't know. But she can't know he's here or they'd have reconnected. I mean, Francis/Frank is the guy who said seeing her in red set his heart on fire. What else she said he didn't hear. Benjamin focused on maneuvering through the channels and back out into the ocean.
Is it weird that the way she uses words is what makes my heart soar just a bit higher than everything else?
What do you think? The question dropped him back into the boat without a clue of what she was talking about. At the exasperated expression on her face, Benjamin scrambled.
Sorry, you mentioned Red setting his heart on fire, and I started doubting myself.
If I don't set your heart on fire, I don't want to know it, Mallory insisted. I'll cry about that later. Right now, I want to know if we should call Frank. Do you think he'd want someone there with him? I think we should warn them both. They're not old, but they're not young either. Wouldn't want to throw them into AFib or whatever you call it. The boat cut through the water like nothing. White bubbles churned in its wake even as rain poured down on them and often blew up under the canopy. Hopper Island loomed, but Benjamin skirted out further from shore just to take a bit longer.
If Frank's there...
What is it? You're being weird. Benjamin reached for her, slid his arm around her waist, and pulled her close.
I was just wondering what you'd say if you knew what about you sets my heart on fire.
It worked. He'd distracted her and forced himself to say something he'd wanted to but couldn't. Mallory's attention flipped completely in his camp. Well, I guess that depends on what it is. It would give away so much if she ever thought about it, but he'd also have to say something sometime. Maybe she'd see that he tried. Maybe it would help, someday. He pressed his lips close to her ear and sighed before trying to make himself heard without shouting over the noise of the boat.
I love the way you use words. It's beautiful. My heart resonates with them so much.
He kissed her temple before adding,
It's why you really should write their story.
Kissing the woman of your dreams while you were supposed to be paying attention to the water wasn't exactly smart, but Benjamin allowed himself a brief one. Well, Brief compared to what he'd have preferred, that is. As soon as he returned his attention to where they were going, Mallory began the bouncing again. This is going to be so awesome. Reunited after all those years, and Frank has been back since before Uncle Bud died.
It killed him that his daughter needed him during Bud's last weeks.
Mallory leaned against him again, calm once more. Talking about Bud Barrows did that to a person. I asked him once if he wanted me to call, ask Frank to come for just a couple of days there near the end, but Uncle Bud said, Lovey, that man's family needs him there. I have all I need with you here, and he doesn't need to see me like this. It's best that our last goodbye is our au revoir. She giggled, and somehow he heard it over the noise of the ocean, the rain, and the motor. That's how he said it. Au revoir. Being so close may have relaxed her, but it pushed him forward. He opened the boat up a bit more, and they shot through the water, around the curve of Elnora, and straight for Sparrow. He'd dock her over by the Red Lady, but they'd still have to trek to Skimmer. He'd have composed a warning text, but she'd catch him before he could send it off. Should we call Frank? Tell him to come? I mean, you could go out and meet him at the docks and break it to him.
And if Patty didn't want him?
She deflated. You're right.
Mally mine, I love how much you care. No matter what happens, you need to know that your caring heart is beautiful.
He'd expected her to jump onto the docks and race for the road, but she didn't. Instead, the moment he'd finished tying off the boat, she stepped forward and put her arms around him. Hold me. For just a minute. Hold me.
If you insist.
That moment lasted and lasted. It could have been a minute, but Benjamin would have bet on 5. She just melted into that embrace and rested there until he'd have sworn she fell asleep or something. Something deep within told him not to ask, not to question, not to rush things. Despite rain lashing at their legs, they just stood there and were. It worked. When Mallory finally shivered and stepped away, her eyes wide, he saw 2 things. First, peace. Something had happened there. Second, contrition. Before he could ask, she said, I'm sorry. We're getting soaked because of me and my silliness.
You forget my job, Lovey. I'm the one who lives a semi-aquatic life. You, on the other hand, will probably melt if we don't get you inside soon.
You calling me a witch? She shot him a glare that would have quelled a lesser man. But Benjamin knew how to appease her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the road.
I am not. However, as my apology, I'll read an extra book this weekend.
Deal. The ring of triumph in her voice sent ripples of dread through him.
What am I reading?
Try as he might, he couldn't keep resignation out of his tone. Minuet in Gigi.
The romance about the fisherman that Miss Booker hated?
The very one. You'll love it, I promise. When I read it, I kept seeing you in the hero. The mile trek took twice as long as usual, and by the time they'd made it halfway, Mallory struggled in her jeans. I'm drenched. I probably was on the docks at Merriweather, but between the boat, that hug I really needed, and this romp in the rain, my jeans feel like they weigh 50 pounds.
Consider it a workout, Bookworm. We're almost there. Then we can go inside and get Miss Patty to start a fire. She might even have something you could change into while she dries those jeans.
It had been a good idea, one he loved even. But as they rounded the curve and stopped in front of Skimmer Cottage, all plans changed. The large front window, illuminated by the setting sun, showed a couple sitting side by side on the couch, holding hands. Was it praying? Mallory tugged at him. Let's go, before they see us. Let's go. The stories tumbled out, one after the other, until Frank couldn't discern where one ended and the next began. The girlish Patty he'd loved all those years ago hadn't changed. Not really. On the other hand, she was definitely older, definitely wiser, definitely sadder. And the stories he wanted to hear most were the ones he was most afraid to ask. As if she sensed his hesitation, Patty rose and went to fix sweet tea. Why such a commonplace staple of Southern life should matter, should make such a difference again, Frank didn't know. But the separation gave them both a chance to regroup, to reconsider.
I must ask her. It's important.
So when Patty returned to the room carrying the glasses of tea, a wobbly smile on her lips, Frank decided that the slow ripping of the Band-Aid that clearly did little to protect from the infection and the festering was worse than ripping it off.
I have to ask, were you happy?
Patty took a long sip of tea before giving him any indication that she'd even heard him.
You could ask me that question on any day of the year and have almost as many answers. It's not a yes or no question. That answer has more layers than the deepest story you've ever read.
Once more, Frank steeled himself against the questions he really wanted to ask. Questions like, did you ever consider coming? How did you get married so quickly? Why did you move away? The long amber hair he loved so much was now silvery white and short, but still curly. It was even curlier than it had been all those years ago on the most humid day of summer. She wore red. They were just small red ear bobs, as his mother would call them, but he couldn't help but wonder why.
I so wanted to come that morning, but then Mama was being Mama, worried about our reputation if I didn't show up and marry the better man. Daddy was saying all kinds of ugly things about John and...
Patty refused to look at him.
And what?
A spark of something familiar electrified the space between them.
And you had been so noble, so understanding. I was confused. I was scared. And the only person talking to me, the only person who seemed to really care something about me, was there, ready to take me away from it all.
This time her sigh nearly ripped his heart out.
I was young, confused, and John was there with me. I let myself be convinced keeping my word and marrying him was the best thing.
The words broke off. Frank squeezed her hand.
Tell me. If I had only known how much he was manipulating me, if I had only known that this was how the rest of my marriage would go.
Before Frank could even consider a response to that, even as his mind worked through all she had and had not said, Patty changed the course of the discussion.
Mama said something about you getting married. Where's your wife?
His heart clenched. Patty wouldn't like the answer. She'd feel bad, but there wasn't any way around it.
Gina died just over 3 years ago. Cancer.
Eyes closed, a ragged breath released slowly, painfully. In a whisper, she said,
Tell me you were happy.
How could he tell her that Gina had married him knowing his heart belonged somewhere else? How could he make her understand that he had learned to love his wife in his own way, and she'd pretended to be content with it? How could he say all the things he'd wanted to say for over 40 years without causing even more pain? He never imagined that she would consider his attempt at giving her all the space she needed to make the best decision for herself as abandonment. He hadn't known, and it broke his heart.
Francis?
That name brought a smile to his lips.
Nobody's called me Francis in over 40 years.
Over the rim of her glass of sweet tea, Patty's eyes danced in question. How could something he hadn't seen in so long still be so familiar? So, what do they call you?
Frank. They call me Frank.
Emotions played across her features much like time-lapse photography shifted clouds across landscape. Understanding, confusion, regret. Was that regret he saw in her eyes?
What are you thinking?
She shrugged. People talk about Frank from Breakers. I just never knew that Frank was my Francis. He liked that. What an understatement. He loved that. Despite everything, Patty Mercer still cared. As the storm raged around Skimmer Cottage, Patty wondered what would come next. He couldn't leave. Of course, if she were honest with herself, she didn't want him to. Ever. That thought shook her deep. So deep that Francis, or should she call him Frank? Patty didn't have time to think about that. Regardless, Francis took her hand again.
Oh, are you all right?
Patty hopped up with the speed of a jackrabbit that had jumped down a snake hole by mistake. In fact, she hadn't jumped up that fast, aside from the crazy toddler years, since the days of waiting for Francis to get off work and come walking through their gate. Hungry. She bolted for the kitchen, digging into the fridge before Francis could get up off the couch. When she emerged with the small roll of ground beef she'd purchased to make enchiladas, her shout of, "Olé!" sounded hollow, even to her.
Patty, you don't have to pretend with me. You can tell me you don't know what you think. This doesn't have to be solved in an afternoon.
That's what you think. If I don't try to make sense of what's going on, I'll go crazy. Her hands trembled so much she nearly sliced them open trying to get the plastic wrap off the roll of ground beef. Francis stepped in, took the knife from her hand, deftly slit the package, and dumped it into the frying pan she produced. Only once she'd begun chopping it into smaller pieces with the spatula did Francis speak again.
What is it, Patty?
I just need to do something. Still her hand shook, but Patty jabbed at the ground beef while her mind raced to work through the little bit she'd learned. The question came out of nowhere. How long were you married? A strangled sigh proceeded from Francis's reply.
30 years, almost to the day.
It took a moment for her to grasp what he'd said. Patty jabbed the spatula into a hunk of meat, and, still gripping the handle, she turned to stare at him. 10 years? It took you 10 years to find someone? The minute she asked the question, Patty regretted it. Although she didn't know what he'd say, she'd suspected it would hurt. If not her, him. The way his Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes glistened, and the air sucked between his teeth, she knew. He'd hurt, even if the pain would hit her too. It's who Francis had always been. The grease popped and burned her, and Patty turned to pay attention to the cooking instead of the story playing out on Francis's face. Just as she would have told him he didn't have to answer, Francis sighed.
I wasn't going to tell you. I made decisions based on what was best for me and my heart. They weren't meant to affect you.
Her heart raced, and her mind chased after it as fast as it could follow. Patty jabbed at the chunks of meat over and over. What is he talking about? The ground beef was nearly browned before Francis spoke again. He leaned against the countertop, arms folded over his chest, just as he had all those years ago when she mixed up a batch of cookies or made a Jell-O salad. Finally, he spoke.
At first, it was just too painful. I wasn't interested in anyone else. Then, about 3 years after you and John married, someone mentioned that you hadn't started a family. I told myself that there was a reason. I promised myself that if I heard you'd had a child, I would look for someone.
She knew the answer before she asked the question, but Patty couldn't help herself. What year did you get married? His hands rested on her shoulders before sliding down her arms and around her waist.
Gina and I got married on New Year's Eve, 1986.
With a flick of the wrist, Patty snapped off the burner, turned around, and buried herself in Frances's chest. While the storm raged outside, a fresh one began in their hearts. Finding each other again might be a dream come true, but it didn't mean they could just pick up where they left off. Patty had still been a teenager, Frances just out of his teens. So many years, experiences, and so many happy days and crushed dreams. It could take the rest of their lives just to work through all that. But he's here now. God is a God of second chances. What if... Chapter 15. In the wee hours of Wednesday morning, Patty finally sent Frances home with the admonition not to return until Thursday.
"I'll make us supper," she'd promised. "I just need a bit of space to think."
By the time she awoke later that morning, her eyes burned and her body demanded she remember she was no spring chicken anymore.
"Forget that,"
she muttered as she fumbled through the coffee-making process.
"I'm barely a Thanksgiving turkey."
With that first cup still too hot to drink and a plate of eggs and toast waiting, Patty sat herself down at the kitchen table, pulled out her phone, and tapped in her password. A text message popped up first thing. From Frances.
"I said it, and I meant it. I love you. Always have, always will."
Bite by bite, she ate tasteless eggs and toast that could have been cardboard for all she noticed. Each time her screen dimmed, Patty swirled it so the words would stay visible. It was a waste of battery, and she frankly, a smile formed at that thought, frankly didn't care. One hand reached for her Bible as the other reached for the coffee. She flipped it open to that day's chapter. Psalm 37. 4 verses later, the Bible skidded across the table and crashed into the floor. Delight myself? Isn't that what I did? All those years putting you first, Lord. I put you first. I honored vows I made as a silly girl, and for what? You let the desire of my heart marry someone else. You let me throw my life away on a man who was so broken that I never knew if his faults were the result of the war or a defect in character. Tears flowed. The tears she'd wanted to cry for years poured from her until there wasn't one left. And still, her heart wept freely. No longer hungry, she scraped her plate and poured out the coffee. With the kitchen set to rights, she grabbed her phone and went for the door. A walk. She needed out in the freshly washed world. There'd be wrack along the beach, but some of the most beautiful things could be found among the wrack. Like my life? Is there anything beautiful in the wreckage that is my life? The lower temperatures meant she'd have to leave her shoes on, so Patty chose Keds over slides. With the door pulled shut behind her, and the sky so clear above no one would imagine that black clouds had ever hung over the world, Patty took off at a brisk clip, desperate for the sun to burn away the clouds in her mind. She'd made it a dozen steps when she saw him, the splayed hand, the smile. Anger like she hadn't felt in years coursed through her as she marched up to him. I said to stay away until Thursday night.
And I am. I've been out here for hours, thinking, praying.
His gentle gaze only fueled her ire. Praying? Why? All the praying and the trusting and the serving. For years I made the Lord number one in my life. Years. What did it get me? She jabbed a finger at his chest. Heartache. Abuse. A sob ripped through her as she turned away. Loneliness.
Patty.
Don't patty me. That verse says to delight yourself in the Lord. It promises the desires of your heart. Well,
The desire of my heart was you, and I got a man who made us all miserable and then abandoned us. I was alone. I just wanted to be loved." Those tears choked her, blinded her, broke her. She stormed off into the sand, praying he wouldn't follow. But despite herself, one tiny piece of her hoped he would. He didn't. But 10 minutes later, when the anger she had bottled and shaken regularly had exploded and flattened itself out, her phone pinged. A message from Francis. Jeremiah 31:3, Deuteronomy 31:6, Ecclesiastes 3:11. Feels like that colon should be one space to the right, doesn't it? Remind me to tell you about my little epiphany the other night. The Bible app that Lisa had insisted Patty shouldn't try to live without, and had never used, finally came in handy. After reading the first 2, she turned her face to the sun, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Yes, I am loved with an everlasting love, but whose? Yours or Francis's? I'm being raw and honest, Lord. It feels more like him than you right now. He never left or forsook me either. I left him. It felt like he left, but he didn't. You, where were you while we were tiptoeing around John's rages and eating mac and cheese because he'd spent the grocery money on more drugs?" The references for those first 2 verses had been familiar enough that she'd guessed what they'd say, but now Patty looked to the third. Curious. A crack formed in the armor she'd donned over her heart as she read. "He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the hearts of men, yet they cannot fathom the work that God has done from beginning to end." With her thumb hovering over the reply button, a battle waged in Patty's heart. She wanted, no, ached, to surrender. A moment later, she shoved the phone in her pocket and welded that crack shut again. No, there was no reason for both of us to hurt so much. No need. No. From the first time he'd noticed a little girl with oversized teeth and kinked pigtails, Francis Grace had been a goner. Self-preservation had ensured he said nothing to no one. Most of the fellows his age still considered girls to be nuisances, at best. He'd been right there with them until he'd seen Patty Mercer race toward the ocean, arms flung out to the side and ready for the waves to do their best to knock her on her backside. Year after year, she'd tackled life with a zest he would have envied had he not lived it vicariously through her. From giggling with girls at their old-fashioned one-room schoolhouse, to defending a dog from teasing boys with the ferocity of a riled badger, not once had she ever noticed him. At her sweet 16, he'd overheard her tell Susie Underwood that she and Jonathan Weston were engaged. His heart broke for the first time. The long wait began when John left. When the news came, when she looked broken-hearted all those months. Except she hadn't been at all. They'd talked about it when he finally decided enough time had passed. Patty Mercer had been sorry for his family, of course, sad to lose a friend, and a little relieved that he wouldn't come home at any moment, and the fight to let them marry before she turned 18 would never have to happen. Then there'd been last night. His carefree, spontaneous girl had been replaced by someone who had spent a lifetime stifling her true self. He could see it in the way she'd bit back words, fought back tears, repressed the impulse to hug or kiss him. Oh, how Frank had wanted that kiss. This might have been why her outburst left him grinning and still leaning against the pilings that roped off the access to the Mercers' private beach. It wasn't anything of the sort, but strangers didn't know that, and it kept folks from making nuisances of themselves. He watched until she disappeared around a bend and considered. Is this a new Patty or a fake one?
Although the sun blazed overhead, it barely reached his skin and did little to keep the chill from his bones. He'd heard the North Atlantic right whales were making a showing, calving season. Patty Mercer had always loved the whales. Maybe she'd go out watching with him. Maybe. Frank pushed himself away from the piling and strode down toward the marina. As he strolled, he pulled out his phone and asked it to call Abel Crawforth.
Hey, question for you. Does Patty come to Wednesday night services over there? No, she goes to the traditional service over on Merriweather since the Sparrow Church only has one service a week, if that.
Something about that statement sounded like a commentary on modern society, but Frank couldn't decide what the commentary was. Instead, he thanked Abel and decided,
I'll be there tonight. I'll sit near her. I'll simply be.
His next plan took a bit longer. He called every person on the island he could think of, looking for Patty's preference on Christmas trees. Finally, Ella Jean had an answer.
She's too cheap to buy them, but she says she can't bear to stare at fake trees. So she tells the grandkids, and then she waits for them to put it up. And Lisa complains that they don't want to. Everyone's feelings get hurt, and family time during the holidays at its finest, don't you think?
I think it's time someone bought her a tree. I'm headed to Hopper. Need anything while I'm over there?
He noted the hesitation and urged her to tell him.
Happy to oblige, but I need to know.
Mallory was going to have a book for me tomorrow, but I just finished mine. Been nursing a chest cold for a couple weeks now. If you'd swing by her shop on the way back. You're taking your truck, right? If you're on the ferry.
Frank assured her that no, he wasn't taking the ferry, and yes, he'd be happy to retrieve her books.
Need one of her fussy coffees as a pick-me-up.
Well?
Does Mallory know what you like?
That question did it. Ella Jean thanked him and assured him she had the cash and would have it ready.
I always wondered why you and she hadn't reconnected.
Because people like you never said a word about her being here.
Then I realized it's only been a couple years since you lost your wife. You probably needin' time, not meddling busybodies telling you to get over it like it was this chest cold I can't shake.
Pain gripped him and ordered him to say something.
Ella Jean.
Will
you do an old fool a favor?
What's that? I mean, you're getting my book, so I figure I owe you, but...
She'd scoff and resist, but he had to ask.
If your chest doesn't feel completely normal by Monday, will you go see someone about it?
For a chest cold?
He'd have to say something, drat it all.
Look, it sounds crazy, I know, but my Gina had a chest cold that lingered. She kept saying she felt like she should get it checked out, but put it off. 3 weeks. That's all it took for the cancer to take root. Just be sure. Laugh at me. I can take it.
He added with as much of a mocking laugh as he could muster.
But will you do it? The doctor said if she'd come in a couple weeks earlier.
I'll go. And if he charges me an arm and a leg, I'll send that bill to you.
It was a joke, yet Frank couldn't help but add,
You do that, Ella Jean. You do that.
With a plan in motion, Frank took off for Hopper. He had a tree to buy and an errand to run before church in... A glance at his watch sent him off at a quick clip. Much too soon for comfort. Chapter 16. Henry, the sparrow equivalent to Bernie the pelican, appeared at the step to the book barrow, his beady gull eyes staring at her. The stare was a demand for broken cookies or muffin bits. Mallory ordered herself not to yield, but those odd, pale gull eyes sent a shiver through her. Why don't I remember gulls being so creepy? She tossed half a cookie, and Henry bolted for it. A stack of books waited for wrapping and delivery, which she might as well start now. Sometimes Mallory wondered if entire days on Sparrow were worth it. She could take orders, arrive on the island, tootle around to deliver said orders, and leave. Done. But Ezra would arrive in a while, and that would make all the difference. They'd schemed about it for days now, and only that morning had Ezra said, "Why don't you take me over and introduce me? Then she'll tell you about seeing Mr. Grace again, and voila!" Every time Ezra threw in a French word or phrase, Mallory had an even stronger desire to pack up everything and go home with her. Surely the Swameli Islands needed a mobile bookstore, and surely it wouldn't mean cashing out her retirement fund to get hers there. That prompted a sigh. Who was she kidding? Of course it would. She dug into a cupboard for more cups when Ezra nudged her. "Didn't you say Miss Patty rides a red bicycle?" "Yeah." "She's here." The instant feeling of getting caught with a fistful of forbidden cookies made Mallory go cold. "Really?" "Mm-hmm." Ezra gave her a long look and added, "Want me to greet her? Introduce myself? Feel out the situation?" Call her a coward, but Mallory just squeaked out a "please" and began praying like nobody's business. Ezra had mad reconnoitering skills. The girl stayed close to the steps and spoke in clear tones that even the stiff ocean breeze couldn't drive out of range. "Hi, beautiful bicycle. You're laying on that Swameli accent a bit, aren't you?" "Morning. You're one of Mallory's stand-ins. I wanted to talk to her." "Oh, no." While she couldn't actually see it, Mallory felt as if she did. Ezra would have thrust out a hand right then. "I'm Ezra Nehemiah Keel, Mallory's friend from way back, just visiting." Right there, Ezra probably cocked her head and used those wide, gorgeous puppy dog eyes on Miss Patty. "And you are?" "Patty Mercer." The sound of a kickstand being lowered followed. "Now, where would you be from? I hear an accent that isn't Jamaican or French or Creole or anything else, but it has some of that exotic flavor of all of them." "Swameli, ma'am. My parents were missionaries. Dad still is. I'm his sorta assistant." "South Pacific?" A moment later, Miss Patty laughed. "Delightful. I always wanted to see that part of the world, but since I've not seen much more than the southeastern seaboard of the good old U.S., I doubt I'll ever go anywhere else." It was time for Mallory to get her rear in gear before Miss Patty got suspicious. She burst out of the trailer with a smile plastered on her face and prayed it looked genuine and natural. "Miss Patty! Sorry, stupid cups." The interested expression on Miss Patty's face dissolved into something Mallory couldn't identify. "Oh, sweet girl." And a tear rolled down her cheek. "What's wrong?" That may have been what she said, but the real question Mallory wanted to ask was, "What have I done?" The woman's lips pursed tight to stop a slight tremble. Those eyes filled and overflowed. "I have a confession, Mallory, honey. The diary was mine." As much as she'd wanted to, Mallory couldn't pretend she hadn't known. She just nodded and pulled the woman into a big ol' hug. "I know. I'm sorry. I felt so bad when I found out, but then I remembered you telling me to keep reading, so I thought—" Miss Patty stepped back and moved to lower herself into one of the chairs encircling the ice cream tables scattered around the store. Between breaks and starts, Miss Patty offered assurances that she'd wanted Mallory to read it, had wanted someone to understand the foolish choices of a silly girl who wanted to be grown up before her time. "I hadn't reread it in ages. I hope it wasn't. It was raw, real, and beautiful. It hurt me to see someone so loving being so unloved." She sighed. "And yet, I think John did love you in the best ways he could." Miss Patty nodded. "He did. I wrote about big things.
I didn't write the day-to-day moments that added up to big things, both good and bad ones. I wanted that diary to last me until I died, so I'd start to write down him picking a flower while we were on a walk. The way he'd give it to me and say, "I wish I could give you more, Patty." But then I'd think I'd run out of pages too soon for all those little things.
But you stopped writing in it after you moved back here. Why? Patty fidgeted with the hem of her shirt as if the most important thing she could do.
I wanted to put John behind us. I wasn't pretending none of it had happened, she hastened to add. Mama always said I did that, but I didn't. Just speaking those words seemed to give the woman a bit of spark again. I wanted to close the book on that part of my life, so to speak.
Ezra spoke up this time.
I'm not going to pretend I haven't heard this or that Mallory hasn't told me about the journal.
Mallory and Miss Patty both turned to look at her as she settled herself beside them.
So, I'm going to say something.
They stared at her until she nodded and got back to the point.
Right.
Well, this is it.
I think you should go talk this out with Mr. Grace. He's a kind man and...
The laughter that bubbled over from Miss Patty dried the woman's tears, but sent her hands trembling again.
I have. He was on my porch Tuesday night when I came home.
The younger women stared at each other before turning back to her. Mallory found her voice first.
What did he say?
The tears fell again.
He still loves me. Always did. Even when he married his Gina, she knew part of him.
While Patty mopped at her eyes with the back of her hand, Ezra hopped up to retrieve napkins.
Why would she marry him knowing that?
Did you ask him?
Patty shook her head. I didn't know if I should.
A deep voice behind her nearly sent Mallory through the roof, except there was no roof, or even a canopy.
You should.
She hopped up and flung her arms around him, both eager for his reassurance and for a moment to tell him she hadn't admitted they'd seen Patty and Frank together.
She's talking and... I used to be like that, eager to greet Francis the moment he arrived.
Those words wilted the dear lady.
Now I shake and doubt and...
Those watery eyes turned their way as she whispered,
I'm not the same girl he loved back then. Too much has changed, and changed me.
Benjamin held out Mallory's chair for her and pulled a fourth from a nearby table. He settled in, seated backward on it, arms resting across the back, and leveled his gaze on the woman.
Miss Patty, if he only loved the girl you were, he didn't love you. He just loved things about you.
After letting that sink in a moment, he continued,
Folks change and grow as they get older. You have to love who they are and will be. Frank's the kind of man who understands that.
He reached across and took one of her trembling hands.
Frank loves you, not just his memory of you.
For weeks, Mallory had considered herself in love with Benjamin Hornigold. She'd been wrong. She knew it because, with those words, her heart moved from her keeping and settled itself irrevocably in Benjamin's care. During their short engagement, Patty had enjoyed one recurring daydream. Already her favorite part of the evening had been that moment she heard the gate scraping as Francis pushed his way through. She'd run and fling herself at him, happy, carefree. She'd left that girl behind, hiding in some corner of some closet in Skimmer Cottage, never to be seen again.
Maybe I can unearth her somewhere,
Patty mused as she pulled her marinating chicken from the fridge and began dredging it through the breading she knew she shouldn't be using. But nobody made better fried chicken than Patty Mercer, and her Francis had loved it. Besides, the daydream. This was her chance. She'd always imagined the sound of Francis calling out from the door, "I'm home," and her leaving supper preparations to run to greet him. Her friends who had big dreams and feminist leadings had mocked her for wanting to be a mere housewife, but Patty hadn't cared. She'd make a good home for Francis and the half-dozen children she also imagined for them. That dream had died on her honeymoon with John, but tending the green beans and bacon on the back burner and watching the chicken sizzling with a practiced eye brought them back and settled them in her heart again. I'm here in my kitchen, not Mama's kitchen, mine, and I'm making supper for Francis. He'll be here. Will it maybe be home someday? Soon? Maybe I'll get that good evening kiss, and wouldn't that be a delight? With the precision of an actor on the stage, a muffled knock came at the door. A second one, and this time Patty recognized it as a kick. She fought her apron strings as she ran through the house and tossed that apron on the couch as she passed. Flinging open the door, she came to a stop when a Christmas tree nearly poked into her belly. So much for flinging my arms around him like I was 18 again.
Is it safe to step in?
She moved out of the way and called him forward.
Francis Grace, what are you doing with a Christmas tree big enough for Rockefeller Center?
After wrestling the thing inside and leaning it against the door, Francis turned to beam at her.
I've missed a lot of Christmases with you. We needed something big to kick off the next 20 or 30 together.
That's when Patty learned a truth no one had ever bothered to share with her. You could take a girl, marry her off, give her a hard life, add stretch marks, labors, and teen angst. You could make her a widow before she was 40 and teach her self-reliance and steadiness. But the moment her first, true love returned, she'd be that uncertain girl again, hoping against hope that he'd hold her, kiss her, tell her he'd waited his whole life, just for her. And the amazing thing is, he did. The kiss held something their first ones never could have. There was a richness and a depth to it that swept her heart into a swirl of emotions she'd never before felt and hoped never to lose. Maybe it was the tentative touch combined with incongruous confidence. Perhaps it was the knowing that decades of aloneness were over. Both, she decided. And one more thing. It's the feeling of being home at last.
Wanted that kiss the other night,
Francis murmured against her lips.
I think I'm glad I managed to resist.
I needed you to, but I didn't want you to.
I suspected.
His fingers trailed along her temples, down her cheeks, along her jaw. His thumb traced the outline of her lips.
I never forgot a single millimeter of your face.
Patty snorted at that, but she wrapped her arms around his middle and would have settled there. The scent of frying chicken killed that moment, however. Supper! With that, she snatched her apron from the couch and tied it back on as she raced back to the kitchen. The chicken wasn't even ready to turn over yet. Phew! Arms slid around her waist. His lips brushed her earlobe as Francis bent low and said,
I used to dream about this moment. I'd come home from work and you'd be fixing supper, just like this.
He kissed her cheek and stepped away to lean against the cabinets and watch her.
I didn't imagine it would take over 40 years to have it, though.
It would kill the emerging glowing haze between them, but Patty had to ask. Gina worked?
No, sometimes volunteered.
Francis reached out and stroked her arm for a moment.
I had similar moments with her.
He waited until she looked at him.
They are still precious memories. I learned to love my wife, Patty, but she wasn't you. I dreamed of you in those days.
And she knew about me.
She knew about you, and prayed for you. She was certain you'd regretted your decision. I brushed that off as her natural bias in my favor.
She was right. I hadn't made it to the hotel room before I realized what an idiot I'd been. If I'd been Catholic, I'd have gone straight to a priest and begged him to help me get it annulled. Patty froze. Was it true? Had it been that bad so soon? No, it hadn't. It had been awkward and not so romantic, but it hadn't been truly bad until that choking incident. But what was true is that she would have asked for that annulment almost the moment she said "I do" if it had been a possibility.
Gina always had a good sense about these things. She knew I'd come to love her when she asked me to marry her. She knew how to make me comfortable for not being able to turn off my love for you while turning on my love for her. And she knew how to help me grieve her loss even before she went.
I could never have done that. He married a better woman than I could ever have been.
Patty.
Please, don't let me have said that aloud. She shot him a quick look before turning back to turn over the chicken pieces.
If I'd had my way, and even if I had to do it over again, I'd have married you that morning in His Eye Community Church. It was the deepest desire of my heart for nearly a decade.
As a tear slid down her cheek, he brushed it away and stepped closer to cradle her head to his chest.
It still is. I'll marry you there tomorrow if you'll have me.
She'd have agreed if he hadn't spoken again and forced her to take a moment to think.
But I also know the Lord answers prayers when He sees fit. If He wanted us to have these years apart, there must be a reason. I trust that.
Still overcome with all the emotions, Patty blurted out, "Mallory wants to write our story. The diary is gone, so she wants us to fill in all the pieces. She thinks it would make a wonderful novel. I believe her words were, 'Nicholas Sparks will eat his heart out.'" The oven beeped, and she pulled out a small casserole dish of au gratin potatoes. "Can you put these on a hot pad on the table?" Patty had the bowl of green beans waiting when he returned. Without her even asking, he also pulled plates from the cupboard and began setting the table. "See, Lisa, having those glass doors isn't silly. Anyone can help without having to ask for every little thing." They worked in silence, him setting the table and getting their drinks, her finishing up the fried chicken and trying to settle her nerves. Had he meant it? He had, hadn't he? Frances Grace wouldn't mention marriage in a flippant manner. Only when they'd seated themselves and Frances took her hand to ask the blessing did he speak again.
I meant it, Patty love. I'll ask you to marry me 12 times a day until you say yes.
At first, all she could do was nod. Then, a bit of her old sassy self rose up within her. She picked up a fork and leveled him with her most piercing gaze. "You do that, and I might even say yes one of these times." Chapter 17. He'd seen it. A light? A spark, maybe? Whatever it was, he knew. Patty still loved him. She wanted to marry him. And he'd seen that light flicker a bit. But when she said to keep asking, he knew. Practical Patty warred with carefree Patty. Carefree would win. In time. And maybe she needed to hear him reassure her of how much he still loved her a few dozen times. It sounded like she hadn't gotten much of that from John. He lay under the tree like a mechanic in a garage, twisting, fiddling, and waiting for Gina's, "You're not sticking your tongue out to the left, Frank. Stick it out or we'll be here all night." How did she know when he said he had and hadn't? How was it always right when he did? And how could he expect that familiar moment in a dream-come-true moment with his childhood sweetheart? Then it came.
"I don't know, Frances. I feel like the top is listing starboard. Did you hold your breath when you twisted in the screw?"
Daddy always held his breath.
Gina always made me stick my tongue out to the left.
Well then, stick it out. You don't mess with a sure thing.
And just like that, the tree was pronounced perfect. He didn't rise as easily from the floor as he once did, but Frank managed to get himself in an upright position with his arms around her.
It's obvious I need you. Marry me?
Maybe if you ask another dozen times. Frank stuck a finger in the air.
Marry me?
Another finger.
Marry me?
Silly old fool. He didn't have to say it, but Frank would bet she heard the thought ringing in his own mind.
For you.
A jumble of Christmas lights set her grumbling. I told those kids to wrap them properly, and they assured me they did. Now they'll get here and not even get the scolding they deserve.
They won't get the fun of putting up the tree either.
They don't like it. She sighed and reached for a box of ornaments depicting the 12 days of Christmas. I just want to be involved in their lives, but screens own their time and loyalty. Instead, I'm just that batty grandma who still bakes cookies instead of ordering them from boutique bakeries like anyone with sense would. Francis set the lights on the couch and pulled her to him. Even without the benefit of the mistletoe he had stashed in the cab of his truck, he initiated the holiday with enough kissing to set the heart of the most jaded romance author aflutter. Only when Prudence ordered him to step back did he release her lips, but not her hands.
Patty, love, let me tell you something about grand blessings. They fuss and moan and think they're so sophisticated. They love grandparents who invest in them and make them do the things they're too scared to admit they still love to do.
That light glowed again. She kissed his cheek and lifted the lid off the ornament box. Better get those lights untangled. I like a bright tree.
Say you'll marry me, and I'll untangle everything for you from now on.
Maybe I will then. You could be handy to have around with a skill like that. Frank stopped himself from giving her backside a pat just in time.
She's not your wife yet, you fool. You're still far too accustomed to the perks of marriage.
Box by box, Patty lined up all the ornaments on the coffee table, while Frank managed to get 2 strands of lights separated from what looked like 5 more. He and Gina had always worked from top to bottom, but Patty began wrapping the tree with enough lights to set off a beacon into space. By the time she got the second one a foot up the tree, he'd untied a third. The next 2 came faster, thankfully, and only twice did she have to wait for him to twist, loop, and shake the strands into some semblance of order. Slowpoke.
Want to trade?
The retort came out before he could reconsider if she had the emotional strength to take the teasing. I want you to get done so I can reward you. His fingers moved faster. In less than 60 seconds, the final 2 strands were tossed onto the couch, and Frank dipped her into a kiss that would have impressed any World War II sailor returning home if he did say so himself. Even before riding her, he added,
Marry me?
Maybe. I might need more convincing. She pointed at the last strands of lights. Get those on the high spots. I'll dig for the angel.
I'm going to keep asking. Just like Lord Peter Wimsey, I'll ask until you give in.
He didn't need to say it, and he knew it. But not needing to say it, and her not needing to hear it, were 2 very different things. Patty had always thrived on loving words and touches. He'd feed that part of her soul he suspected had been neglected.
Like those resurrection plants at the Booker's party. I'll just keep her soaked until she thrives again.
The ornaments weren't ones that meant anything to him. They didn't have memories to draw the past into the future. Then again, they did. For her. So Frank asked about each one until she began telling their stories as she picked them up. I wish we had something of yours here. It came out in a whisper he suspected she hadn't meant for him to hear. He wished he'd thought to buy them a special one to commemorate this night. Their first tree trimming together. The mistletoe suggested itself to him, a tide over until he could find something special, tomorrow. He'd definitely find it tomorrow.
Be right back.
And like a boy with his new girlfriend he can't quite believe is his, he kissed her again before dashing out the door and down the steps.
Whoa, slowly. Don't want to break a hip or anything.
Back inside, he held it out.
Where will we put it?
Patty would have moved him toward a doorway, but he pointed to the tree.
It's just a placeholder. I've got a special one for us somewhere. Not sure what it is, but I know it'll be here tomorrow. Meanwhile, this goes on the tree until I can get it.
You're crazy.
Crazy for you.
An unexpected pang came along with those words, a shot through his heart he hadn't felt since the funeral. He sighed and turned away.
Lord, don't let her ask, please.
What is it?
Nothing.
That's a lie, Francis Grace. You tell me what I said. He reached for a little drummer boy and considered where it would look best. Patty just watched him. With as much emotion stripped from his voice as he could, Frank said,
Gina had a secret guilty pleasure. She loved Madonna. We were at a party when that song came on, Crazy for You, and she started singing it.
He took a steadying breath.
It was the night I decided I needed to get serious about her or let her go.
Smart move. I think you married a fine woman.
I did. It was also the night she asked me to marry her.
They worked in silence for a good 10 minutes before Patty spoke again. 2 songs I'd never want to hear in our home.
I'm guessing Crazy for You is one.
Brilliant deduction. He reached for a wired star.
And the other?
Patty Page's Go On With the Wedding. I hate that song.
So do I. Have since I imitated art instead of carpe the diem.
Without skipping a beat, he added,
And so does that our home mean you'll marry me?
It might. She sashayed over and kissed his cheek. If you keep asking. Now, speaking of music, we need some. Happiness wrapped in lights, she whispered as they stood back to survey their handiwork. A moment later, only the tree and the fireplace shone in the room as Frank shut off the lamps and moved to stand behind her.
I love a tree-lit room. Better than candles.
Francis leaned close and kissed her cheek.
Marry me?
Why can't I just say yes to him? Patty shook her head. Not yet, but maybe. Maybe.
I'll just throw out there that Christmas Eve would be a nice day.
That's a whole year away.
10 days, Patty love.
Another kiss.
That's all I want for Christmas.
She couldn't prevent the ridiculous giggle. That's all? I fear for what you want for your birthday.
I'll take you for Christmases and birthdays for the rest of my life.
As he spoke, his arms encircled her waist and he rested his cheek on her hair.
What do you say?
She had to say something. Do something, and fast. So Patty did what made the most sense. She kissed him. It worked, too. Right up to the moment she moved to make them some hot chocolate. Francis followed her, rested his elbow on the counter and his head in his hand.
Now will you marry me?
Irritation, more with her indecision than with him, but she'd never admit it, prompted her to snap at him. Don't you want to be sure I haven't turned into some old harpy who will ruin your life? He just watched her, unfazed, or so it seemed. When she might have snapped again, he said,
Patty love, if you've changed that much, I want the chance to love you back into the sassy girl who still holds a big part of my heart. I'll love you as you are, and rejoice if I see a piece of who you were now and then."
"Can you do that?" The question came out before she could order it back into the deepest corner of her heart's hope chest. Self-preservation overrode that hope, stamped it down, and locked that corner once more. "You always were too good for every day, but deciding you'll love whoever I've become just because you want to, that's saying something, even for you." Reaching around her, Frances turned off the stove and pulled her close again.
I think you've forgotten that love is a decision. It's an action, a feeling. It's hope and joy and sorrow all bound up together."
One thumb stroked her cheek.
"Patty, love, you'd have to tell me you're not on speaking terms with the Lord, and I know you are, so you won't scare me off there, before I'd not want to marry you tonight. I lost 40 years. I don't want to lose another minute."
She might have agreed right there on the spot, hoping against hope that he really was the same man she'd loved all those years ago. He seemed like it. In fact, it almost seemed like she'd done all the changing for both of them. But then he spoke again, this time with so much sorrow in his eyes that her throat ached to watch it.
"I'm selfish. I did the honorable thing back then. I've regretted it every day since. If you hadn't left the island on Sunday, I'd have tried to talk you into running off with me on Monday."
He exhaled with his eyes closed.
"I've never even admitted that to myself before."
When she opened her mouth to say more, he pressed a finger to her lips.
"Please, I must say this before I turn chicken."
Another swallow, another flash of pain. Patty nearly agreed just to avoid him hurting like that.
"I'll get angry at you. People do. It's not right, but we do. I may yell at you or snap at you. I'll probably storm off in the truck to get away before I say something I shouldn't."
Her amused disbelief prompted a weak smile.
"I'm human, Patty love. I'll do it. It may all be in my head and my heart, but it'll happen. And no matter how hard I try to hide it, you'll feel it."
Now he pulled her close and held her tight, the hot chocolate probably gone lukewarm.
"But in between those ugly moments, I'm gonna love you like nobody has ever loved anybody. I'll cherish every minute I have, even the ones I ruin."
His head dipped a bit and he whispered into her ear,
"Just give me the chance, please."
Yes walked to the tip of her tongue and prepared to make a swan dive into a dream come true. Still, Patty hesitated. A compromise presented itself for consideration, and she hired it on the spot. "Let me call the kids. I can't say yes to a proposal when they don't even know that it's a possibility. Lisa will balk. Louis will say something like, 'It's about time you got back out there, Ma.' He's always hated that I never found someone to take care of me. Lisa loves that I'm an independent woman. I'm a silly, foolish one in her estimation, but at least I'm independent."
"Christmas Eve?"
"You don't give up, do you?" She couldn't say yes. Not outright. It would be accepting the proposal before talking to the kids. But she could say, "If there's a wedding happening at His Eye Community Church on Christmas Eve, I'll be there with a bouquet in hand." Frances stepped back and just looked at her for some time. He must have found what he sought, because a slow smile spread across his face.
"I waited there for a bride who didn't come once. I'm willing to chance it again."
He winked, that same wink he'd given her all those years ago.
"My girl's worth it."
Chapter 18. The sight of Ezra sitting at one of the tables with Mallory nearly sent Benjamin in the opposite direction. It wasn't that he didn't like Ezra. No, she was fun, encouraging, and always had just enough sass to make someone think and laugh at the same time. Mallory had nearly convinced the girl to start her own bookstore back home. This time, the store would be a boat that traveled from one island to the next, selling books folks couldn't get from hotel and airport gift shops. Benjamin had never seen anything like those two girls dreaming up what books she'd carry and how she'd arrange them in the boat Ezra was just certain her father would give her for the endeavor. Just as soon as I convince him he needs to hire someone to do my job, the mission is his ministry, not mine. That's the only thing that really spoke to me at the conference. Maybe he should just go on home and help Frank work on the cabinets until Mallory was done for the day. Friday nights on Hopper could be bustling, especially with Christmas coming. Yeah, he should go. Too late. Mallory saw him and waved him over. Want coffee? I could. She'd half risen before he waved her back and moved to kiss her cheek.
I'm fine, Marsh Mallory. Just fine.
The twinkle in Ezra's eyes told him he'd made the right choice. Tell him he's going to be so excited. You just want him on your side.
I'm always on your side, Mallory, even when you aren't.
That earned him another grin from Ezra. See? That's exactly what I've been saying. The Mallory who isn't doubting herself would be excited. I'm cheering on that Mallory.
How about you tell me what it is?
While Ezra squirmed with repressed exuberance, Mallory rolled her eyes. You tell him. You're the one who's all ready to rip my heart out, one Uncle Bud memory at a time.
Uh-oh.
It wouldn't be like that, Mal. Think about it. She turned to Benjamin, charm and excitement oozing from every pore. Remember I said we needed a book about Uncle Bud? At his nod, she rushed forward. An editor we spoke with about my father's book talked to us for quite a while, and eventually we got to talking about the islands and Bud Barrows. Mallory quoted him. You know how he used to say, "Don't confuse the Jesus of the world, the pulpit, and the Sunday school with the Jesus of the Bible. They've got things in common most of the time, but only Jesus of the Bible is always a true representation of the Lord."
Yeah, solved some of my confusion as a teen.
Well, after mulling over that and a few other Buddhisms, he decided he wanted a whole book of them. After you nagged him to death about it, Mallory corrected. Get the story right. I didn't have to. I told him my idea, and he ran with it. It sounded a little different than from the first telling, but Benjamin assumed both statements were equally true. He squeezed Mallory's elbow before reclining in the chair beside her.
Sorry, lovey. She's right. The world could use the wisdom of Uncle Bud.
Her phone rang and Mallory jumped up. It's Miss Patty. She dashed toward the store for a bit of privacy, and Benjamin shrugged.
I hope she'll write their story, too.
She should. It would be just as good as that fisherman book she had me read. A slow smile formed, and Ezra just let it linger for a moment before she added, You really should read it.
I think that's this week's book.
You have no idea how happy you made her when you started reading books with her. She was telling me. Last night, I think. Ezra's eyes rolled up to one side, and her lips pursed and swung to the opposite side of her mouth as she thought. Yes, last night. She said it just proved how perfect you were for her.
Lord, now what?
Something shifted his attention to the store. Mallory stood in the doorway. Crying? No, but she looked distressed nonetheless. He bolted for the door. She stepped back to allow him inside and then wrapped an arm around him while tapping the speakerphone button with her other thumb. Now Lisa says they're coming this week, too, and I quote, "Put a stop to this nonsense, Mama, at your age." End quote. I can't let Frances marry into that kind of hostility, but... Mallory both tensed and relaxed at the same moment. But you're not going to allow your daughter to bully you out of something you've wanted almost your entire life?
Do you think it could really work? That's 2 weeks after seeing him again. 2 weeks to agree to the rest of my life. The last time I got married that fast, the next 20 years were... The repressed sob broke Benjamin's heart, but Miss Patty kept going. Is it odd that I both regret not marrying Frances that day and am glad that I had those first years with John? Benjamin elbowed Mallory for permission to speak, and at her nod he broke in. Hey, Miss Patty. Benjamin, I just stepped into the store and heard you. Can I throw in something? Of course, Benji. What? He glowered at Mallory's amusement, but tried to keep that out of his tone. When you asked that, I could hear Bud Barrows in my head. I know what he'd say. What's that? Being grateful for what the Lord chose to allow in your life is something to rejoice over. Admitting what you think you'd have preferred is just honesty. True. Benjamin had one more thing to say and went with it before he talked himself out of it. It sounds to me like the Lord gave you both what you needed to live the life He had for you and what you wanted most because He loves to give good gifts to His children. A quick squeeze from Mallory told him he'd said the right thing. Yes, and doesn't the verse say something about making everything beautiful in His time? Well, maybe it's his time. A strained, eerie silence fell over the conversation. Benjamin began to believe they'd dropped the call. His finger slid down a slim spine, lovely with gold filigree. Still he waited, since Mallory did. She plucked the book off the shelf and tucked it under his arm, mouthing, "This week." Oh, boy. Is it pathetic that I want to do it just to remind Lisa that she doesn't dictate my life? Yes. Mallory and Benjamin spoke in near-perfect unison, but Benjamin continued. But it's not just for that reason, is it? That's just a bonus. The soft sounds of a knock broke through. I think he's here. I think I'll say yes. I think I'll find out just how serious my daughter is about wanting me to be all independent when it comes to making independent decisions that clash with hers. Thus, the gotta-goes began. But instead of it taking 20 minutes to say goodbye, Miss Patty managed to disconnect in 5. Benjamin grinned. I think someone got herself kissed and good. Bet Frank heard her say she'd say yes. Lucky woman. That invitation was just too good to pass up. Benjamin set the book down and ordered himself to forget it was there. He cradled her face in his hands and smiled into her eyes. Oh, Mally, my love, if you only knew. One slow, agonizing centimeter at a time, he lowered his lips to her cheek and pressed them gently against it. If we weren't bound to be interrupted. That earned him a swatted arm and a laugh. Benjamin, you owe me. I'll pay up on one condition. Suspicion clouded her eyes, but the smile didn't waver. What is it? You write Bud's book. I'll write it on one condition, she countered. What's that? Her arms slid around his waist and a sigh escaped. You help me. God would have to dump great, heaping gobs of help on him, because Benjamin just murmured, Of course, into her hair as if it wouldn't be torture. A second later, he felt the book slide back under his arm. Nice try. One trip to Charleston, 11 stores, 2,000 frazzled shoppers, and a bit of silver and gold wrapping and ribbon. That's all it had taken to find the perfect ornament. Frank heard her tell someone she'd say yes and something about Lisa. That's yes to me, isn't it? Thank you, Lord. Relief and joy mingled in the need to grip the doorframe. Thank you. About 4 minutes into her, I'll let you go now,
Frank had waited long enough. He pulled the phone from her hand, punched the disconnect button, and commenced kissing his fiancée.
Longest engagement in the annals of history, I expect. But I'll take it.
Longest kissing of his life, too. Knowing she'd say yes allowed him a measure of self-control he hadn't possessed as yet. As a young man, he'd have excused himself for home and taken off at a good run to pound out thoughts and feelings he had no business indulging in. 2 days ago, he'd have considered it again. Now, that kiss was a prelude until death do us part. Although, that death thing was a lot closer these days than it had been back in the 70s. The front door banged open and a shocked, "Mama!" reverberated around them. A couple of snickers followed. Patty would have jerked away, but Frank finished that kiss and smiled at her before turning to greet Patty's daughter.
You must be Lisa. I see so much of John in you.
That disarmed her long enough to ask about the children, both young teens.
I've known your grandma since she was younger than you.
The kids just stood gaping at him. Patty's slack-jawed response shifted to loving mother mode. She moved to hug Lisa and barely got a pat before that woman began a rant about being a good thing they'd come right away or some such nonsense. As if she wasn't in the middle of the most disrespectful haranguing he'd ever heard, Patty turned to love on her grandkids a moment. They didn't act bothered by the affection, which spoke well for her relationship with them. Turning them to face him, she said, "Gabby, Nate, this is a dear friend and soon to be my husband, Frank Grace."
"We'll see about that."
Patty shot her daughter a look that would have quelled his kids. It didn't faze Lisa.
"Listen, Miss Sassy Britches, you can be polite or you can be silent."
"I'm not 12, Mama, and I'm here to put a stop to this nonsense."
The air in the cottage turned chilly. Patty ignored the comment and led the kids to the tree.
"You always complain about having to do it, so we did it for you."
That's when Frank saw the gifts piled high beneath and around it. The girl turned watery eyes to Patty.
"We didn't mind, Grandma. Oh, you do too. Stop placating her. Am I the only one around here with any sense?"
He'd had all he could stand.
"How about you show a little respect to your mother in her own home? That would be a good place to start showing that sense you're so proud of."
"Stay out of this. If you think you can—"
But the wilting Patty grew a backbone in that moment. She turned to Lisa and shoved the woman toward the kitchen.
"In the other room, now." "Mama!"
"It's either in the kitchen or you leave."
"If I go, I'm taking the kids and you won't see them again until you see sense."
That sent an uproar from the kids and a sliver of ice-coated fear through his heart. Lisa meant it. Of that he had no doubt. And Patty couldn't give up her grandchildren for him. He'd never allow that.
"We'll be friends. Just friends. And I will be content with that."
Patty, on the other hand, kept moving, kept prodding, kept her cool. Moving to the other room did little to give her privacy, though. Frank and the kids exchanged awkward glances as the dressing down of the century began.
"Listen here, Missy. I don't know who you think you are coming into my home trying to dictate what I will or won't do with my own life, but it's time you heard a thing or two.
"Mama, this man
is the man I wanted to marry. I didn't. I kept my word to your father because I felt I had to, because no one gave me any guidance, and because I was a stubborn, rebellious girl. I wanted Frank. I chose John."
"And look what that decision got you. The abuse, Mama. Don't you remember the abuse?"
Lisa's voice broke.
"The yelling, the beating Louis got, the vile things he said and did to you. Did you think we didn't know? The drugs, Mama."
Silence followed. He didn't know what was happening, and the kids looked scared. Frank set a hand on each of their shoulders and whispered,
"Why don't you go on out to the beach for a bit? I'll come get you when this is over."
Was Grandpa John really like that?
Gabby asked.
"He could be."
Frank scrubbed at his jaw without stubble and wished it had some.
"But he loved your grandma something fierce. He was just broken by the war, okay?"
The two kids nodded and made for the door. Silence still reigned in the kitchen. Frank moved to the little hallway by the stairs and leaned as far over as he could. The dining room mirror showed Patty with her arms around Lisa, rocking her. Lisa stood, arms straight at her sides, unyielding. With a sigh, Patty stepped back and cupped her daughter's face in her hands.
"Lisa, you always remembered the bad. I was 18 when I married Jonathan Weston. Carefree, young, and a bit spoiled, if I'm honest. A good part of why I did it was because of how my parents were behaving instead of because it was truly what I wanted."
Lisa wiped a tear on her face before stiffening again.
"Don't you see why I'm against this?
I've learned a thing or two in the last 45 years, Lisa. I'm not a little girl anymore, but you are most certainly behaving like a little girl of 12 who doesn't like that her mommy is dating again after a divorce."
That was his cue, although he doubted if Patty knew it. Frank stepped around the corner and into the kitchen.
"I sent the kids out to the beach for a walk. They've been cooped up in the car and are a bit traumatized by the drama in here."
He looked at Lisa.
"Can I get you something to drink? Maybe we can all sit down at the table and talk for a spell."
Don't make yourself at home in...
Enough, Lisa. You've said enough. Either be pleasant or leave. Lisa turned a hard look on her mother.
I meant it, Mama. I'll take the kids.
But Patty was done with it all. And if Lisa knew her mother as well as she thought she did, she'd back down right about now. Patty was about to call down a bit of righteous brimstone on the conversation.
"You do that, Lisa? You punish those children and me for not getting your way. It'll hurt, but I've weathered far worse, and you know it."
She leaned forward at Lisa's gasp.
"But those children won't be children much longer. They'll resent you. I don't want that for you, but if you insist on it, that's your business. In a couple of years, Gabby will be 18. She'll come see me. Nate will be just a couple of years behind."
"And you'll miss out on those years, Mama."
Frank watched Patty age right there in that moment.
"I did this to you. I made you hard and self-important. I leaned on you too much in those early days after your father left. I am so sorry."
She drew up again, touching her daughter's face once more before turning away.
"Don't ruin your relationship with your children, Lisa. They'll resent you."
"Then don't marry this man."
Patty's gaze met Frank's, and she pleaded with him.
"Don't say anything yet. Give me a moment."
He nodded. Without turning back, Patty looped an arm through his and said,
"We're going to talk to the kids. I hope you'll stay. I'd love you to be there when I finally marry the man I've loved most of my life, but..."
This time she did look back.
"You will not badger or bully me into doing what you want with your ugly threats. Shame on you." And there's my Patty. I knew she was still in there somewhere. Lord, you outdid yourself with this one.
Chapter 19. Christmas music played somewhere, probably from the ferry booth. Benjamin stood behind her, hands on her shoulders, while Ezra waited for the passenger loading.
"You'll come see me next time, right?"
Mallory nodded.
"Yes, I will. Promise. I'll start saving right away."
"Use the advance from Bud's book. Just come." Those bright green eyes began laughing as her smile grew.
"You know, it's a popular honeymoon destination.
Just putting that out there. Despite every effort to laugh it off, Mallory stiffened. Don't push him. I'm not losing this one to pressure. Never again.
We'll remember that.
It took the better part of a minute for her to realize she hadn't said it. Benjamin had. The passenger gate opened and they couldn't hold off any longer. Mallory hugged her friend one more time, promised to work on Uncle Bud's book now that she had promised help, and stepped back into Benjamin's arms where she belonged. Ezra's last wave at her caught Mallory's breath. I told you she was gorgeous.
She is.
Despite knowing it, hearing him agree shook her confidence a smidge.
But there's this girl with crazy wild hair and a smile that will keep my heart in shape all by itself. Nobody is as beautiful as she is. Not to me.
It was as cheesy could be, and Mallory loved every syllable of it. She wanted to make a quip about love being blind, but he hadn't really said that. Just close. Instead, she leaned her head back against him and waved until she couldn't see Ezra anymore. His voice broke through her reverie.
Mama's coming tomorrow.
She'll be here until May? Mallory felt rather than saw him nod.
She's still counting on you for Christmas.
Her parents had been pushing for her to make the trip to Haiti, but Mallory couldn't afford the time or money, especially if she signed the contract for Uncle Bud's book. As if there were any if about it. I hope she means it, because I don't want to spend it alone.
Mama's worried about you.
That seemed odd. She'd hardly met Benjamin's mother. Had he said something to her? About them? About how they had this undefined relationship? She leaned back to look up at him, and much to her disgust, giggled as he kissed the tip of her nose. We've not declared how we feel. We just talk about how it affects us. I know why I'm skittish, but what about him?
I promised her, Benjamin continued, that I'd make sure you know that if you need to leave, we'll understand.
Need to leave? She must have missed something. He turned her in his arms and held her fast. Warm arms, cool ocean breeze, a few birds fighting over a French fry, salt air, and Benjamin's heartbeat. When had all that become synonymous with home? The rumble of his voice from his chest added one more layer of that cozy comfort.
It'll be Christmas at the cottage, darling.
How did his voice sound so like Uncle Bud these days? The last Christmas there. Mallory's throat constricted, and futile as it may be, she tried to bury her head deeper into his chest. Was the worst one of my life, and the best of Uncle Bud's. She had to say something, reassure him, but how? She couldn't even reassure herself.
I told her I'd ask you to tell us if you need to leave for any other reason. We tick you off? Just text me. You don't feel well? Same. Too painful? Don't worry about it. If we don't get the word, we'll know. Okay?
She heard him, but before Mallory could reply, she saw something odd. Frank Grace walking up the road toward the lighthouse. I think Frank's coming. She looked up at Benjamin. Do you think he's okay?
I'm more concerned with Mallory Barrows right now.
It took a moment to realize what he meant. Oh, sure. I'll let you know, regardless. Maybe it wasn't the right time, but Mallory couldn't resist. She cocked her head and eyed him. I've heard if you kiss things, it makes them all better. That rumbling chuckle became a full-on laugh as she gave him her best imitation of Ezra's impish smile.
You have to have something that hurts first, don't you?
Not having that kiss sure doesn't feel very nice. Having that kiss, however, it felt just about right.
Few people appreciate the cathartic properties of good, old-fashioned work.
Frank jerked open the sliding barn doors to his workshop and realized he'd started to scold himself. As Francis.
Been a long time, Lord. Feels nice.
It was the only thing that felt nice right now. When he'd called his girls, they'd been both hurt and happy for him. I know Mom wanted you to find someone, Courtly had told him. She told us, your daddy has a great capacity for love, and he needs to be able to shower it on someone. It's why I ever got a chance with him, and no one could have loved me better. Support him when it's time. He'd cried for the first time since coming home from the funeral hearing that. Gina had been thinking of Patty. Frank was sure of it. Ashley had just asked if they'd like her. When he'd said he thought so in his best matter-of-fact manner, she'd nodded, the video making it look like a jerky slow-motion move, and said, Tell her we'd love to see her for Christmas dinner. If Lisa left, he would. If not, the last thing he wanted to do was drive a wedge in there. He'd offer for them all to come, but then if Lisa were ugly, Christmas would be ruined for everyone. Then again, if she agreed to Christmas Eve. Benjamin's kitchen island stood in the middle of the room, a shell of what it would someday be. He loved the turned corners and shaker doors, that combination of plain with a twist, literally a twist, held just a touch of sparkle in what would otherwise be a simple kitchen. It won't compete with that view, Mallory had insisted. If Mallory liked it, Benjamin was sold. So twisted and plain it was.
Sounds like an Amish rock band to me.
Just as he'd picked up the level, a thought occurred to him. Frank whipped out his phone and tapped both girls' numbers. Ashley answered first, of course. Everything okay, Dad?
Yes, I just realized I didn't tell you girls something I should have. I was so relieved that you weren't upset with me that I forgot. And it's big.
Courtly came on just as he finished. What's big?
I told you that I was seeing someone. We got off on your mama and...
Ashley broke in. Daddy? She hadn't called him that in years. Is this woman? Is it Patty?
How do you know about Patty?
A squeal from Courtly followed. It is, isn't it? Oh, that's so romantic. Though her voice sounded a bit tight, Ashley agreed. Mom would have loved that. Night and day. The reaction was night and day. Was it his girls' personalities? Gina's influence? The result of a stable life without trauma? Why? Daddy, is it?
Yes, I didn't know your mama had told you about her.
Talking over whatever Ashley had started to say, Courtly said, She told me once that she knew you really meant it when you said you loved her because she knew how much you still loved Patty. I was mad at you until she told me that she wouldn't want a man who could love that deeply and then just let it go. He'd better say something before the tears threatening to pour down his cheeks turned into rivers.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. You see, I did something rash and wonderful.
Courtly's laugh filled the workshop. You? Rash? That's like saying Ashley's rash.
I told Patty I want to marry her Christmas Eve.
The silence could have smothered all three of them. Ashley found her voice first.
Are you sure?
He had to get this right. Show his heart while not tromping on theirs. It wouldn't be easy, but his girls deserved that.
Your mama was right. I loved her with everything I had to give. But part of my heart has always belonged to Patty. Always will. If you know about her, you know our story, I expect.
Yes. The word came in whispered harmony.
I've waited over 40 years to call this woman wife. I don't want to wait another minute, but a week. I can choke down a week if I have to.
A sniffle ripped at his heart. A strangled attempt to speak poured salt in the wound. Ashley got control first. Can we come? We'll bring the kids and... Yes, can we? I want to be your best girl. Can't be, Ashley retorted. I'm oldest. I get to be the best girl. A wedding. How had he thought he'd get away without an actual wedding in a week?
You two work it out so you're both satisfied.
We want to meet her first. Sunday dinner? We'll cook at your house, Courtly offered. She means I'll cook, but she'll look busy but be nosy.
Only the laughter in Ashley's voice kept things from getting too heated. Crunching on the gravel outside prompted a turn. Maybe Benjamin had gotten his text message. That'd be nice. End the call on a positive note. He glanced over and his heart turned green around the gills.
Hey, girls, I need to go. I'll get back to you on Sunday.
No worries, we'll come, Courtly assured him. If she can't make it, we'll still get dinner with our daddy. Love you.
Lisa stepped into the workshop, blinking against the comparative darkness. Frank assured his girls he loved them and thanked them for their understanding. Ashley's repeated, Mom wanted you happy, so do we, created a thundercloud around Lisa. He shoved his phone in his pocket and gave her as understanding a look as he could manufacture. Lisa?
Mr. Grace?
Can I offer you a drink? Coke, sweet tea, bottle of water?
The woman folded her arms over her chest and shook her head. He saw John Weston's bone structure in her features.
Lord, please don't let her have his littleness.
Why couldn't you leave Mama alone?
I've loved her since I was 11. How could I?
A sneer formed and curled her lips. Frank tried not to wince. How many times had that sneer been shot toward him when John started going around with Patty? He'd known Frank's heart and had enjoyed rubbing in that he'd won her.
My girls are cooking dinner for us on Sunday. I hope you and the kids will come. Maybe get Louis to come down.
What have you done to her?
Those words stopped the prayer he'd begun in its tracks.
Done? To Patty?
She won't listen to reason. She always listens to what Louis and I think best. She's being stubborn and...
Though it might alienate her further, Frank also knew that the only way to get through to Lisa would be speaking plainly. He prayed he chose the right words.
I don't want to make assumptions, so I'm sincerely asking this as a question.
He sucked in a bit of brain-refreshing air and asked,
Are you upset that you're not getting your way?
Fire flashed in the woman's eyes. In that, he saw the old Patty and couldn't resist a smile just as she blurted out,
How dare you?
She must have caught the smile before he wiped it clear because she asked,
What? What are you smiling at?
You. Just like your mama when riled.
Mama never gets riled. She's the most docile doormat ever known to man.
And yet today she stood up to your tantrum and didn't let you bully her.
Those arms pulled tighter over her chest and Lisa seemed to shrink a bit.
You're a bad influence.
Or a good one.
At her thrust-out chest and her hands propped on hips now, he grinned.
Tell me you don't respect someone willing to stand up for herself more than someone you can push around. I'll believe you if you say it, but I don't believe you'll say it.
Instead of the bluster he'd expected, she shriveled again. Shoulders slumped, tears threatening. Lisa stared at him before whispering,
Was she really like that before?
Like what?
This whisper became almost inaudible.
Feisty.
Oh, yeah. Patty Mercer was the feistiest woman on the islands.
That hard edge returned.
Why couldn't she have used some of that to stand up to my father? Why did she let him beat her down into nothing?
Despite the biting words, Lisa looked broken.
Sometimes the strongest thing a person can do is keep the peace to protect others. Lisa would have none of that. Her head wagged with every word he spoke. As she leaned against the island, her hands gripping the edges until her knuckles turned white, Frank countered it by propping himself against the other side, leaning on one arm, as if their future relationship didn't hinge, or at least potentially hinge, on her accepting him now.
All it did was protect him from the consequences of his actions.
Lisa, honey, you're looking at life through the eyes of a scared little girl, and that's understandable. But I know my Patty. If she let things go, it was likely the best way to keep you and Louis safe.
The first tear splashed down her cheek. Frank pulled a box of Kleenex from the drawer in his workbench and ripped the cover from it.
Don't have a handkerchief, but...
Don't be nice to me.
He had one more risk he could take. But should he? Frank could almost hear Bud's voice in his ear.
People are always worth the risk. People are worth everything.
Her sniffle did it.
Lisa, you probably don't want to hear this right now, but you should know. You're Patty's daughter. Because of that, I love you. And soon, I'm sure I'll love you for your own sake.
Yeah, right.
It took longer than he liked, but she finally met his gaze. That's when he saw the resistance began to truly crumble. Frank stepped a bit closer.
I mean every word. I have 2 daughters who will be anxious to meet you.
That's what you think.
Another step. 2. Frank reached out and touched her elbow.
I'm sorry you didn't have the father you needed. I can't take John's place. Can't be who he should have been to you. But I can forge a new place to be as much of a father as you'll let me be. But first...
Again, he waited for her to meet his gaze.
You need to know that before anything else, I'll be Patty's husband. As her husband, I'll protect her against anyone and anything that tries to hurt her.
This time, though she stared at him just as hard and long, the edge had disappeared. The wall continued to crumble. Her features softened. A shudder rippled over her, and for a moment, he thought she'd turn and walk away. Instead, she unzipped her jacket pocket and pulled out a handkerchief.
I brought my own.
She thrust it into his hand.
I thought I'd leave here with that, but...
A jerk of her head and a hint of a smile.
Open it. I think you'll need that.
As he unfolded the handkerchief, his heart squeezed. No. Frank blinked away tears as he turned over the ring he'd given Patty all those years ago.
How?
She found it recently. Today she mentioned she'd found it. I thought...
Her hands flicked tears from her own eyes.
I thought if you were the man I wanted you to be, you might want it back now.
His heart warmed.
You came here to accept me?
I came here to give Mama what she wants.
Lisa gave him a weak smile and added,
Don't push your luck.
Maybe it was too soon, too silly, too much, but Frank didn't care. He pulled her into a quick hug and murmured,
I hope you will someday. I want to be a friend, even if you aren't ready for another father. Before stepping back, dinner at my house on Sunday?
If Mama says yes, I'll call Louis.
She turned to go, but at the door she stopped. Without looking back, Lisa said,
You hurt her, Frances Grace. You'll wish you'd never found her again. That's a promise.
Chapter 20. Her phone dinged just as Patty began clearing the table after a scrabble-up supper. Please send me Lisa's number. The way she stared at the phone must have caught everyone's attention, because when she looked up at Gabby's,
"What is it, Grammy?"
3 sets of eyes stared at her.
"Frank wants your mama's number."
Lisa, still cool, just shrugged.
"So, give it to him."
She'd take that, despite the lack of graciousness.
"Baby steps. It's a lot for me, much less her. Show grace."
That brought a smile. In a week, her name would be Grace. She'd have to make a point to live up to that name, too.
"Too bad we Christians don't strive to live up to the name of Christ followers like we should."
Her index finger swiped across the keyboard and then tapped out the number. In her peripheral hearing, she heard Gabby whisper,
"How does she remember all those numbers?"
Lisa popped up then.
"We're lazy. Even when I was a kid, you had to know a dozen or more phone numbers at any given time. I bet your Grammy could recite every number she ever had."
Patty scraped her plate, but her gaze met Lisa's and she smiled.
"I probably can."
Was that a smile Lisa tried to hide? Patty couldn't be sure, but her daughter's finger swiped all over the keyboard.
"Use the swipe feature, Mama. It's better for preventing repetitive stress injuries."
Just thinking of that oft-repeated admonition soothed Patty's frazzled nerves. Lisa could be difficult, demanding even. In some ways, she was more like John than anyone.
"But she loves me. She does it because she loves me. I need to remember that."
"On our way out now. I doubt we'll be back before 10.
A pause prompted Patty to glance over at Lisa.
"That is, if Mama will let us take the Red Lady."
Patty smiled and nodded. Gabby skittered into the kitchen and whispered,
"She's helping him?"
The wide eyes probably told Lisa more about how she'd affected her children than anything. Lisa's lips thinned. She disconnected and shrugged at Patty.
"Sorry, Mama. I'm under orders to give you privacy. Oh," she added as she steered Gabby out of the room, "and we're having Sunday dinner with Francis and his girls. You might want to ask if we should bring anything."
Patty stood there, dumbfounded. What had Francis said to her girl? Depending on where he'd been when he called, she had anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes, unless he waited for a ferry. He wouldn't. Despite the mess in the kitchen, Patty hurried upstairs to her bedroom and took a long look in the old cheval mirror. The wicker looked so much better after her recent respraying, but after such an emotional day, her face needed a repaint. She'd start there. She'd managed to remove all traces of her cosmetics and would have started reapplying when she recalled her cherry red merino twin set. Maybe changing was overkill, but her mama had always said, "You never regret looking your best, but you sure do regret looking like something the cat dragged in." When she managed to have time to touch up her hair without a hint of a sound from downstairs, Patty relaxed a bit. Francis must have been home when he called. She'd have time to clean up. So, all freshened up, Patty hurried downstairs, slipped her apron on over her clothes, and began clearing the table. She'd clean up later, but the table should be cleared right away. Nervous energy served her well, though. By the time Francis arrived, she'd cleared the table, put away the food, stacked the dishes, and lit the candles in the living room. She answered the door with a smile at the look of appreciation he gave her.
"I don't look anything like the girl he once loved, but you'd never know it."
Her perfect lipstick, however, had been a complete waste of time. By the time they'd greeted each other properly, it had been evenly distributed, and Frances looked rather ridiculous.
"Let me get you a tissue," she offered.
"I have no regrets," he assured her. Then again, he accepted the tissue and used the entry mirror to help him remove all traces. This was the proposal, of course. Patty had known the moment Lisa had agreed to leave, but she hadn't expected him to grab her coat and help her into it. She hadn't expected a walk in the cold, down the beach. No, not. but he was. He'd always been sentimental, but this... They walked, hand in hand, Francis doing his best to shield her from the worst of the wind and talking about the Sunday dinner Lisa had mentioned.
I know it's hard on them, despite what they say, but they are eager to meet you, too. Turns out, Gina told them all about you.
She did? What an inane thing to say. But what else could you say to something like that? It was crazy.
It was Gina's way.
Francis found their Dune, the one they'd hidden behind for that first kiss. He wobbled on one knee for a moment and dropped the other.
I guess I'm twice as desperate to get you to say yes this time.
The joke would have sounded pathetic from anyone else. You don't even have to ask, Francis. I'll ask this time. She lowered herself to her knees and held his face in her hands.
Oh, no, you don't.
His hands closed around her wrists.
I think last time I could barely choke out "marry me." This time, I'm doing it right.
He kissed the inside of each palm before continuing.
Patty, you know I've always loved you.
Patty nodded.
Will you honor me by becoming my wife?
His forehead furrowed.
No, that's not right either. How does it go?
Yes! She laughed at the furrows that made his eyebrows waggle while he tried to sort out his jumbled words. That's how it goes. You ask, I say yes. Her knees ached from the cool sand, but Francis kept digging in his pocket like his life depended on it.
Nabbed the little sucker.
Tears, the inconvenient things, filled Patty's eyes as she saw the ring he pulled from his pocket. Where?
Lisa brought it to me when we had our chat.
Francis tried to slide it onto her ring finger, but it wouldn't budge past the knuckle. It's not going to fit, Francis. I've had 2 children and a few decades to change these old hands of mine.
We'll get it sized then.
And as if that solved everything, he slid it onto Patty's little finger, kissed the hand, and released her.
Better get up before my bionic knee needs rebooting.
She winked at him, her heart swelling at the joy it brought to his eyes. Good, because I'm going to need help. I think I'm stuck here. By the time he'd hoisted her to her feet, they both nearly toppled back into the sand. All the way home, giggles and chuckles, a few more kisses, a few sweet words, and fresh prayers for a long life worked to retie broken heartstrings. Patty stopped just a few feet in front of the steps and turned to face him.
I was a proud, silly girl back in '75, Francis. I know I didn't share my feelings well. I teased and taunted, and you had to trust that I loved you. I knew.
His next kiss left her breathless enough to feel 18 again. Phew.
Love you still.
I know. Patty laid her palm on his cheek and gazed up at him. Trust me, I always knew I was loved and cherished, but I want to say it now. I want you to hear it. I love you. Her voice broke, and it exasperated her enough to steady her a bit. I did from that first picnic, but I'd never have admitted it back then. Today, I can admit that I love you still. The ping came just as Benjamin turned off the shower.
Siri, check my messages.
The message came through in the phone's semi-robotic voice. From Frank Grace, will you be my best man on Saturday night? He ordered her to send back a quick, definitely, followed by, congratulations, and ignored his intended sleep pants for a stroll through to his closet. Jeans, Henley, a grin formed. Way at the back he had an ugly sweater his mom had bought him as a joke. It might make Mallory smile, and he had every intention of showing her that text, not just telling her about it.
Siri, read me my notes on Minuet and Gigi.
He barely heard it, As he leaned into the back, a floorboard rocked under his foot and pinched it.
Ow.
As much as he knew he should stop and fix it right then, Benjamin didn't. With the ridiculous sweater in hand, he shoved his feet into his topsiders and hurried out the door. Halfway to Mallory's, he remembered to pull it on and that he hadn't brushed his hair. As if to prove it, a drop landed on his nose. 2 seconds later, another landed on his cheek.
Nope. Rain.
He arrived at Mallory's only moderately damp and grinning when she opened the door.
I brought you something.
Me?
Well, I wanted to show Bernie, but since he can't read...
Benjamin swallowed hard, ordered himself to focus, and shoved the phone at her.
Look at Frank's message.
The slow, wide smile. It would do erratic things to his heart until the day it finally gave out.
How could it not? I've been surrounded by men who loved with everything they had. How could I do less?
I've been thinking, Mallory said as she opened the door wide. She stopped and giggled. What is with that sweater?
Wanted to see that smile.
The smile unfurled in full bloom, but her sassiness emerged with it. And why is that? So he hadn't allowed himself to even consider kissing her. Not this late. Not with this kind of news. Not with his heart already doing crazy stunts. But that grin, her hand on her hip, the challenge. How could he resist? He stepped inside, pushed the door shut behind him, and pulled her close. He'd heard once that locking gazes with someone for 4 seconds would make them fall in love with you. Or was that 4 minutes? The more he thought about it, Benjamin suspected 4 minutes. And how would he ever convince her to do that?
Hey, want to stare into my eyes so I can make sure you fall in love with me? I'll set a timer and everything.
Not exactly romantic. Benjamin?
Didn't get my workout today, but that smile?
He could have groaned, but something shifted in her. Something good. Maybe it wasn't as pathetic as it sounded to him. Regardless, he kissed her before he said something that went sideways and slid down an awkward path. Mallory stepped back first, eyes still closed, that smile still lighting her face. I think a snack is in order. Or a drink. Maybe a cleaning binge? His confusion shifted into contentment.
It's not just me.
I told you, Benjamin, falling for someone wasn't in the plan.
It was in mine, ever since that night we lit up the lighthouse for Bud.
She froze, unblinking even.
Mallory?
Blink one. When you walked me back from Uncle Bud's service? Benjamin pulled off the damp sweater and hung it on a hook by the door.
I was torn between wanting to be your friend, wanting more, and wanting to offer you the space people sometimes need in their grief.
Blink two. Did I ever thank you for that? I needed not to be alone, and then, when I was ready, you made it happen. It was perfect. I'd just done the hardest thing I'd ever done. Something he'd wondered since that day demanded an answer. Benjamin decided to ask.
You went to another grave that day. You left a shell on it. Whose was it?
She looked at him as if something bothered her before shrugging it off and saying, Uncle Bud's Emily Sue. She'd given it to him years ago. He asked me to give it back to her. Mallory pointed to the couch. I'll get us drinks. Be right back. Draped over the arm of the couch lay Minuet and Gigi. A grin formed as the notes he'd had Siri reread replayed in his mind.
Hey, Mal lovey.
You're more like Uncle Bud every day. She peeked around the corner and winked at him before adding, Yeah? Benjamin hesitated only a moment before quoting,
The fisherman's love for Gigi took him by surprise, but that is not to say an unwelcome one.
Drinks abandoned, Mallory practically leapt across the space and into his arms. With her head buried in his chest, her words were muffled, but Benjamin still heard them clearly.
I wish Uncle Bud could see this. I wish everyone could be as happy as I am.
She gazed up at him.
And as happy as Patty and Frank finally are. I didn't get to solve that one, but they did get their happily ever after.
You solved it, Bookworm. Frank just peeked at your notes, so to speak.
It was silly, unnecessary, and probably cheesy, but Benjamin did it anyway.
Would you be my date for the wedding of the year? Possibly of the past 4 decades.
Do I get to dress up and try to impress you?
You always impress me, but I'll wear my bow tie if you'll wear a dress that ups my heart's cardio workout.
Suspenders, too?
He rolled his eyes but agreed.
If I can find some in time, yes.
Deal. Prepare to be dazzled. I might even straighten my hair.
That cracked him up.
So it what? Stays smooth for 30 minutes instead of 3?
She winked.
Yeah, but then it gets wavy and looks decent for a couple more hours.
Their next kiss came out of nowhere and held them spellbound. By the time Benjamin could convince himself to step back, he couldn't. Instead, he pressed his forehead to hers and whispered,
As long as it's crazy again before I kiss you goodnight.
Mallory shook her head.
As long as you kiss me goodnight, I'll make it crazy.
Deal.
He moved back to the sofa, plopped down at one end, and grinned up at her.
Want to watch something?
Chapter 21. Bud's pocket knife rested at the base of Frank's favorite photo of them together. It had been just a few years before the diagnosis, and Frank had been home to visit. Gina had taken the picture. There'd been an envelope at church with a note from Bud and that pocket knife the Sunday following Bud's service. Now, that pocket knife rested there. Frank set a new frame next to the photo of him and his old friend. He and Patty had spent 20 minutes taking awkward selfies before they managed one that suited them both. Now it sat in a frame on the opposite side of the mantel from the family pictures with Gina, Ashley, Courtly, and their families. Next to him and Patty, a photo of Lisa, her husband, and the kids, and another of Louis and his family. Courtly came up beside him and put her arms around his waist.
She has a sweet face, Daddy.
She pointed to Lisa.
She looks ready to spit nails.
And she might. Lisa's a hardened woman. We need to be gentle with her. Firm, but gentle.
What do we call her?
Courtly whispered.
I can't call her Mom. I just can't. But Miss Patty seems too common for someone who will make you so happy.
Frank squeezed his daughter until he feared breaking her before answering.
You ask her what she'd like to be called. I guarantee she won't ask from Mama. Probably won't ask from Mom, either.
Sawyer wants to call her Maddie, for Mom and Patty.
He kind of liked it himself, but Frank stuck by his original idea.
Just ask her about it. Patty's reasonable and understanding. This is going to take adjusting for all of us.
I'm going to cry. You should be warned.
He kissed her temple and turned to check the rest of the room before his own tears got the better of him.
Wouldn't have it any other way. You wouldn't be you if you didn't.
The house shone. Between Ashley's nervous energy, Courtly's Christmas prep, and Sawyer not getting the memo that nesting was supposed to end before birth, not begin afterward, he couldn't find even a stray piece of lint to fuss over. A car door slammed shut.
They're here.
The Grace clan flooded into the living room. Husbands, Sawyer's boyfriend holding their baby and looking ready to bolt. That's when Frank realized Sawyer wouldn't be getting married after graduation. Daniel wouldn't be sticking around.
Better to figure that out now than later, I suppose.
The doorbell rang, and Ashley stepped forward. At the last second, she turned to him. "I should have asked."
Go ahead, Ash.
Patty stood there, one arm around Gabby, and another around a girl of about 5.
Sorry we're late. The car we reserved wasn't waiting for us at the docks.
She urged the children forward. "Frank, you know Gabby, but this is Lewis's girl, Nicole." As fast as she'd practically shoved them in, she grabbed Nate. "You know Nate, of course." Lisa stepped forward, her arm looped through a man's who looked ready to bolt.
"And he knows me too, Mama."
She introduced her husband, Tim, before urging them all in.
"We're letting out the heat."
One by one, Frank introduced his girls, their spouses, their children, Sawyer's boyfriend, and his great-grandchild.
And last, our Leaston, as my granddaddy used to say. This is the sweetest baby alive, Maud Grace Grantham.
On cue, the Mercer-Weston clan cooed over the baby, and then an awkward silence filled the room. Frank looked at Patty, who turned pink under his gaze. Ashley cleared her throat. Gabby giggled. Just as he'd decided to ask if anyone needed a drink, Sawyer broke the ice in her usual startling way.
"Can you guys start making out or something? We need a new awkward around here." "I wouldn't suggest that if I were you,"
Lisa muttered. Only a smirk in his direction told Frank she wasn't upset.
"They'll call your bluff on that one."
Laughter erupted. Frank's girls moved forward to take coats and offer drinks. Frank skirted the room to make good on that suggestion.
"A kiss isn't making out," he murmured. "But it's the closest I can manage without jeopardizing our dinner."
He shouldn't have said it. After a much too chaste kiss for his taste, Patty gave him a squeeze and made for the kitchen to lend a hand. He knew better. That was Southern speak for get the goods on her man. Eventually, the men migrated into the family room and the football game between Tennessee and Pittsburgh. Only Lisa remained in the living room. She stood before the mantel and stared at the motley collection of family photos. Gina's parents on their wedding day, his on their 50th anniversary, his last photo with Gina before she got sick, the family photo shoot before Ashley went off to college. At one time, the frames had been stretched along the mantel with candles on each end. Now those candles stood on an end table with a few other photos and the few frames he'd managed to assemble of Patty and her family, including the one of John when the kids were young, clustered on the other side.
"We'll add more after tonight, after Friday night, after Christmas. Maybe I'll move the ones with Gina to the family room so there's one place where it's just for Patty and me."
"It looks like you had a happy life with her."
Frank moved to stand beside Lisa.
"With Gina?"
At her nod, he agreed.
"I did. Never forgot your mama. Neither did Gina. Courtleigh showed me entries in her prayer journals where she prayed for Patty whenever someone mentioned the Mercers on our visits down here. Probably the Baker sisters. Those women."
"I think y'all had something in your faith that we lacked."
"Look at you getting on your Southern. Y'all even."
"I refused to pray for my father, much less the man who Mama should have married."
She turned to face him.
"I think Mama thinks I didn't know about you, but I did, even from a little thing. Grammy Mercer used to talk late into the night about how, if she'd just married you, our lives would have been so much better."
Was it worth reminding her that she wouldn't even exist without her father? Should he tell her that God did beautiful things with our rash decisions? A second glance at her profile. Lisa looked even more like John in profile. Told him not to. She knew. She just wasn't ready to accept. Instead, he reached out and squeezed her hand.
"Lisa, You don't need a father to help you grow into the woman you need to be. God took care of you. You need a father to remind you of how loved and cherished you are as a daughter. My prayer is someday you'll let me step in and do what John couldn't."
Lisa turned away from him, and Frank's heart sank. But before she strode off into the kitchen, she reached back and touched his arm.
"That's enough. For now."
Feeling much too much like teenagers, the newlyweds-to-be crept from the dining room and out onto the deck. While Frances lit a patio heater, Patty looked back to find 3 kids watching their every move.
"This is ridiculous," she sputtered. "Either you're going to have to kiss the living daylights out of me right here and now, or you're going to have to get me somewhere private and then kiss the living daylights out of me."
Frances gave the kids a wink, kissed her within an inch of her curled toes, and then led her down the deck steps.
"Glad we didn't have this house when the girls were young. Looky here."
There it was, a tiny room under the deck that backed up against a rock wall. It held a wide, paddled pool lounger, a lamp, and even a throw blanket. Francis lowered himself onto it, grabbed the blanket, and gestured for her to join him.
"I love sitting out here when the girls are home," he muttered. "I hear all the things they don't think I should know. Just you wait."
And they did. With his arm around her and the blanket keeping them warm, Patty rested her head on his chest, closed her eyes, and just listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat. It didn't take long for them to hear Courtly call out,
"Where'd they go?"
"Probably for a walk on the beach." That came from Lisa. "With those kids ogling their every move, it's what I'd do if I were them."
"Let's bring our coffee out here."
At least, that's what Patty thought Ashley said. If Frances's squeeze meant what she thought it did, he'd added an "I told you so." The doors opened and closed several times. Courtly called to her husband, asking him to keep the kids from inhaling the rest of the desserts. Ashley asked if anyone needed a sweater or jacket. Baby Maud whimpered until Patty could have sworn she heard the smacking of baby lips enjoying her dinner. The crashing of nearby waves made her doubt herself, but then Ashley commented on how Sawyer had been a noisy nurser, too.
"Remember that time I tried to nurse her in church?"
A series of remember whens began, and even Lisa chimed in once on a similar story.
"Granddaddy went downhill really fast those last few weeks before my wedding, so, at the last minute, we had to change out who would escort me down the aisle. Then it became a battle between Mama and Louis."
Courtly broke in.
"There's a wedding on Friday, but do we know what's happening there?"
Francis fumbled. A second later, he pulled out his phone and silenced it. Patty grabbed hers from her pocket and did the same. After just a second or two, both phones vibrated. Only burying herself in Frances's chest with the blanket over them kept her giggle from being heard. She hoped.
"They're probably still making out for lost time,"
Courtly said when the vibrations stopped. Lisa's giggle followed. How many years had it been since she'd heard Lisa giggle? That's a good one. Ashley mentioned dress. Courtly mentioned food.
"Let's get this squared away and then see what they think when they get back."
Lisa started to say something about flowers and stopped.
"How will your father feel about us stepping in like this? I don't want to make plans only to alienate him. He's been excessively gracious to me." "That's just Daddy," Courtly said. "He's always a big old teddy bear, unless you mess with one of his folks. Then mama bears have nothing on him."
An awkward silence followed, and Patty stiffened.
"Don't do it, Lisa. Let it be."
Lisa didn't listen to her silent plea.
"My experience with fathers is very different. I find it hard to trust him." "I doubt Dad expects you to," Ashley said next. "I think all he wants from you and Louis is a chance to be a friend."
"Is that for real?" The hard bitterness cut through the night air right down to where Patty and Frances listened. She stiffened again. This time, Francis's lips pressed against her temple.
"It'll be all right," he whispered.
"We know your father's story," Courtly began. "I'm sorry you had such a difficult life with a broken man like that. Daddy didn't go to war. He didn't come home with PTSD. He has that privilege."
PTSD. It's the latest cop-out. Had a bad day at work? Watch out. PTSD.
Patty sat up, ready to go to battle for John, but Francis pulled her back.
"Shh, give them a chance to work it out."
Half a second later, Courtly's laugh rang out.
Oh, you chose the wrong person to say that to. Why? Ashley's a therapist. I can see her putting out her shingle.
Francis's low rumble murmured.
"And she's dropping her G's."
I don't care what you do. You didn't see how everything he did wrong got excused by, well, what he went through.
I pray you never experience something that breaks your mind like that. I do. Ashley's voice was so quiet, Patty wasn't confident she'd heard each word correctly. But you just disregarded someone else's pain. It's the same as you saying, "I've never had cancer, so it can't hurt as much as people act like it does."
It's a cop-out, Lisa insisted. I can do drugs. I can beat my wife. I can terrorize my children. I can abandon my family. It's okay.
Was that a sob?
Because, hey, I have PTSD. You have to take it.
That's not true. Ashley stopped a protest. No, listen. People may have said or allowed that, but it isn't true. Just because PTSD isn't an excuse for bad behavior doesn't remove the very real effect it has on people's abilities to make sound decisions.
He ruined our lives.
Ashley made agreeable sounds. I believe it. And the horrors he faced being taken prisoner and being in a war zone ruined his. It doesn't make what he did to you right. It just makes much of it out of his control. He was damaged. Forgive him and let it go.
Oh.
Lisa's nastiest tone exploded in that one syllable.
I get it. Just decide it's all okay and forget what he did to us?
No, that's not what I said. Forgiveness is a choice, one you sometimes have to make on a moment-by-moment basis. Letting it go is the same. But holding on to bitterness and pain, you have to make that choice too. Except that one keeps hurting you long after the other person ever could. The sound of one of the chairs scraping across the deck sent Patty's heart plummeting. Lisa would storm off. The wonderful dinner would be ruined, and it really had been wonderful. Ashley's voice broke in. Lisa, we're on your side. We want to love you because our daddy loves your mama, and we want to love her too. That means loving you and Louis and your children. But we can't if you push us aside because we don't agree on something we never have to discuss again. The chair scraped again. Patty held her breath. Would there be footfalls or...
You're right. I'm sorry. We won't agree, but we don't have to. I'll trust your father to be who he appears until he gives me reason not to. Great. What about those flowers? Courtly asked, as if everything had been settled.
The debate between roses and poinsettias and gardenias began. Patty turned to Francis and whispered, You were going to kiss the living daylights out of me, remember? Chapter 22. On Monday, Ashley called to announce that she'd scored coordinating outfits for the entire family except for Francis and Patty. On Tuesday, while Patty was scouring Charleston for the perfect wedding dress, a text came through assuring her that food had been procured and would be delivered to the church during the service. On Wednesday, Lisa walked into the kitchen as she ended a call and said,
They did it. The florist on Mimosa, they came up with a bouquet, boutonnieres, and 2 floral arrangements, and will deliver 30 minutes before the candlelight service begins. No candelabras, but
Francis promised to have something for me. I think he'll keep it.
He will.
That leaves music.
Have it covered.
Patty had other ideas for Lisa's nervous energy.
What I don't have are Christmas gifts for Francis's family.
I'll get right on that, just as soon as we decide honeymoon. Now.
Here.
And the battle would begin in 5, 4, 3. But, well, Lisa glanced around her. Do you think Francis would go for us having Christmas at his place?
I think so.
Lisa got a faraway look. We could set you up with special foods, a romantic playlist, maybe even more flowers. She pulled out her phone. I'll see if we can get a hotel on Mimosa.
Hold up there.
Patty slid her phone across the counter and tapped Francis's contact info.
Let me see about something first. Francis might not want to, and...
You want it, Mama. He'd camp out on the Red Lady if you wanted to.
It was true, too. Patty ignored that and answered Francis's, "Morning, Patty love," with the question, "How do you feel about a quiet honeymoon here at Skimmer? Lisa's ready to turn it into an exclusive B&B for us if you want." "Sounds perfect as long as I'm with you." "And is there room in your house for her family? We'd be kicking them out of here, and I don't like to think of them up on Mimosa."
Lisa would have interrupted, but Francis's voice filled the kitchen.
"They can have my room. I won't be needing it."
As if a young girl again, Patty felt her cheeks heat. Lisa outed her. You have Mama blushing, Francis.
Good. She always had a lovely blush. Not blotchy like so many girls. I'll have to work on making sure I see it often.
Francis, I'm a whip hand with a kitchen towel. You do not want to mess with me. He tried to garner support, but Lisa walked out. I've got Christmas shopping to do. Send me ideas for everyone. If I get a dud, I'm blaming you. The moment the kids and Lisa disappeared, Patty flipped it to a video call and sat at the table. Hi. All hopes of non-wedding-focused conversation dissolved the moment Francis grinned back at her.
Courtly wants to know if we want to go over to Mimosa for a rehearsal dinner or if we want to grill something here.
No rehearsal. Francis laughed. Patty didn't. Concern etched deeper lines around his eyes and into his forehead.
It's not the same day. We can...
She broke in, fighting back tears he didn't even understand.
I'm not doing it, Francis. I can't.
After gathering her wits about her, Patty forced a smile and said,
Besides, this is a simple ceremony. We're walking in, having a condensed homily, making vows, and everyone will sing for the beauty of the earth while we walk out. Cake, sparkling cider, hors d'oeuvres, and gone. I love it already. What about Christmas? Are they fending for themselves, or...
She wanted to say yes, but the grandchildren shouldn't suffer because they refused to wait another day.
I think we should give them at least part of Christmas. What if we meet at your place Christmas morning and spend the day? Supper here at Skimmer, and then leave orders for no one to even text a good morning unless it's a dire emergency. For the week. We can have a New Year's Eve party here if you'd like. I don't like. They can party without us. I doubt any of them plan to be here anyway.
He propped his head on his hands and gazed at her through the phone.
It's really happening, isn't it? 2 more days.
They'd agreed to spend the rest of their week at their respective homes, just being with their families. Francis cracked first.
I'm coming over.
We said... She laughed at the look he gave her.
All right, I confess. You barely beat me. I'll meet you at the docks. Lisa's gone for the day.
He was already walking out the door.
Yep, shopping. Don't forget to send her ideas. We've got until nearly bedtime all to ourselves.
That grin widened.
And then the rest of our lives.
I'm glad the Graces have good genes.
I expect you to live healthy and long, Patty informed him. And at least Daddy's family didn't have a predisposition to dementia. I don't think most of Mama's did either. I may be in the clear. He didn't say it. Frances didn't have to. She heard it through his smile, the way his eyes never left hers, and the tone of his voice when he said, "See you soon." He'd love every minute with her, even if she forgot who she was with, because that's the kind of man Francis Grace was. Candles lit the old-fashioned arched windows of His Eye Community Church. Each small votive had been nestled in driftwood and surrounded by pine greenery, likely Courtleigh's work, if Lisa's assessments of the Grace women were accurate. At the front, driftwood had once again been assembled into a rustic candelabra on either side of the communion table. In front of each one, deep red roses and gardenias combined to create lovely floral arrangements. The usual copious amounts of tulle and ribbon hadn't been used, and no one would miss it. Of that, Patty felt certain. She sat in the pew, Lisa on one side, Frances on the other, listening to the sweet reading of Luke. However, instead of ending with Jesus growing in wisdom, stature, and favor, the minister read a selection of verses that led to the wedding at Cana, and even managed a parallel with the invitation for all to stay for the Mercer Grace wedding. Much like he did at Cana, it seems Jesus has saved their best years together for last. Please join us in celebrating the reunion of two hearts, long divided. The slightly out-of-tune piano filled the room with the choppy notes of "O Come All Ye Faithful," played by arthritic fingers. A dozen congregants left after the final prayer, but the rest stayed as Frank and Patty disappeared to change into wedding finery. An attempt to segue into "Angels We Have Heard on High" tortured them all the way to the women's restroom. Lisa, of course, couldn't help but comment as she unzipped Patty's dress.
"Mama, why didn't you have someone play something through the sound system?"
Patty shimmied out of her green Christmas dress and into her wedding dress, ignoring her daughter's sniff of disapproval. "Because Laurette Lassiter would be crushed if she couldn't play for us finally." That stopped Lisa's fussing.
"She was your pianist all those years ago?"
"She was supposed to be. I didn't come, remember?"
"Why not, Mama?"
Their eyes met in the mirror, and Lisa pressed her for an answer.
"Why did you abandon a man like Francis Grace for a man like my father?"
She wouldn't answer that question. Not again. Lisa would have to accept that not liking the answer didn't mean it wasn't true. "I'm marrying him now. The Lord had other plans that I don't understand, but I do trust him." A knock at the door prompted Lisa to zip up the dress in a hurry.
"Ready?"
Patty smoothed the front of her skirt and gazed back at her reflection in the long, wobbly mirror they'd propped up in the corner of the ladies' room. "Do I look all right?"
"You'll knock his socks off, Mama."
Lisa picked at lint that didn't exist.
"You'll shock the old biddies around here, but Francis won't know what hit him, and that's what matters, right?"
They opened the door to find Louis standing there. His bright smile, he'd had it since the day he was born, and it rarely dimmed. Where Lisa could be hard and cynical, Louis was sunny and easygoing. "You look amazing, Mama. Let's go. Folks are getting restless." The doors to the sanctuary had been closed, and Mallory and Benjamin each stood ready to open them again as Lisa and Louis got ready to escort Patty down the aisle. Mallory handed her a rose and gardenia bouquet and gave that door a gentle knock. They waited. Half a minute later, the world's worst segue turned Hark the Herald Angels into Joy to the World, and those doors opened. Patty's gaze found Francis standing at the front of the church, his eyes riveted on the doors and then on her. His smile lit the room. She'd made it 3 paces into the sanctuary when he stepped forward. Another 3 steps had him at the aisle. 3 more steps, and he'd taken off toward her at a run.
She stood there in the entrance to the sanctuary, a silky red dress shimmering from her shoulders to her knees. Frank couldn't see her shoes, but considering Lisa's green and gold and Courtleigh's sparkly gold sweater, he suspected they'd be gold. A step closer confirmed it. Even without him shifting his gaze, he saw them. His bride, in a red dress and snowy hair.
Thank you, Lord, for it not being dyed. It's such beautiful hair.
Something magnetic drew him to her. By the time he realized he'd made it halfway down the aisle to her, Frank didn't care anymore. Patty was coming to him. And unlike last time, he wouldn't wait at the front all alone again. Never again. The congregation tittered around them as he reached for her and spun her in an arc as if they were kids again. After all, no matter how mature he'd felt buying that puny ring all those years ago, they really had just been kids.
Not now.
Only when the minister cleared his throat and suggested that the kiss was supposed to be reserved for after the vows did he realize he'd done just that. Kissed his Patty right there in the middle of the aisle.
And I'm not sorry.
Aloud, he said to the room,
Not sorry at all.
Lisa and Louis disappeared while Frank led Patty to the altar, taking his sweet time about it, too. A camera flashed somewhere. That's when the worst rendition of Joy to the World he'd ever heard, bless Laurette Lassiter's untalented heart, began playing. Someone coughed. The minister smiled.
Are we ready? Long past ready.
He fidgeted through the 3-minute homilette, never taking his hands off Patty's or his eyes off her. When she tugged away to hand off her bouquet, Frank found himself gripping her other hand even tighter, unwilling to risk that she might run down the aisle to meet Jonathan Weston's ghost, as silly as the idea might be.
Do you, Francis? I do.
Laughter brought him back down to earth for a moment. He blinked at Patty, then up at the man who stood over them, questioning. Frank cleared his throat.
I vow to love, honor, cherish, devote myself to her until death. Anything else?
He dug into his pocket and pulled out the wedding band. With a quick kiss to it, he slid it onto her hand next to the resized engagement ring he'd never thought he'd see again.
With this ring, I thee wed and give you all of me and what's mine.
Frank shot a look back at the minister.
Does that cover it?
This time, Patty's laughter led the rest. Oh, Francis. Unlike him, Patty listened attentively, said a quiet, sincere, I do, and repeated her vows in a sweet, steady voice. How could she stand it? How could she even hope to keep so calm? He'd burst if that man didn't pronounce them husband and wife any second now. And then it happened. To the opening, off-key notes of For the Beauty of the Earth, the man began,
I pronounce you.
What else the fellow said, Frank didn't know. He'd kissed Patty again until someone hooted in the back, and even the minister cleared his throat uncomfortably. A giggle erupted as Patty broke the kiss. She shook her head, but even as she did, she whispered, I love you, Francis Grace.
I love you too, Patty Grace.
I don't know why I bother, the minister said, but it's my honor to present.
Finally, Frank interjected.
Yes, finally, the man agreed. Mr. and Mrs. Francis Grace, what the Lord has joined together, let no man separate. Francis didn't even make it halfway down the aisle before kissing his bride again and again. Chapter 23. Old songs, some he knew and others he didn't, played in the fellowship hall, much to the delight of some and the consternation of others. Benjamin watched the Baker sisters whispering, likely debating the appropriateness of the Everly Brothers playing in the room where children usually practiced their programs for VBS. This little light. Instead, oh, so many years rang out through the room, the tight harmony adding to the heartbreak of the song. But where the lyrics should have said fate might lend a hand to bring the man's love back to him, Frank all but crowed as he shouted out, "God! It was God, and I'm so grateful!" Benjamin's throat constricted as the man wept into Patty's hair. A hand slipped into his, and Mallory leaned against his arm. "As beautiful as this is," her voice broke, and she took a slow, steadying breath before she continued, "I don't want their story."
No one would. He smiled at her indignation. Everyone wants their own story, don't they? Isn't that why there are 1 million books published every year? Because people want to know all the stories?
"Well, I'll be wuthered."
Wuthered?
She shot him what he suspected was supposed to be a withering look, but not a wuthering one. And that's when he recalled a book.
Wuthering Heights?
Look at you. First, a social commentary on why people read fiction, and now recognizing my literary references. It's the penultimate in flirting, my dear Hornigold.
Penultimate? Is that the ultimate thing Pen does with her parties?
Mallory laughed and wrapped arms around his waist, right there in front of everyone. Benjamin thought he had even heard a gasp from somewhere. If Mallory heard it, she didn't show it. Instead, she said, "Silly. Penultimate. One step down from the ultimate. Second to the ultimate."
I love what you do with words, Mally, my love.
He lowered his head so no one could overhear them.
And what's the ultimate in flirting?
Almost anything, as long as we're alone.
I'll remember that.
The fellowship hall looked decked out for a Christmas party rather than a wedding reception. Someone had stuck an artificial tree in the corner, and guests had stuffed gifts under the tree. If folks had followed instructions, there would be appliance boxes with written-out prayers and cards congratulating them inside. Courtly Grace Hemford's idea. Daddy and Patty Mom don't need stuff, but they do need all the encouragement we can give them. A wrapped box like they might have gotten all those years ago will be fun to open, and the wishes will mean so much. He'd found an old air popcorn popper box in the storage shed behind the lighthouse. It had taken a bit of vacuuming to clean it out, but he'd found an index card and carefully penned each word on it. Love each other, always. Then he'd taped that to a few bags of chips and stuffed the box with them. A snack for their honeymoon, and the card wouldn't get lost under a flap or anything. "You going to ask me to dance?"
Are we allowed to?
Mallory pointed out the swaying couples all around the periphery of the room. "Everyone is dancing in their hearts, so if it's wrong, someone needs to say something. I bet if we get out there, it'll shake things up. Either we'll all be dancing, or we'll get kicked out, which I suspect would make Frank mighty happy." That's all it took for him. Benjamin led her to the middle of the room, just a few feet from Frank and Patty, and to Peter, Paul, and Mary's The Ship, they rocked their way around a 2-foot space. It was just as well they did, because in seconds, the floor filled with mothers and sons, fathers and daughters, couples, and even, if one could believe it, the Baker sisters. "This is the best wedding ever," Mallory whispered. "Family and friends joining together to celebrate. Little fuss, lots of meaningful choices, loads of love." Benjamin caught something out of the corner of his eye and murmured,
"Trouble brewing on the starboard bow?"
Mallory glanced the wrong way at first and giggled when she saw Lisa plowing through the couples, a bouquet in her hand. "That girl, she's never changed." A few whispers to the bridal couple, and Frank cheered, kissed Lisa's cheek, and thrust the bouquet into Patty's hand. Mallory snickered this time.
He's not anxious to go or anything.
Lisa put out the call for single ladies, and seeing Mallory hang back, came over to drag her to the corner of the room. Benjamin smirked. She stuck out her tongue at him, but Benjamin didn't care. He still smirked. A chant began near him, and he took it up with the rest. Toss it, toss it, toss it. Patty winked at him before turning and throwing it straight at Mallory. The girl had to catch the thing in self-defense.
You've got a good arm on you. We need you for church softball.
A cheer went up, and Mallory turned redder than a lobster in a pot. Eva Mae Baker paused as she passed by.
Looks like you've got your marching orders, young man.
Benjamin never took his eyes off Mallory.
Looks like I do, Miss Eva. Looks like I definitely do.
Lisa's car tore down the road and out of sight as Frank bundled his bride into her sedan and drove toward Skimmer Cottage.
What's she doing?
Some great romantic scheme or another. From the way she's been acting, you'd think she wasn't still bristling at any new change, but she is.
She's trying.
He reached for her hand, unwilling to be without contact. As ridiculous as he told himself it was, Frank couldn't help but watch for Jonathan's arrival at every turn, every stop, every blink.
It's hard for her.
She's jealous, Patty said. I never imagined it of her, so practical about everything. But she's jealous of your girls. They had the childhood she always wanted. They had the father John couldn't be, and she won't forgive him for that. Should he say anything? He didn't know, but Frank didn't like the idea of keeping things from his wife. His wife. Ashley is certain she saw or experienced more than you realize. She's hoping Lisa will eventually open up to her. Strange. Patty leaned awkwardly over the center console to rest her head on his shoulder. She's always resisted the notion of John's PTSD, but perhaps she has a bit of it herself. Mama used to ask if she needed therapy. I didn't have the money, and she wouldn't have gone if I did. They rounded the corner, and the cottage came into view. Candles flickered in the windows. Every window. A shadow darted across the yard and through the gate. As he pulled up in front, lights came on as another car started and took off.
Subtle.
Never Lisa's strong point.
But when she gets behind something, she goes all out, doesn't she?
Frank took a moment to kiss her before hopping out and dashing around to open Patty's door. He'd planned all week to take her out on the beach for a long walk, maybe to their spot. But he could hold her as long as he wanted now. But with those shoes and that dress...
Did I tell you how beautiful you are?
You just like me in red.
I told you what red does to me.
Did to you, she corrected. Frank led her to the gate, but he argued with her.
Oh, no, still does, especially that one. I think you should save it for our anniversary every year.
Romantic fool. And yes, it was only another 20 feet to the door, but Frank stopped right there under the moon and kissed his wife. Again.
And I refuse to feel guilty about it.
At the door, he took a breath, turned the knob, and scooped her up in his arms. Well, that's how he did it in his mind anyway. His worn-down body, as fit as he'd tried to keep it all his life, protested and creaked as he lifted her and staggered into the house. But he did it. He carried Patty, his bride, over the threshold into Skimmer Cottage. Patty gasped, and it took him a moment to realize it wasn't due to his charming, romantic, and dashing gesture. It was the room. He set her down, almost unaware, and took in the 1,001 candles that must have been tucked into every nook and cranny. Roses and gardenias filled a vase in the entryway and one on the dining table in the other room. It took a moment to realize they probably were from the church. A fire crackled, music played, and when they stepped into the dining room, the cake they'd not had a chance to eat sat on plates next to Patty's mother's best crystal.
She's fast, that one.
She had help, Patty insisted as she reached for a plate. Here, eat up. I heard someone say it's delicious. Frank couldn't help but laugh.
You took a bite, remember?
I wasn't paying attention to the cake, Frances Grace. I was a bit preoccupied with my husband and his kissing me every 34 seconds.
Oops, it's been 3 or 4 minutes at least. I'd better fix that.
Patty would have protested. She might even have insisted he eat that cake first. But Frank could be just as stubborn with the right inducement, and he most certainly had that. He also noted that she didn't complain, even when he interrupted her cake-eating minutes later by kissing a smudge of icing off the corner of her mouth. Only when they'd curled up on the couch together to just be for a little while did he notice a card tented on the mantel. He hoisted himself off the couch and retrieved it. Once back in place, he passed it to Patty.
I assume it's for you.
She flipped it up, and it took everything in Frank not to read over her shoulder. For us. Look. Frank read aloud.
Congratulations, Mama and Frank and Papa. All the kids wanted you to know that if you aren't up to coming for Christmas in the morning, we'll save it for Sunday. Just text someone. We all love you. Merry Christmas.
Lisa. For the family. All of us. P.S. He snickered.
Oh boy. Don't forget to blow out all the candles. The last thing you need is that kind of fire on your wedding night.
Epilogue. With the moon sending a shaft of filtered light across the foot of his bed, Benjamin lay on his back, head in his hands, and recalled the evening. From trying to concentrate on the service instead of the way the candles made Mallory's hair glow, to the way Frank couldn't take his eyes off Patty, to the rush down the aisle to meet her halfway, he relived every second. Right up to the kiss at Mallory's doorway, the realization that he'd walked away seconds before midnight, and how he'd turned right around and knocked again.
Merry Christmas, bookworm.
He'd kissed her again, too. Frank would definitely approve. 2 hours later, like a little boy impatient for Santa Claus, he couldn't sleep. On the other side of the house, his mother slept with her white noisemaker and who knew what else to keep her unbothered by his nocturnal ramblings. He'd gotten in a few more chapters of the Bible, trying desperately to stomp down the temptation to race back to Mallory's house and beg her to marry him. One thing he knew. Just one. It wasn't time. How he knew it, Benjamin couldn't even have attempted to articulate. He just knew. Frustrated, he threw back the covers and went to stand in front of the Christmas tree. The little box with its perky bow sat there looking dwarfed by everything. Was it right? He'd never seen her wear a bracelet before, but he'd been unable to resist the glasses, chain, and book charms. So her.
Personal, but not too over the top.
The box of essential oils for his mother wasn't that much either.
I should have gotten a tabletop tree.
He stumbled over the area rug as he headed for the kitchen, and that reminded him. The closet. He'd gotten pinched by the floor. He could fix that, and maybe it would drive out all the overactive thoughts.
Or at least look at it.
After all, banging on the floor would likely drown out any white noise machine. He slid the closet door to the far left and pushed his clothes out of the way. With his phone's flashlight, he stared where the board had obviously worked free of whatever fastener had been used. When he poked at it, the board moved. Again. Benjamin propped up his phone to shine down on the spot and worked the loose board free. Another came up. Another. His heart pounded and perspiration beaded on his forehead and upper lip. There, in the small space left, was an old-fashioned metal strongbox wrapped in plastic and tied tight with twine. He touched the twine, and it fell away. Rotted twine. Why he expected the box to be heavy, Benjamin didn't know. However, he lifted it with ease and carried it to the kitchen table. There he stared, wondering if he should open it now or wait for Mallory. A heavy dread filled him at the thought. But why? Benjamin pulled off the plastic, still unsure what to do, and stared at the box.
Okay, Lord,
he decided.
If it's locked, I'll wait. If it's unlocked, I open. Please work your will here because I don't know what's going on.
The latch slid left and caught. Not locked. Not opening easily either. He banged it softly. The latch still stuck to the left. Benjamin lifted the handle to turn it around and examine the hinges, and the bottom fell open. Papers and a photo fell out. The photo showed... Was that a younger Bud? Who was the woman beside him? Why did she look so sad? Why did he look so grim? A possessive arm was wrapped around the woman's shoulder. The couple stared directly into the camera. After another long look, Benjamin set the photo aside and picked up the papers. Official documents.
I shouldn't do this alone.
He went after his phone and spent several minutes looking for it until he remembered the closet. It was almost 3 o'clock, but he told Siri to send a text to see if Mallory was awake. A reply came seconds later. I can't sleep. You either? Benjamin scooped everything back up into the box and grabbed his hoodie. With a message sent saying he was on his way with something, Benjamin bolted out the door and down the road, not stopping until he reached her porch. Mallory stood there, concern filling her eyes. What's wrong?
I don't know, but look.
They sat on her couch, the strong box open on her coffee table, the picture in Mallory's hand. She turned it over. Sarah and Bud, June 1984. Mallory looked at Benjamin. Who's Sarah? He pulled out the papers.
I think these explain it. I sure can't.
She eyed the first one. Birth certificate. Bruce Saunders Barrows? Born December 14, 1984?
Bud had a child?
That didn't make sense. Benjamin tapped the picture.
Is Sarah the mother?
Sarah Saunders, yes. Mallory shuffled the certificate to the back and read the next. Married on this day, June 5th, 1984. Buford Ernest Barrows to Sarah Saunders. Her hands began shaking as she slid it behind and read the next. Death certificate. December 14, 1984. Sarah Saunders Barrows.
Wait.
Benjamin did mental math again.
Are you saying that Bud married Sarah Saunders when she was 3 months pregnant?
Mallory shook her head and he breathed again. This does. She shuffled the paper back and sucked in air as she read the next. Oh no!
What?
She handed him the paper and Benjamin just stared at it. All those years, I thought he'd been so alone, and then I learned about Emily Sue. But why didn't he tell me about a wife, a baby, and losing them both around the birth? How come no one ever mentioned it?
How come I don't recall there being another name on his gravestone?
Benjamin racked his brains, but he just saw the lone stone with a single name. Something about being beloved below it, he supposed. Because I didn't put one there. No one said anything about him having had a wife.
Or a baby.
Mallory dropped the papers in the box, slid the pictures on top, and covered it. Next week. I'll deal with this next week. Right now, you're going to hold me and remind me that my Uncle Bud was the greatest man I've ever known. She glanced up at him and gave him a weak smile. Maybe. Almost. Whatever. You're going to remind me that if he didn't tell me about this, there was a good reason for it, and we'll find out what that reason was. What else could Benjamin do but pull her close, kiss her hair, and promise her that Bud wouldn't have kept anything from her unless he had a good reason for it?
And if she doesn't figure out what this all means, I'll do it myself, whatever it takes.
The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Finding a Memory by Chautona Havig. Thank you for listening.